Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3973. Lu Yin couldn't figure it out. How could a life form that crossed the calamity have such a move? No, it shouldn't be a move, but a talent. The time of Avicii had this talent, and the immortal master had granted it this talent and made it a template. Otherwise, it was impossible for such an abnormal talent to exist. However, there must be a limit or consumption to using this move, or it would have used it from the beginning. With this move, no one below the eternal realm was its opponent. What is this move called? Lu Yin asked, staring ahead. He knew that the time of Avicii was looking at him. He didn't know if its eyes were needles or the alternating sun and moon. Don't want to talk. It seems that you really think I'm dead. No wonder. Who can compete with the immortal master in terms of lifespan? The surroundings shook for a moment, and traces of gray appeared and spread in the surroundings. Human, how do you know? Lu Yin praised, you have such an invincible move, but you don't say it. You don't even know how you died. Are you being cautious against me or against us eternal realm powerhouses? Human powerhouse, you are worthy of my caution. It's an honor to die under this move. My life is not in vain. Human powerhouse, what is your name? Lu Yin put his hands behind his back. Lu Yin. Lu Yin. I will remember this name. There is a lot of time in your river of time. Most of that time comes from this move. If I'm not wrong, the immortal master walked through your river of time. That's why there is a template, and the time of the creatures who die under this move will enter the river of time. The time of Avicii didn't answer. Lu Yin was curious. Where did your river of time come from? The time of Avicii still didn't answer. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The river of time of the cosmic civilization you were born in, right? Lu Yin, what are you testing? Will you really die? Lu Yin nodded. Of course, no one can break your move. Unless you are an eternal realm powerhouse, I am not. But you give me a feeling that you won't die. You have been testing me, wanting to get something from me. A dead person won't want to know that. Wrong. It's because I'm going to die that I want to know. This is the characteristic of us humans. Is that so? You can ask the insect lord in human form, she knows about it too. But I don't want to tell you. I keep feeling that something is wrong with you. Lu Yin sighed. Isn't it good to show some mercy to the dead? Is there no mercy from the hive civilization? The immortal master is the most benevolent. She created us. He's kind to you, but cruel to us. Human, if you want respect, I can give it to you because I remember your name. But if you want kindness, I can't give it to you. If you want understanding, I can't give it to you either. Lu Yin let out a long sigh. I understand. Then, let's compete. Compete? Lifespan. Human, you should wait, or think of a way to spread the news. Maybe the eternal life of you humans can save you. You want to compare your lifespan with the immortal master? This joke isn't funny. I heard that there are many jokes in the universe. Yes. Tell me about it. Seamless silence. Lu Yin raised his hand and slowly pointed at the spinning needle. If clockwise represents the future, then does anti-clockwise represent the past? Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold as he turned around for a second. There was a click. The needle instantly stopped, and the flowing light slammed into the needle. No matter what he did before, Lu Yin couldn't touch the needle. But now, the needle was spinning and entering a template state. He couldn't touch it physically, but he could touch it in time. He used the flowing light to turn the needle in reverse. Past and future. If there was a future, there would be a past. The future represented lifespan, and the past also represented lifespan. You can compete in the future, and I can compete in the past. You decide the method, and I decide the direction. Luin, how long have you lived? Do you know how long the immortal master has lived? Comparing your future lifespan is kindness. If you compare your past lifespan, you would have died long ago. What right do you have to compare your lifespan with the immortal master's? Why? Seamless Silence's voice fluctuated. It really couldn't figure out what Luin was doing. The immortal master had clearly lived for a long time. Even the eternal life of the humans in this universe might not have lived as long as the immortal master. But how long had this human lived? Perhaps he would die if the needle turned one round. But why did he do that? The more unreasonable it was, the more uneasy it was. This human couldn't be looking for death. What was he doing? In the outside world, Danan and the others, as well as Stargate Shangyu and Master Qing Chao, saw Luin make a move. Although they didn't understand what Luin was doing, since he had made a move, it meant that he had room to resist. Stargate Shangyu heaved a sigh of relief. He still stared at Luin, wanting to save his life at the critical moment. The needle quickly turned in a circle. Luin was fine. Then it turned in a second circle. Luin was still fine. Then the needle became faster and faster, constantly turning counterclockwise. Gradually, it turned as fast as clockwise just now, forming a circle. Luin was still fine. Seamless Silence was stunned. Since the war with the Ninth Heaven universe, many things had exceeded its understanding. The immortal master, Luin, and these people all made it confused. They were different from the civilizations it had fought before. What was going on? This human should have died long ago. It knew very well how long it took for the needle to turn one round. This human shouldn't have been able to last one round. But now, how many rounds had it been? How could he not die? Luin, what did you do? Lu Yin's mouth curved. Nothing. I'm just comparing my lifespan with the immortal master. Let's see who has lived longer. Impossible. You can't live longer than the immortal master. That's hard to say. Maybe I'm in the immortal realm. Luin teased. Seamless Silence seemed to be observing Luin. Luin looked relaxed, but he had paid a lot. His karma heavenly path had consumed a full fifth. Since the karma's celestial Tao had entered the continent of the 9 clouds, it had increased a lot, especially with Yuya and the transparent moth. Even so, it had consumed 1/5 of the karma celestial Tao's karma celestial Tao. This was just a creature at the crossing Ku adversity level, not the immortal realm. Since Luin came to the 9th heaven, he had almost never consumed so much on a crossing Ku adversity powerhouse, including the great circle of crossing Ku adversity. He had seen the horror of the strange life forms in the universe. The transparent moth was one, and Seamless Silence was another. The other 3 insect masters were not simple either. You are definitely not in the immortal realm. Seamless Silence's voice came out. Luin said calmly, then let's see if I can compete with the immortal master. The needle kept spinning, and the longer it spun, the more obvious the vibration around Luin became. Seamless Silence's emotions became unstable. It couldn't understand how Luin did it. In the outside world, Dan Hong and the others were still watching. Tian Hong and Dan Xiao didn't make a move. They were also watching this scene. Those who understood Seamless Silence knew how unbelievable this scene was. Except for the immortal realm creature that died, Luin could be considered the first creature to reverse the needle's direction and live until now. Even Tian Hong and the others couldn't live that long in front of this move. This human looked very young. How could its lifespan be comparable to the immortal master? Time continued to pass, and the needle's spinning speed slowed down. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows and the corners of his mouth curled up. It seems that I'm going to win. Impossible, impossible, human, how did you do it? Do you want to be merciful? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Seamless silence was silent. In terms of lifespan, Lu Yin definitely couldn't compare with the immortal master in the future, but why couldn't he compare with the immortal master in the past? It wasn't a competition of actual lifespan, but the template of the immortal master in the river of time. The template left behind by the immortal master in the river of time proved that he had existed for a long time. Lu Yin also left behind his footprints in the river of time. He broke through to the primordial realm and went against the flow of time, approaching the ancient people who even shocked Blue Lotus Emperor and the others. How long had those ancient people existed? Lu Yin didn't know whether they were still alive, but they must have existed for a very long time in the past. The time Lu Yin spent approaching them was definitely not shorter than the immortal master. No, it was definitely longer than the immortal master. He had almost touched the shoulder of the last ancient. His river of time was the main stream, while the one in the seamless silence was a tributary. This was also the source of his confidence. Whether it was the main stream or the tributary, they all belonged to the same river of time, and the tributary would converge to the main stream. If you want to compete, then compete. Let's see who left behind the longest footprints in the river of time. This was the answer he had obtained from his calculations of karma, and it was also where Lu Yin's chance of survival lay. Time was a great force that possessed wondrous abilities. Karma was also a great force that could bring him back from the brink of death. If Lu Yin had not calculated this point, it would have been troublesome for him to break through the seamless silence. He did not even have the confidence to do so, and he might have actually died. This was the strange life form of the universe. The surroundings shook violently, and the needle formed by the alternating sun and moon cracked open. Lu Yin's vision gradually cleared up. He had crossed through time. What had always trapped him was time, the time of this technique. Now, he was about to break free. Let alone the Ho and the others, even they had never seen the seamless silence before. This was because the original template for this technique was the immortal master, and it had never failed before. No creature had ever faced the seamless silence and left alive. Lu Yin was the first. As a result, the Ho and the others were unfamiliar with the seamless silence. Lu Yin took a step forward and walked out. Drip. Bang. There was a great sound as the needle in reverse broke. Lu Yin reached out and caught the broken needle. The void around him constantly vanished as if it had been rebooted and shattered. Time and space both vanished. Behave. The immortal master slammed the oar, sending Luo Chan, who had instantly arrived behind Lu Yin, flying. Qing Xing used the eternal substance and the chaotic ancient breath art to point a finger at Dan Xiao. The immortal master released his pill art, his expression unprecedentedly serious. Pill art, endless restart. The Ho roared and charged at Lu Yin. The pill art exploded, causing countless spacetime to tremble, overlap, and shatter. It was as if the universe had truly been rebooted, and it blocked the Ho for a moment. The immortal master coughed up blood. Mr. Lu, hurry. Thank you. Back in the cycle of reincarnation. Thanks for the tip from my brother. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3974. Lu Yin grabbed the broken needle with one hand and grabbed alternating sun and moon with the other. Time of Void frantically retreated. Its technique had been broken, and it had paid a heavy price. It didn't even have the time to block Lu Yin. As for the 1st, 5th, 9th, and 12th grids, even the needles had been broken. There was nothing left. Lu Yin grabbed alternating sun and moon. The first time he had grabbed Time of Void, there had been a formless metal-like frame above alternating sun and moon. It couldn't be seen, but it could be touched. When the great master had clapped time of void, he had clapped on it. Now, Luin had grabbed it as well. Time of void was like a clock that was spread out in the void. Human, you're not eternal. You're not. Luin grabbed time of void tightly and didn't waste any words. He directly pushed it into the hell of appointment platform to make up for the heavenly Tao of karma first. With a crack, time of void shattered. The crack spread, and alternating sun and moon spread to the entire plane. Then, it shattered before Lu Yin's eyes and disappeared. Lu Yin stared blankly. Was it dead? He subconsciously reached out to grab it and even tried to use the Sky Palace to net it, but there was nothing. Time of void had completely dissipated, turning into strands of gray. That was time. How could it be dead? Was this thing essentially a time life form? If it had won that move, Luin would have died. Luin didn't know what price it had paid, but if it had lost, the price it had paid was time, all of its own time. Rather than using the immortal master to compare his lifespan, it was more accurate to say that it was comparing its lifespan with Lu Yin's. It was just using the immortal master as the standard. As expected, such a terrifying battle technique had a huge price to pay. Even the immortal master couldn't bear it. Lu Yin looked around at his empty surroundings. There was nothing left. He had fought a hard battle, but there was nothing left except for half a broken needle. He felt like he had fought for nothing. Be careful of Luo Chan, the great master reminded him. Lu Yin suddenly released his consciousness. Stop. Word of law. In front of him, Luo Chan suddenly stopped and looked at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin directly attacked with the karmic wheel. At the same time, the triple firmament sword intent slashed down, enveloping Luo Chan. Word of law was effective against Luo Chan and could make it stop, but it was impossible to finish it off. The transparent moth was also controlled by word of law, so it was similarly difficult to finish it off. The moment the karma wheel and the triple firmament sword intent slashed down, Luo Chan disappeared. He hit nothing but air. He frowned and looked back. In the distance, Dan Hong had been sent flying while spitting out blood. Qing Xing had also been knocked back by the third barrier. Only the great master raised his oar and smashed it at the third stronghold. Behind the third stronghold, Dan Xiao said with a solemn expression, I can't believe Wu Ji is dead. She's Master Immortal's favorite, Qing Xian. Bai roared, humans, let's fight. Luo Chan appeared in the distance. Be careful of the person who killed Wu Jian. Not only does he have karma in time, but he also has a controlling power that I can't shake off. It's a combination of consciousness and thinking. That human's threat is no less than that of an eternal life expert. Avoid him. Dan Xiao stared at Lu Yin for a long time before turning to Luo Chan. Let's go. We can't let Wu Jian's death be in vain. He must die on the battlefield where humanity is wiped out. Let's go, Chang growled. Lu Yin spread out his consciousness. Stop. However, it was too late. Tian Ho and Dan Xiao were already far away from Lu Yin, and Luo Chan was constantly on guard against Lu Yin. As her consciousness spread out, Luo Chan immediately disappeared along with Tian Ho and Dan Xiao. Even the boundless sea of insects around them disappeared. Luo Chan's ability was no longer disguised, and Wu Jian's death had caused the hive to start a decisive battle. This was part of Lu Yin's plan. He wanted to use Wu Jian's death to force the hive to attack Nina Firmament's universe and have a decisive battle outside Night Pillar. Now that the decisive battle had begun, they had to hurry back. A door suddenly appeared, and startled Gate Shangyu made a move. Let's go. All around them, the remaining insects rushed towards Lu Yin's group, but Lu Yin's group stepped through the door and disappeared. Luo Chan led a portion of the sea of insects, as well as Tian Ho and Dan Xiao, outside the spiritualized universe. The 36 filaments of the spiritualized universe saw the sea of insects descend. Kill. Lu Xizhan's expression was solemn, and his sword intense sword. Ku Yuan and the other powerhouses guarded the 36 filaments. Tian Ho roared, and a terrifying force pressed down on the horizon as it descended upon Ku Yuan and the other powerhouses. Ku Ji, Ku Han, Ku Qing, and the others used their abyssal powers at the same time. Dark abyss transformed into energy that soared into the sky to resist Tian Ho's pressure. There was a loud boom. Ku Yuan and the others spat out blood as their bodies fell. Tian Ho charged down fiercely. Could these humans stop it? At the critical moment, a force that caused even Tian Ho's heart to palpitate appeared and rushed up into the sky. Tian Ho looked over. Was it him? Lu Yin punched out, releasing his strength as he slammed into Chang's body. With a bang, the void shattered horizontally and spread out endlessly. The entire spiritualized universe trembled, and the 36 filaments split apart. Countless planets shattered, turning into shock waves of energy that swept out in a visible storm. Countless people looked on in shock. What kind of force was this? Lu Yin let out a carefree breath. Awesome. Again. During his battle with Avicii, he hadn't been able to use his strength at all. Even if he did, it would be borrowed by the great master. Tian Ho was the type of opponent he liked the most. Tian Ho's huge eyes were excited. Human, again. Then, it slammed down. Lu Yin took a step forward and soared into the sky, raising his fist to attack. He punched out, but it missed. Tian Ho was gone. Where did it go? In an instant, Tian Ho and Dan Xiao were brought to another battlefield by Luo Chan. The sea of insects came from behind, and countless cultivators from the Ninafirmament's universe welcomed them. Luo Chan, you. Tian Ho was dissatisfied. Luo Chan warned that human is not easy to deal with. Don't get entangled with him. Avicii is dead. We have to give the Divine Master an explanation. Tian Ho suppressed his anger and slammed down on the cultivators below. A few figures came out. They were the masters of Gu Duanke and Death Hillock. Tian Ho saw them at first glance. They were courting death. These humans had attacked before. Did they really think that they could defeat him? The will of the Zen sword was released, and his sword broke the sky. Gu Duanke's eyes were emotionless, but he released the most murderous sword in his life. Chao Yi, Yi Xiao, Long Yin, and the others attacked with their strongest moves, vowing to kill Tian Ho. Boom! Several attacks at the level of Du Ku Ai's consummate collided with Tian Ho's body. Chao Yi and the others were sent flying, spitting blood. They crashed to the ground in disbelief. Gu Duanke's sword slashed Tian Ho's body, but it couldn't move an inch. It was impossible. No matter what, he was still the head of the Ninafirmament's sword. Even when facing Lu Yin, who was invincible under the eternal life, he shouldn't be so useless. Chang sneered, and with a swing of his huge body, Gu Duanke was also pressed down. Tian Ho followed closely and raised his claws. Human, die. Gu Duanke held the hilt of his sword tightly. Horizontal, vertical, diagonal, and piercing. Sword moves followed the Zen sword's profound meaning, trying to find Tian Ho's weakness. However, Tian Ho had no weakness. No matter how the sword was slashed, there was almost no damage. Its defense was extremely strong, and its sharp claws clawed at Gu Duanke. In front of Gu Duanke, a door appeared. Lu Yin walked out and looked up. Can you escape? After he finished speaking, he threw out a punch. Boom! The aftershock pressed down on Gu Duanke. The void cracked along the point where the claw and fist collided. The gap between the 5 claws completely tore the void apart. Looking from below, it was as if the sky was covered by the 5 claws. It was as if the sky was the 5 claws. Tianho's body was too big, and its sharp claws were enough to cover the starry sky. It didn't notice Lu Yin's arrival at all. It was stunned by Lu Yin's sudden punch, and its sharp claws were forcibly retracted. The power spread along the claws, and its whole body was shaken back. Many of the scales on the surface of its body stood up, and it was almost sent flying. Tianho retracted its claws and stared down. You again. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the incomparably huge Tianho. This fellow looked exactly like chaos, but it was definitely not chaos. It must have come into contact with chaos before, or it wouldn't look like this. Compared to when he was in Avicii, Lu Yin was more curious about Tianho, and he wanted to know where chaos was. Your opponent is me, Lu Yin said slowly. Chang grinned and laughed wildly. Human, it's great that you're here. Ha, come at me. After saying that, many of the scales on the surface of its body flickered, and a layer of oppressive dark light covered Tianho's entire body, making it look like a metal sculpture. Its aura soared, and it fell heavily. Behind Tianho, Dan Xiao was shocked. How did Lu Yin catch up? Luo Chan shouted, Oh no, the human civilization has the same method as me. I understand now. No wonder the humans let the sea of insects reproduce without attacking. This method is limited to a certain range, and it will be useless beyond that range. The humans must have known about my method in advance and have been waiting to lure us into a battle. Dan Xiao squinted. How did the humans know about your method? What about Dan Zhu? Qing Xian, who was attacking from your direction, is done for. If I'm not wrong, she died at the hands of that human who comprehended karma. Luo Chan saw through it. Dan Zhao's expression turned serious. How interesting. Karma is really scary. What do we do now? Our only advantage is gone. Luo Chan was uneasy. Its advantage played a huge role in the war. Without the long battle line, it couldn't use its advantage, and how could it win this war? With Avicii dead, the Hive civilization suffered a great loss. Now, their advantage was gone. Retreat? Impossible, the human civilization had to be destroyed, but now, Luo Chan suddenly disappeared, and so did Dan Xiao. A door appeared, and the master walked out, carrying an oar. They ran away. The door behind him suddenly moved horizontally, taking the master away without delay. Far away, Luo Chan and Dan Xiao appeared, and the master appeared as well. He slapped the oar without hesitation. Behave. Luo Chan disappeared again. This time, it wasn't hit. It had run away the instant before the Great Master hit the oar, so it wasn't that the Great Master missed. The Master was also moved away by the door. Luo Chan and Dan Xiao appeared and disappeared in all directions of the 9 heavens universe. The door appeared and disappeared with the Master, chasing after them. In the end, Dan Xiao was left behind, and only Luo Chan escaped with the Master. Dan Xiao joined the battlefield. The Master's target was Luo Chan, and only the Master could take care of Luo Chan. As for Dan Xiao, he could only be left to the others. The 3 insect masters spread out and appeared on different battlefields, fighting against the human civilization. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3975. On this day, the Hive civilization and the human civilization fought an unprecedented war. The sky of the 9th cloud universe was flooded by the sea of insects. Insect corpses fell from the sky and landed on the 9th cloud continent. Human corpses fell as well. Some were complete, but most were incomplete. There were also many spirit seeds that exploded. Some people died and used their spirit seeds to fight again. People walked out constantly. Families, powers, and countless independent cultivators. Everyone had only one goal: kill the insects. The hive civilization brought disaster to the ninth cloud universe. Qian Li's pain would be recorded in the history of the ninth cloud universe. The stone dragon disaster would also be recorded in history. The brocade azura destroyed words and civilization. Generations of human cultivators would be terrified by the sight of books and develop a psychological shadow. On the ground, countless insect corpses had to be cleaned up. This was just the beginning. Apart from the 4 insect masters, the hive civilization also had many powerful green immortals. Each of them had strange appearances and various talents. Gu Duanke couldn't deal with Tian, so he went after Hua Yan. Qing Xing had been the one to deal with thorny tumor. Qing Xing had supported the western battlefield and suppressed thorny tumor. However, Qing Xing had been heavily injured during the battle with Wu Ji. Even Dan Ho had been injured and could not fight. Now, the ones to deal with thorny tumor were Yi Xiao and Ming Jia. Xing Fan met Dan Xiao again, but this time, Dan Xiao showed him what an insect master was. The 1,000 sails Empyrean mirror was useless. Human cultivators came to help one after another. There was killing everywhere. The most magnificent battle was always the one between Lu Yin and Tian. The collision of power shook the entire ninth cloud universe. It was like a thunderclap that resounded in the ears of every cultivator. The stars were destroyed and restored. Black cracks spread continuously, turning the battlefield into a dead zone. Not far from Mount Hexong, Bai Xia stabbed his spear into a green immortal that looked like a caterpillar. He sat down and panted, his body covered in brown spots. A maid hurried over. "Stop, don't come over," Bai Xia shouted. The maid looked at him in a daze. "Young master." Bai Xia sighed. "I've been poisoned. I won't die, but I'll be better off dead. I think I'll have to rest for a while. Don't come near me. Go help Ku Zhou and the others." The maid bit her lip. "Yes, young master." Bai Xia watched as the maid left. He sighed. Although he seemed calm, he was actually suppressing the excruciating pain in his heart. He was extremely strong. He was the leader of the Young Imperial Pavilion, a protector of the most talented cultivators in the continent of the 9 clouds. He was as strong as Qing Xing and Gu Duanku, but he hadn't thought he would meet Qing Xian. He looked at the caterpillar green immortal in the distance. This thing was not difficult to deal with, but it could release poison before it died. How could there be such a green immortal? Was it born to die? The pain seeped deep into his bones and he didn't dare to move. "Fine, I'll just rest for a bit." Far off in the distance, the boat of hardship, Luo Ning, and the others were fighting with the insects. Hundreds of thousands of stone dragons formed a destructive force that surpassed the ancestor realm. The boat of hardship unleashed the power of the abyss, forcefully clashing with the stone dragon disaster. A young man's eyes were cold as he walked step by step on the ground. He didn't seem to be moving, but with every step he took, a 7-star sword would die. The 7-star sword was extremely fast. Only the ancestor realm cultivators could see through it. It was close to parallel time and had unparalleled destructive power. However, with every step this young man took, they died like raindrops. This young man was the most talented disciple of the Blue Lotus deity. Luo Ning looked at the Blue Lotus deity easily killing the 7-star sword and felt bitter. This was the gap between them. He could only deal with the stone dragons. He couldn't handle the large number of 7-star sword, but the Blue Lotus deity was doing it easily. However, there were more strange insects in the sky and on the ground. They were surrounded by a sea of insects. Fortunately, Bai Xia wasn't the only expert in the Young Imperial Pavilion. On Guhong Island, Zhang Hongyun went crazy. Strange insects rushed out of the sea. They were shaped like water. With the roar of the sea, they flooded Guhong Island. They couldn't tell which was water and which was insects. In the eastern region, the cliffs of the Wanxiang Valley were connected by the Sea of Insects. The human cultivators fought with the Sea of Insects and almost filled the abyss. In the western region, the 13 cities were destroyed. Hui led the cultivators of the Spirit Alliance and countless Shi to charge into the Sea of Insects under the yellow sand. In the northern region, Jing Lian, Wei Heng, and the others were guarding Heaven's Gate. The northern region was now the weakest of the 4 regions. Ku Yuan had left to guard the spiritualized universe, so this place was left to the disciples of the Emperor and the experts of the Death Hill. The Sea of Insects rushed into the 9 firmaments. There was fighting everywhere inside and outside Night Pillar. The spiritualized universe's 36 domains were submerged. Countless people cursed Lu Yin for allowing the Sea of Insects to multiply, causing them to be everywhere. However, the insects weren't as difficult to deal with as they had imagined. Many of them were very weak and relied on their innate gifts to fight. It was easy to wipe them out. However, their numbers still made people's scalps go numb. On the startled Sparrow Terrace, the startled deity was calm as he observed the entire 9 firmaments universe. Although the Sea of Insects was huge, it could be dealt with given time. The troublesome part was the Green Immortals, who had caused too many casualties. Almost all of the experts of the human civilization had gone out to fight. What would determine the outcome of this war was still the top-level battlefield. When he thought of this, he looked at the distant sky. That was where Lu Yin and Tian Ho were fighting. Bang! 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 Loud collisions rang out, and a large area of the sky turned into a dead zone. No one dared to approach. Fists and claws collided. Strength met strength, and Lu Yin fought to his heart's content. Tian Ho was currently the only existence that could match Lu Yin in terms of strength. It was no wonder that the immortal master had called it the strongest existence under eternal life. Dan Zhu's fanatical reverence for it was not without reason. Chang was a terrifying creature that could overturn the heavens. When Tian Ho descended and tore apart the universe, the war had ended. Lu Yin acknowledged Tian Ho's strength. There were countless life forms in the universe, and strength beasts were naturally born in a part of the universe. They were creatures that had reached the limit of strength, but they could cultivate. Some life forms were far from the strength of a strength beast when they were born, but once they cultivated, they could surpass it. Lu Yin was one such life form, but Lu Yin did not know if Tian Ho was the same. Perhaps Tian Ho had been born with strength that surpassed a strength beast, and this possibility was extremely high. It had the appearance of chaos. Tian Ho roared excitedly. It had fought countless battles in the universe, but it had never met a life form that could match it in strength. This was especially so when a seemingly weak life form like a human had such terrifying strength. This gave it hope that it could improve further. A human's body could rival Tian Ho's strength through cultivation. If Tian Ho could improve through cultivation, would that mean that its strength could improve even further? Once it became stronger, there would be more than just Seamless in the hive civilization that could kill eternal powerhouses. Seamless had relied on the immortal master's help, but Tian Ho had to rely on itself. At this thought, Tian Ho's claws descended once more and grabbed at Lu Yin. It wanted to see the essence of this human strength. Lu Yin's fingers curled and grabbed at the void. 5 claws descended and tore through the void, but Lu Yin blocked them with one hand. Karma spiraled in front of him and pierced through the claws. Let me see what you are. Using karma to spy on Tian Ho could easily cause a backlash. After all, the hive civilization had the immortal master behind it, but Lu Yin wanted to know where chaos was. Not only did chaos come from the Tianyuan universe, but even the old salamander had seen chaos before. Chaos came from the Gate of Arts, so as long as he could find its location, he might be able to see the secret of the Gate of Arts. Even if the Eternal Emperor might know this secret, he might be able to do so. However, Lu Yin could not guarantee that what the Eternal Emperor had told him was true. He was used to relying on himself. Karma continued to pierce through Tianho's body. Tianho sensed it and knew that it was karma, but it did not care. It was unsolvable and had no weaknesses. It was impossible to use the same method as seamless to deal with it. Karma lines collided, and scenes of the past appeared. Lu Yin wanted to trace back to Tianho's origin. Tianho's form had to be related to the hive's location. Chang's claws tore through the void and slapped at Lu Yin. Human, use your strength to fight and win. Don't play tricks. Lu Yin blocked Tianho's attacks while looking at the past. In the eyes of countless cultivators in the Jiuxiao universe, Lu Yin was temporarily at a disadvantage and had been suppressed by Tianho. However, inexplicably, many people had confidence in Lu Yin. He had created too many miracles. The more they knew about Lu Yin's past, the more confidence they had in him. Even though many people scolded Lu Yin for allowing the sea of insects to multiply. Human, don't play tricks. Chang was infuriated. Lu Yin was no longer retaliating, as it couldn't see through Lu Yin's strength at all. It felt humiliated. Its huge body twisted and crushed through the void, heading towards the Ninifirmament's cosmos. Its target was the mother tree. On the startled sparrow terrace, startled Lord's gaze turned cold as he watched Chang heading towards the mother tree. He clenched his fists. It was courting death. Master Grass watched calmly. The 4 insect lords are the true limits of immortality. The seamless period represents time, Luo Chan represents speed or space, and Tian Ho represents strength. I wonder what Dan Xiao represents. It's a pity that the Blood Tower is not here. Otherwise, he might have been able to break through his understanding of time from the seamless period. Startled Lord did not reply. He watched Tian Ho crush the void and approach the mother tree. Lu Yin looked over. Stop. The combination of consciousness and thinking caused Fingdu to pause. Tian Ho's huge eyes glared at Lu Yin. It was clearly about to crash into the mother tree, but it had stopped inexplicably. Its body and thoughts had made a reverse choice. This human was indeed strange and similar to that civilization. Human, if you want to kill me, use your strength. Lu Yin stared at it coldly. I didn't expect you to be afraid of something. Tian Ho's eyes widened. What are you talking about? Human. Lu Yin sneered and pointed at Tian Ho. Your insect hive civilization is afraid of this creature. Tian Ho stared at Lu Yin in a daze. It had seen karma through karma. How hateful. The power of karma was too strange. Lu Yin saw Tian Ho's past. He used chaos as a karmic coordinate to search for Tian Ho's birth. He saw chaos sleeping in the void. It was huge and majestic, and its body was covered in blood. It was most likely injured. Insect hives were thrown towards chaos. The insect hive civilization wanted to use chaos to give birth to Qing Xian, but they alarmed chaos. Most of the hives were destroyed. Only one was stained with chaos blood and successfully gave birth to Qing Xian. That Qing Xian was Tian Ho. The web version is slow. Please, translation Han Li's Wuxia Adventures. Translation for today. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3976. Tian Di was indeed born from chaos blood and had gathered all of chaos strengths. This was why it was one of the 4 insect lords of the hive, an extremely powerful being. However, the hive had allowed chaos to leave without attacking. I didn't expect you to be afraid of such a creature. Tell me, are you afraid of that creature? Lu Yin asked. Tian Di roared, Human, you're insulting us. Then why didn't you attack in the first place? Lu Yin asked loudly. Tian Ho ferociously charged at Lu Yin, and beneath the scales on its body, countless amounts of eternal substance flew out. Tian Ho's body shrank continuously until it was only 100 meters long. Covered in eternal substance, Tian Ho instantly charged at Lu Yin, its claws sweeping out. Stop! Tian Di's consciousness and thoughts were scattered, and the immortal matter wrapped around Tian Di, breaking Lu Yin's verbal law. Fortunately, it delayed Tian Di's attack, allowing Lu Yin to easily avoid it. Verbal law affected the opponent's thoughts and consciousness, and even an absolute powerhouse like Tian Di could not completely ignore it. Only in Seamless could this strange life form not be affected. The transparent moth also had immortal matter and life force, but it was also affected by verbal law. The worldly lock descended and locked Tian Di in place, fusing the immortal matter with it. Tian Di roared and waved its claws, breaking free of the worldly lock and charging at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze trembled, and his strength increased by a great deal. He broke free of the worldly lock, and it was one that had been fused with the immortal matter. Among all the opponents that Lu Yin had encountered, Tian Di was the most straightforward. He slashed out with the triple firmament sword intent, but it was ineffective against Tian Di. Its body was wrapped in immortal matter and was incomparably sturdy. It might not be any weaker than that eternal realm monster. Lu Yin did not know how much immortal matter Tian Di had, but he did not want to compete with Chang in terms of immortal matter consumption. Thus, he used verbal law to interfere with Tian Di while avoiding it himself. The immortal matter could not guarantee a permanent battle. It would be used up sooner or later. In the distance, Gudwanka's sword intent swept out as he chased after Hua Yan. Hua Yan was no longer elegant. 3 of its 9 tentacles had been cut off, and its robes had been torn apart. Its 18 eyes were bleeding, and the tea table had long since been destroyed. It shuttled back and forth across the battlefield, constantly dodging and occasionally drawing 2 strokes to restrain Gudwanka. There was blood at the corner of Gudwanka's mouth. His sword pierced through the battlefield and cut off another 2 of Hua Yan's tentacles, leaving it with only 4. Hua Yan's 18 eyes stared at Gudwanka. The familiar sword intent was similar to that of the human who had chased after him on the battlefield. Right, was that why this human was chasing after him? Did he want revenge? Thinking of this, Hua Yan drew out Gu Jing. With a wave of his brush, Gu Jing's figure appeared in the void and was split into 2. Gudwanka saw this and narrowed his eyes. He restrained his killing intent even more, but his sword will became even sharper. He slashed the void with his sword, splitting the starry sky. Hua Yan's 18 eyes curved. As expected, he wanted revenge. Humans had this weakness, just like many other civilized creatures. How sad. As he thought about it, he continued to draw Gu Jingshi's shadow. The shadow continued to flicker in the void, imprinting itself into Gu Jingshi. The guest's eyes widened. Gudwanka slashed out again and again, ignoring Gu Jing's shadow. Suddenly, his body was pierced by a sword from Gu Jing's shadow. Gudwanka looked down. Blood dripped down from the void. In front of him, Gu Jing's figure disappeared as if he had never appeared. How could this be? In the distance, Hua Yan was proud. This was his talent. Painting. He painted the outer appearance and also the heart. What he painted must be fake. Passing off the fake as the real was the highest level of painting that he had mastered. Gudwanka knew that Gu Jing was dead. He ignored Gu Jing's shadow. The more he ignored it, the more he would be drawn. In the end, he was pierced by the sword. However, one sword was not enough. One sword could not kill this human expert. As long as this human expert cared about the dead person, he would not be able to avoid the heart of the painting. The more he understood the death of the human, the more he would not be able to avoid the heart of the painting. Human, you are dead. This human was at a disadvantage against him. Otherwise, he would not be his opponent. Gudwanka raised his sword and slashed down. The sword intent descended vertically, cutting through the void and cutting off another 2 tentacles. Hua Yan wailed. His eyes moved and he continued to draw Gu Jing. Suddenly, in the middle of the 18 eyes, a hook pierced through and tore Hua Yan's head apart. The 18 eyes scattered and turned. They were stained with blood and looked behind. There, an elder walked out. It was Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu sneered, "Little thing, you underestimate humans too much." Gudwanka descended and slashed down with his sword. Hua Yan's eyes turned and he wanted to escape, but the sword intent completely destroyed him. The canvas dissipated. Cough cough. Yi Xiu looked at Gudwanka, "Old man, don't die. The war is far from over." Gudwanka sighed, "I won't die, and I don't want to die." "Oh. You've thought it through. I've paid my debt. Aren't you dealing with the thorny tumor? Leave it to others. I'm not good at dealing with long-range creatures." Yi Xiu looked at the sword wound on Gudwanka's chest. "Go back and rest. There are many insects in the 9th heaven. The 7th pillar is not in good condition. It's all gone." Gudwanka frowned, "Thank you." He then headed towards the 7th pillar. Yi Xiu looked around. There were too many insects. He understood why Lu Yin did not want to expand the battlefield, but couldn't he have thought of a way to start the war earlier? When would he be able to kill all these insects? On another battlefield, sharp spikes flashed past and pierced through cultivators. Some had spirit seeds out of their bodies, and even if they died, their seeds would only shatter. Others spilled blood into the sky. It was an extremely tragic sight. Hidden among these spikes were the thorns shot out by the thorny tumor. They folded the void and used it as a string. Even Ming Jie, the peak master of Death Hill's 2nd peak, was heavily injured and half of his body shattered. Long Yin had no choice but to carry him on his back to avoid the spikes. "Don't worry about me, or you'll die too." Ming Jie struggled to get off Long Yin's back. Long Yin held 2 swords and cut the spikes. "Don't forget, I'm called Zhangdao Long Yin. Insects within 3 meters can't do anything to me." Ming Jie looked at the blood in Long Yin's sleeve and did not say anything else. The people of Death Hill would not give up on him. He looked up, wondering if Li Gua had settled it. The thorny tumor was a huge threat on this battlefield. Qing Xing had fought the thorny tumor alone, and even before that, Shuolo had forced the thorny tumor to attack. Neither had been easy, and only large-scale attacks could kill the thorny tumor. This was what Li Guo was best at. Long Yin cut the spikes with his swords and looked up. "Here it comes." The moon was bright and the stars were sparse in the starry sky. Although Li Guo had been injured by Xie Zun of the Red Plains, he had to participate in the battle now. Under the bright moon and sparse stars, the thorny tumor was forced out. Wei Er turned and killed. As the peak master of the 7th peak, he had reached the perfection of crossing Ku Air. As long as the thorny tumor was exposed, he could kill it. On the other side, Chao Yi also took action. Although the peak master of Death Hill was not as strong as a powerhouse who had broken through to the perfection of crossing Ku Air, he had the advantage in numbers. They dominated the battlefield and cooperated with each other, killing the thorny tumor one by one. In the end, only the most powerful thorny tumor green immortal was not exposed. The bright moon and sparse stars could not deal with it. Li Guo gritted his teeth. "Beast, if the bright moon and sparse stars can't do it, then I'll give you a ruthless one. Everyone, disperse." Suddenly, a spike appeared from behind and stabbed Li Guo. Li Guo stood in place and did not move. The spike pierced through, but there was no blood. There was only a piece of white cloth, the size of a palm. It swept in the direction of the spike, as if there was an invisible passage. The white cloth constantly changed its position. And on top of the white cloth stood a petite and dainty girl. The white cloth was only the size of a palm, and the woman was only the size of a thumb, but her aura was that of the perfection of crossing Ku air. This woman was the peak master of the first peak of Death Hill, Xiang Xiu. Humans were not the only intelligent race in the universe, but they were a race that rose completely based on their intelligence. Humans were born weak. Not to mention those creatures that could roam the universe, even on a planet, the weakest and most ordinary ant could kill humans. Ancient humans rose step by step based on their intelligence. Whether it was through cultivation or technology, they finally reached the present day. The Hive civilization was also intelligent, and at the beginning of the war, they had a game of intelligence with the human civilization. However, their biological instincts made them more inclined to believe in their own strength and numbers. The thorny tumor was one of them. It had been avoiding the spike sneak attack. This was its confidence in its own strength, but it underestimated humans. It thought that humans were always passive, just like the blood tower. However, it did not expect that humans would use a pretense. On the surface, Li Guo and Yulang Xing attacked, exposing the thorny tumor worms. In fact, Yulang Xing had already finished the arrangement, whether Li Guo was there or not. This spiritual treasure formation could be activated. Instead of Li Guo standing in the void, it was Xiang Xiu, the peak master of the first peak of Death Hill. She was a person who was possessed by good luck, known as the walking bag of fortune. This girl was extremely lucky. She was born with a strong master. It was not arranged by her family, but by chance, the strong master happened to pass by and his shoe mysteriously fell off. It just so happened that it fell at the girl's birthplace. Because of fate, he took her as his disciple. After cultivating, her path was smooth and unimpeded. Every time she reached a bottleneck, she would be able to break through it within 5 days. Everything was smooth sailing. She would be able to pick up treasures while walking on the road. She would be able to find ancient ruins even if she slipped off a cliff. She could have anything she wanted, but she had no worries. This woman was a weirdo of the Nine Clouds universe. She did not have a blood feud. She was the only one who did not bear hatred among those who joined Death Hill. The reason why she joined was because she was looking for Ku Ai. She had cultivated to the peak of Ku Ai by herself. She was the second self-cultivator of Death Hill. She had cultivated to the peak of Ku Ai. The spring and autumn bamboo slip wrote the word luck to obtain good luck, and this woman was born to be a synonym for luck. The spring and autumn bamboo slip wanted to get in touch with this woman, but it was afraid of her identity. This woman had also sought guidance from Qing Lian Yu and lived in seclusion in Death Hill. Many years had passed and many people in the Nine Clouds universe had almost forgotten her. The white cloth kept drifting and found the position of the thorny tumor. Xiang Xiu's face was calm. In front of her eyes, the thorns shot towards her. She did not move. The thorns were too small and did not stab her. Then, more thorns shot towards her. Found it. The sand spread, covering a radius of 1,000,000 miles. The dragon roared and Chao Yi attacked at the same time to determine the thorny tumor's position. The thorny tumor hurriedly avoided the place, but it was too late. The moment Xiang Xiu found its trace, it was dead. It could only attack sneakily. Its fighting ability was extremely weak. In the end, it was buried by the experts of Death Hill. Ming Jie exhaled. It was finally dead. 82 Chinese Network. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3977. The thorn tumor and the 18 thorn tumor bugs became synonymous with death on the battlefield. Many people died under the spikes. The Death Hill was surrounded and intercepted by so many masters. In the end, they had to rely on the cooperation of Xiang Xiyu and Li Guo to find them. The thorn tumor was difficult to deal with, including the previous Bai and Hua Yan. However, there were not many powerful Qing Xian, and this was the home ground of the Zhuxiao universe. One by one, they would be dealt with. The insects brought great pain to the continent of the Nine Clouds because many ordinary cultivators and mortals had died at their hands. Even though the cultivators were protecting the cities of the mortals, they were still affected by the insects' attacks. There were still many deaths. The earth was filled with smoke and blood. In the vast land of the Zhuxiao universe, blood could be seen everywhere. Above the starry sky, Lu Yin was constantly wearing down Bai's immortal matter. Bai roared angrily and wanted to compete with Lu Yin. But how could Lu Yin compete with him in this case? Even if Lu Yin had immortal matter himself, it was not. This was how it was consumed. This kind of consumption was meaningless. Bai stared at Lu Yin. Human, do you know what the consequences are when your mother tree is pushed down? Lu Yin frowned. You can try. Bai stopped in place, immortal matter attached to the surface of his body. His powerful breath pressed down on the sky, swallowing the wind and clouds. Then, under Lu Yin's shocked gaze, a faint white airflow gushed out from the scales on his body like a cloud. It was extremely sacred. Life Qi. Lu Yin's tone was low. Master Qing Chao said that Bai had life Qi. That was why he did not take back the third night pillar. For the eternal realm, killing a Bai was possible, but the price to pay was great. Lu Yin knew that Pyrolite possessed life energy, and he had been constantly whittling away at Pyrolite's immortal matter, forcing it to reduce the fusion of immortal matter and life energy as much as possible. Pyrolite's temper was worse than Lu Yin's. He wanted to be more irritable and more eager. The life Qi spread, and Bai roared into the sky. The sound waves rippled the void, pushing across the starry sky and spreading in all directions, covering the entire Zhuxiao universe. Countless people looked up, shocked, and had a feeling of being completely oppressed. Even the sea of bugs paused, intimidated by Bai's breath. At the startled Sparrow Terrace, the startled Gate's eyes were heavy. This power was already comparable to the eternal life realm. He didn't expect that there would be so much Qi of vitality and eternal life substance. It must have been given by the immortal master. Master Grass said in a deep voice, "That's right. Back then, when it faced my oppression, the power it displayed made it difficult for me to bear the cost of the karmic chain even if I wanted to kill it." The entire Nine Firmaments universe was shaken by the power of the thunderclap. Chang grinned and looked at Lu Yin with an evil grin before charging towards the mother tree. Human, try and stop me. Lu Yin immediately used the law of words to stop the Pyrolite, but the Pyrolite's life force combined with the immortality substance made it seem like an unbridled monster. The Pyrolite's rope could not stop it at all. The Pyrolite madly charged towards the mother tree, intending to destroy it. Mother tree. Jingmen Shangyu clenched his fists, his eyes cold. Master Qingcao's expression turned solemn. If Lu Yin could not stop it, then it would be their turn to act. Had that immortal master been waiting all this time? The battle between the eternal life realm and the eternal life realm not only depended on the combat power of both sides, but also the time that both sides were restricted. If they were restricted too much because of the Pyrolite, facing the immortal master, even if the immortal master only had one more chance to attack than them, the ninth heaven universe was finished. Lu Yin, hold on. The Pyrolite crushed the void and rushed towards the mother tree, bringing with it a shocking oppression. Lonely Duanca's sword intent soared into the sky, and Li Guo performed the heaven, earth, and man's psychic treasure formation. Xiang Xiyu, Mingzhua, Wu Qing, and the other masters attacked to stop it, but the Pyrolite pushed them away. It was not afraid of any attack at all. It was so fragile that it did not need to be blocked at all. It could not be hurt at all. Most people did not know the consequences of the mother tree being pushed down. Even Ming Zhua and the other night chiefs and lesser gods like Dan Xiong did not know. However, seeing the pyrolite getting closer and closer to the mother tree, they felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. It was as if the entire universe was about to be destroyed. More and more attacks soared into the sky, trying to stop the pyrolite. The great master gave up on Luo Chan and crossed the door. An oar smashed on the pyrolite's head, and the recoil directly shook the great master back. Chang raised his claws and pressed down. The great master fell and the door disappeared. The pyrolite's claws missed, but it did not care and rushed towards the mother tree. No one could stop it. At this moment, the pyrolite was invincible. Apart from the eternal life realm, who could stop it? In Dan Zhu's impression, the pyrolite could overturn the universe and cross the starry sky. Once it arrived, it meant the end of the war. This moment was very similar to Dan Zhu's impression. In front of the mother tree, the door appeared. Lu Yin walked out and looked at the pyrolite that was rushing towards him. If you want to compete, then let's compete. Humans walk step by step from being weak like ants. The starting point is very low, and no one knows how high the end point is. I want to see where the end point of this power is. After he finished speaking, he clenched his fist and slowly raised his arm. In the void, faint ripples spread out. Compared to the huge ripples that Chongqing had created in the void, the ripples were too small. However, it was these tiny ripples that caused the ripples that were constantly suppressing the stars in the sky to be unable to do anything to them. Even though they were small, they were tough. Just like Lu Yin, he was too small compared to the pyrolite. However, as he punched out, the heavens and earth rumbled. Countless people's eardrums almost exploded. The pyrolite clawed down, and its eyes were extremely excited. Come on, human. Bang! There was a loud bang and countless echoes. The mother tree was blown by a strong wind. The 9 firmaments suddenly darkened, and the light was shaken away by the loud bang. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the pyrolite did not move an inch. It was blocked. Lu Yin's gaze was still. On his fist, the ceiling sky sequence particles covered it, and a white airflow wrapped around it. It was the chi of life that evolved from the battle force of the mastery realm. Within the chi of life, there was also the matter of immortality. Facing the pyrolite at this moment, he could not hold back. The pyrolite roared excitedly. It had been blocked. In its current state, it had been blocked. How many years had it been? Ever since it was born, no creature had been able to give it such satisfaction in terms of strength. Not a single one had. However, this human had the power to match it. This made the pyrolite's fighting spirit boil. This was not the pyrolite's fighting spirit. Pyrolite had no fighting spirit, only destruction. This was the fighting spirit that came from chaos blood. It was the pyrolite, and also chaos. An endless force pressed down, and the pyrolite's body bent as if it was folding the void. Lu Yin was suppressed by the boundless force. He looked up, and behind him, his consciousness whizzed out and replaced the sky. The 9 firmaments change. With a bang, a shockwave swept across the world, tearing apart the 9 firmaments universe. It was like a huge white blade that swept across the sky. The pyrolite was forced back by the punch. It raised its claws and swiped at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's unlimited power circulated, and his chi of life fused with the matter of immortality. He punched out again and shook off the pyrolite's claws. Lanterns appeared around them. True God's freedom technique. The pyrolite trembled with excitement and attacked with its claws. Lu Yin raised his fist and threw out punch after punch. There was no other method, just a clash of strength. It unfolded above the 9 firmaments universe, and the huge sound made countless heads explode. The aftermath was like a waterfall, and the white shockwave pierced through the world. Even the mother tree swayed. This was the most spectacular scene since the start of the battle. This was a continuous clash of strength, and it depended on who could hold on longer. In the north of the nine firmaments universe, Dan Xiao looked at this scene in shock. The pyrolite had actually been blocked. Each of the four pyrolite insect lords had extreme power. Time, space, and strength could be said to be the pinnacle of immortality. Logically speaking, unless one was an immortality realm powerhouse, no one should be able to stop them. When the pyrolite insect lords were killed in Seamless, it could be said that it was a siege. There might have been an immortality realm technique mixed in, but the pyrolite insect lords could not see it. However, the pyrolite insect lords were certain that it had been blocked. That Lu Yin even had the chi of life. Pyrolite insect lords. The fact that he could survive the pyrolite insect lord's ultimate move during Seamless was already beyond their understanding. The Immortal Master had once said that no creature could withstand that move unless one was an immortality realm powerhouse. This human civilization was completely different from the third barrier. The Immortal Master had miscalculated. Looking at the magnificent clash of strength in the distance, regardless of whether the pyrolite insect lords won or lost in the end, at this moment, they had all lost. The pyrolite insect lords were blocked. Who else could force an immortality realm powerhouse to attack? Luo Chan's technique was also blocked. She was the only one left. However, this human civilization had more than one immortality realm powerhouse. In the end, is our civilization going to usher in the end? Dan Xiao muttered to herself. The Immortal Master had once said that it would definitely appear on this day. The pyrolite insect lords were definitely not the strongest civilization in the universe. There were fishing civilizations above them that even the Immortal Master did not know about. How strong were those fishing civilizations? The pyrolite insect lords continued to destroy the foreign civilizations they encountered. Sooner or later, they would encounter the strongest civilization. However, that civilization should not be the human civilization. Humans were so weak. They had to go through a long period of time from birth to becoming extremely strong. How could they guarantee that they would not be discovered by the fishing civilizations? How could they guarantee that their civilization could be passed down? They should be hiding in the universe, trembling. In some corner, they should not dare to be discovered by any civilization. However, at this moment, they were encountering the powerful human civilization. A needle pierced towards her. Dan Xiao dodged it and looked back. You really don't want to give up? Aren't you afraid of death? In the distance, two figures stared at her. One was Xingfan, and the other was you. Second Night Pillar, Night Chief. Or do you think that's all I can do? The corners of Dan Xiao's mouth curled up. I know humans very well because I'm also a human. Haven't you thought that maybe I'm hiding my strength like you? Xingfan narrowed his eyes and still did not speak. Dan Xiao suddenly understood something. Oh right, you're stalling for time. You know very well that you're not my match, but you can't let me go. Therefore, you're trying your best to stall for time. You don't dare to provoke me, right? Hee hee. Yu's heart sank. They had been seen through. There was nothing they could do. They were indeed not this woman's match, but it would not be easy for this woman to kill them either. After all, they were powerhouses at the peak of the tribulation realm. Immortal Master. Are you a human or an insect? Xingfan opened his mouth and stared at Dan Xiao. Dan Xiao hugged the doll, and her blue eyes met Xingfan's. I've seen through you. You know that you can't delay anymore, so you're changing your strategy. Xingfan frowned. It's hard to say if you can win against me. 82 Chinese Network. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3978. Dan Xiao sighed, patted her princess dress, and put away the doll. Her playful gaze suddenly changed as she looked at Xingfan and Yu. I was born in the human civilization. That civilization is called the Third Stronghold. Xingfan and Yu looked at each other and did not disturb her. They were very curious about Dan Xiao. How could there be humans in the insectoid nest civilization? The human civilization in the Third Stronghold is good at using cards to fight. That kind of card is very strange. Traps are set in the card according to each person's characteristics. Once you're pulled into the card, it's hard to say whether you'll live or die. Dan Xiao raised her hand, and a card appeared in her fair palm. Xingfan was alert. She had been warned not to get close to Dan Xiao's card from the god of defense. She did not know how the god of defense knew about it, but this card was definitely dangerous. Dan Xiao looked at the card with infatuation. The Third Stronghold cards have many levels like cultivation realms. Mine is the highest level, the ancient card. She smiled at Xingfan and Yu. 7-star ancient card, Your Majesty. You can die now. Back off, Xingfan shouted. Yu retreated without hesitation. In an instant, they felt the danger of death. The sense of danger made them speechless. It was like the aftermath of the battle between Bai and Lu Yin. It was unshakable. The card in Dan Xiao's hand rose into the air, and a blurry figure slowly appeared. He was wearing an emperor's robe and looked very majestic. The moment this figure appeared, countless eyes were attracted. It was as if this figure was the center of the world. His appearance was as bright as the sun. Even the battle between Lu Yin and Bai could not hide it. Alarmed Shang Yu looked over. This aura. Master Grass looked serious. Although it's dead, it's full of vitality. It's almost at the eternal stage. Unfortunately, it's dead. If it's not, this person will definitely reach the eternal stage. The figure stood between heaven and earth and became the center of the universe. His gaze fell. Dan Xiao's voice sounded at the same time. Your Majesty, everything is beneath me. Don't look directly at me. As soon as she finished speaking, the figure's eyes lit up. 2 beams of light fell from the sky and landed on Xingfan and Yu. Yu was shocked. He was crushed by the gaze. Xingfan followed. Xingfan shook, and mirrors appeared one after another. With his cultivation as the mirror and heaven and earth as the sun, the reflection of the mirror's light gathered at one point. 1,000 sails heavenly mirror. You want to kill me? Impossible. Light collided with light. The silhouette's gaze pierced through and landed on the star sail. The star sail screamed miserably. Its body gradually shattered and vanished. However, this gaze also disappeared. Only broken you looked at the eastern region of the continent of the 9 clouds in the direction of the 10,000 Elephant Valley. Within the myriad Elephant Valley, Wanlu swept away a large number of insects. He raised his head and saw the descending gaze. His pupils shrank, and an extreme sense of crisis made his scalp tingle. He couldn't avoid it at all. Not only him, but the entire myriad Elephant Valley was under his gaze. At this moment, 2 figures rushed out. Soul Blood Pagoda. Soul Shock Gate. Ozwa and Ayu, the guardians of the myriad Elephant Valley, had both undergone spiritual cultivation to become experts at the great circle of the crossing bitter calamity. One was skilled in speed, the other in strength. They joined forces to rush towards the falling gaze. When they collided with the gaze, their bodies shattered into pieces. Their gazes dimmed and eventually dissipated. Ozwa and Ayu fell into the myriad Elephant Valley, their fates unknown. Ming Xiaolong's clothes were stained with blood as he rushed over with old Lo. Outside of the continent of the 9 clouds, Dan Shao raised his hand and took the card back. Luo Chan suddenly appeared and took Dan Shao away. Immediately after, the Great Master appeared and slammed the oar. He was one step too slow and stepped into the portal to chase after them. At the frightening Sparrow Terrace, Jingmen Shangyu frowned. They want to run. Green Grass, leave Luo Chan behind. Master Green Grass refused directly. The 4 insect lords are not only strong, but they also have the power of the Divine Master. If I attack, the price will be too great. You must attack. If Luo Chan escapes, the insect nest civilization can appear at any time. The war will always be hanging over our heads, Jingmen Shangyu said in a low voice. Master Green Grass didn't move. Jingmen Shangyu looked at him. The unknown wants balance. As long as there is balance, it doesn't matter who dies. Do you think they will care about the standpoint? Master Green Grass suddenly stared at Jingmen Shangyu with murderous intent in his eyes. What do you mean? Jingmen Shangyu looked at him. This is what I mean. You and I are both in the eternal realm. You should understand my thoughts. If the continent of the 9 clouds must die, we can protect spiritualization and Tianyuan. We can also use spiritualization and Tianyuan as bait to protect human civilization. Civilization is everything. The standpoint is just a lie born within civilization. Master Green Grass looked at Jingmen Shangyu deeply and nodded. I have underestimated you. I thought you were just a crazy girl on the list of the strongest people in the world. Jingmen Shangyu was calm and didn't answer. Master Green Grass walked out and waved his hand. The void green grass flew up and pointed at the side of the mother tree. Luo Chan suddenly appeared there and was shocked. The eternal life has attacked. Dan Shao opened her hand. Your Majesty. The figure appeared again and looked into the distance. It was where Master Green Grass was. Master Green Grass's face was gloomy. He stepped out alone and looked in front of him. Nothing could get close to him. In the sky, a huge green leaf swept toward Luo Chan and Dan Shao. Dan Shao sneered. As expected of the eternal life. The eternal matter is so exaggerated. Aren't you afraid of karma? Stay. As soon as Master Green Grass finished speaking, the green leaf fell. Dan Shao struck out with the 3rd celestial art. At the same time, the eternal matter was integrated and the 3rd barrier went toward the green leaf. Master Green Grass narrowed his eyes. There was indeed the eternal matter. The 4 insect lords must have been sent by the celestial master to reduce the number of times they attacked. However, they didn't expect Lu Yin to appear and suppress the insect lords with the power of an eternal life realm cultivator. Master Green Grass raised his hand and clenched his fist toward Luo Chan. In an instant, Lu Yin and Yu separated at the same time and turned to look in one direction. In the 9th heaven universe, countless people opened their mouths and saw a shocking scene. Heavens, the universe was bending. In their eyes, the universe was twisting and the endless space was shrinking. The world was blooming with green grass and grabbing toward Luo Chan and Dan Shao. The 3rd barrier was directly shattered. Dan Shao vomited blood and stared at Master Green Grass. Ruthless. Luo Chan disappeared with Dan Shao and gave up on you. Originally, she wanted to leave with you, but now she couldn't. However, the world was shrinking, and the endless green grass was blooming. The sky was also in the palm of her hand. Luo Chan suddenly appeared and was crushed with a bang. The 9th heaven universe was silent. Countless people stared blankly. They had never thought that someone would make such a big move. Time and space in the palm, playing with the universe. This is the eternal life realm. Since ancient times, how many people had seen an eternal life realm expert make a move? Too few. Many cultivators would never see one in their lifetime. Every time an eternal life realm expert made a move, it was enough to record history. Now, they had seen it. Lu Yin looked at the sky, and there were only two words in his mind: the distance of a square inch. What was the distance of a square inch? It was just a square inch. The universe was so big, so why was it called the distance of a square inch? He had always been puzzled, but now he seemed to understand something. Could it be that the vast universe was just the distance of a certain creature's distance of a square inch? Or could it be that the distance of a square inch came from eternal life realm creatures, not just humans, but also all the eternal life realm creatures in the universe? But wasn't there no communication in the universe? Who was the first to mention the distance of a square inch? Why did they mention it? Because they could play with the universe as if it was a square inch. A breeze blew through the ninth heaven universe. The leaves of the mother tree swayed and made a soft sound like singing. Master Qingchao put down his hand and exhaled. The karmic chain had increased again, but the increase was far less than he had expected. This meant that Luo Chan and Dan Xiao were not dead. They had escaped. I have tried my best. Luo Chan, a strange creature, can escape the restrictions of the eternal life realm to a certain extent. Although there are not many of them, it must be one of them. Startled Shang Yu frowned. She knew that Master Qingchao had tried his best. The eternal life realm was not invincible. It was not surprising that a strange creature like Luo Chan could escape. What surprised her was that even Dan Xiao had escaped. This insect with the appearance of a human must have grasped something, or was it a trick left behind by the immortal master? Now that they had escaped, the remaining insects should be destroyed. However, the number of insects was still endless. It's time for the first night pillar to move out. Outside the mother tree, above the stars, Chang and Lu Yin's power duel began again. The sound of the collision resounded through the ninth heaven. The aftermath shattered the void, making it impossible to see through. As far as the eye could see, the shattering was spreading. You don't want to escape? Lu Yin asked. Chang grinned. If I suppress you, no one can stop me from leaving unless the eternal life realm intervenes. The eternal life realm has already attacked Luo Chan. The price to pay for killing me is too high. Will he? Lu Yin punched away Chang's 5 claws. You are so confident that you can suppress me. Human, you are born with defects. Even if you have the qi of life, how much can you have with your body size? How much have you consumed now? What about you? 30%. I have 80%. Haha, human, you can't hold on. Chang's attack was even more ferocious. The bombardment of pure power, coupled with the qi of life and the eternal matter, made it difficult for people to do anything. Chang believed what Lu Yin said. How much qi of life could a small human have? Only the strong of the eternal life realm could produce qi of life continuously. Otherwise, it would be gone after it was used up. It would take a long time to recover, and it would only recover, not increase. It would take a very, very long time. However, Lu Yin's mastery of the qi of life was beyond Chang's expectations. How could a living being master so many powers at the same time? Chang was fearless in the Tao of time and had mastered the terrifying ability to change one's consciousness and thoughts. He also possessed such powerful physical strength and karma. This human was too terrifying. But so what if he had mastered so much power? Chang had cultivated his strength to the extreme, and all kinds of attacks were useless. This was the path to the limit, and this human was still lacking. Lu Yin was not lying. He had indeed consumed 80% of his qi of life, and he was not far from running out. However, he would not be defeated. His strength had not been consumed at all. Chang had cultivated his physical strength to the extreme. He was invincible and fearless. This was indeed an advantage, but it was also a disadvantage. Chang's understanding of other powers was too shallow. The web page version is slow. The new version provides you with the fastest star-stepping update. Chapter 398, The Love Reading App. Fong Cun read for free. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3979. Lu Yin released the starry sky in his heart, and the sky palace enveloped it. His power wasn't consumed at all, and it continued to circulate endlessly. If his opponent had been Dan Xiao or someone like Avicii, he would have been able to see through it and find a way to escape. However, Tian Ho couldn't see through it, or rather, he didn't care even if he did. He was too confident that no power could break through his defenses unless it was an eternal life realm expert. As a result, even if Tian Ho's life force was exhausted, Lu Yin could still use his power to resist Tian Ho's attacks and continuously wear down his life force. Just like when he had faced Emperor Wu's sealed heaven foundation, Lu Yin had also continuously absorbed the power of Tian Ho's attacks. However, he was still at a disadvantage. The Nine Firmaments universe began to counterattack, and the insects were constantly being wiped out. The masters were swept through a large area, but it was still difficult to completely eliminate the endless sea of insects. There were too many of them. At that moment, a roar came from below where Lu Yin and Tian Ho were fighting. Tian Ho's roar didn't attract Tian Ho's attention, as he was too weak compared to Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin was surprised. The first night pillar. Directly below them was the first night pillar. From the start of the battle until now, the first night pillar had never moved. No one had appeared, and no insects had been able to attack it. Lu Yin had always been curious about what was so special about the first night pillar, and he guessed that it might be like the sixth night pillar. But that shouldn't be the case. It was the first night pillar in the history of the Nine Firmaments universe, and it was impossible to say that no one was there. However, the first night pillar had always been shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see through. Now that Tian Ho had appeared, it meant that the first night pillar was about to move. The earth trembled. Tian Ho walked out and dragged the brown skin around the first night pillar. He pulled back, his enormous strength causing the ground to tremble. Countless insects followed the yellow sand and the air towards Tian Ho. Along the way, cultivators from various cities rushed out and attacked the sea of insects. Tian Ho roared, and the first night pillar flew out from below where Lu Yin and Tian Ho were fighting, heading towards the heavens. Lu Yin didn't understand. Why was the first night pillar leaving now? It didn't leave and instead stayed in the heavens. Then, the other pillars of the Nine Firmaments universe trembled, and a familiar feeling appeared. This was the spirit treasure array. Lu Yin looked into the distance. The Nine Firmaments pillar spirit treasure array had always been activated, and even if the fifth night pillar wasn't present, it could still operate. This had already exceeded his expectations, but now, the Nine Firmaments pillar spirit treasure array could change. While he was thinking, the chaos and the feeling of being torn apart spread to the entire Nine Clouds universe. Dan and Gu Duanku, Bai Xia, Wu Qing, and the other strong cultivators of the continent of the Nine Clouds attacked the sea of insects. They were using their own strength and the Nine Clouds spiritual treasure deployment spell to kill more insects than before, and they didn't need to consume their own strength. After that, more and more cultivators from the continent of the Nine Clouds attacked with the help of the Nine Clouds spiritual treasure deployment spell. The Nine Clouds pillar spiritual treasure deployment formation released a chaotic and tearing sensation, as if another strength had descended to the continent of the Nine Clouds. It could be used to cover the entire continent of the Nine Clouds. Large numbers of insect corpses fell, and the sea of insects disappeared in waves. It wouldn't be long before the continent of the Nine Clouds universe completely wiped out these insects. Lu Yin looked away and saw Chang's tail whipping out. A terrifying force lashed out at him, and he raised his arms to block it. His body was forced back, and his arms were torn apart. He stepped forward without hesitation and took advantage of the time when Chang's tail whipped out. The triple firmament sword will slashed out from his fingertips, prying open the scales and causing blood to spray into the sky. Chang's 5 claws fell on Lu Yin's head, but he dodged and struck out with the overturning sky palm. Heaven and earth turned upside down, and Chang's body fell down like a wheel. Its tail whipped up and smashed down from above. Lu Yin rushed in the direction of Chang's tail, grabbing its back with one hand and using the karmic wheel with the other. The karmic wheel pierced through Lu Yin's body, but it did not affect Tian Di at all. Although it had intelligence, it was currently being suppressed by Lu Yin's battle intent. It did not care about suffering, nor did it care about choices. It only wanted to suppress Lu Yin, and it only wanted to have a showdown of power. It was one of the most powerful life forms in the universe. Bang! Lu Yin grabbed Chang's back and smashed it into the continent of the 9 clouds, creating a huge pit where the southern and western regions met. Countless eyes looked over there, as that was the end of the battle. If Lu Yin couldn't suppress Chang, the rest of the continent of the 9 clouds universe might not be able to stop it even if they joined forces. Chi of life fused with the eternal substance was equivalent to a half-step eternal realm expert, and it had an almost invincible defense. Unless an eternal realm expert intervened. On the startling Sparrow Terrace, the startling Gate Lord looked down. How long had it been? How long had it been since she had experienced such a thrilling and hardy battle? The eternal life realm had limited her. If she was given a choice again, she would eventually step into the eternal life realm, but it might not be so fast. Master Grass frowned. If Lu Yin can't suppress the insect master, I won't intervene. It can't run away, startled Shang Yu said lightly. The ground cracked open, and the crack continued to expand until it was bottomless. Lu Yin leaped out and went straight into the sky. Behind him, Chang slammed out, staring at Lu Yin. How could there be more? This human's chi of life should have been exhausted. Lu Yin clenched his fists and smashed down on Chang's head, smashing it down. The void rippled horizontally in an instant, separating heaven and earth, forming a white expanse. Lu Yin gasped and looked at his hand. The white air dissipated. It was used up, and the chi of life was gone. Below, Chang roared and rushed up again. It also saw that Lu Yin's chi of life was exhausted. Human, how many more times can you block me? Lu Yin was calm. Many times. After that, his body withered, and infinite power flowed around him. At the same time, a stream of light shuttled back and forth. He had to use some tricks. Chang slammed down, and a stream of light shuttled back and forth in front of Lu Yin's eyes. A second later, Chang's body fell back, and Lu Yin stepped backward, parallel to time. Taking advantage of the 1-second reversal, he smashed out a punch. Chang was smashed down again. Although this punch was not very powerful, far less powerful than the punch made by the fusion of the chi of life and the immortal substance, it at least pushed chi back. Chang was furious. Despicable. Lu Yin shrugged. I didn't say that I would compete with you in strength. After all, you're too big. Human, I'm going to swallow you. Chang rushed out and clawed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin exhaled. Here it comes. Boom. Lu Yin's body was sent flying. Without the eternal substance to resist, his strength was much weaker, but it wasn't to the extent that he was crushed. If they didn't use the eternal substance, Lu Yin and Chang's strength would be on par. In front of him, Chang's tail lashed out, and Lu Yin's stream of light shuttled back. A second later, parallel to time, the triple firmament sword will merged with the eternal substance. With a hiss, many scales on Chang's body were scraped off, and blood splattered across the horizon. Chang furiously turned around and slammed down with its claws. Lu Yin was pressed to the ground, and his body recovered before withering again. Under countless gazes, Lu Yin used the combination of flowing light and Chang to engage in a battle of injuries. Although it wasn't as intense as before, it was even more miserable, and the sky was dyed scarlet. Lu Yin's body continued to recover, but the bloody wounds caused by the claws did not disappear. Chang's body was constantly cut by the triple firmament sword will, but to Chang, it was just a flesh wound. No one knew how long this battle would last, and no one could interfere. In the ninth heaven, the sea of insects gradually returned to silence. All the cultivators in the ninth heaven universe had used the ninth heaven pillar numinous treasure array to crush the sea of insects. Lu Yin didn't know this at first, but now he knew why the startled lord was so calm. Once humans suppressed the hive civilization in terms of absolute combat power, the number of insects wouldn't be an advantage. If they had used this move from the beginning, Luo Chan could have easily broken the ninth heaven pillar numinous treasure array. This was the home field advantage, but the price was high. Too many people in the ninth heaven universe had died, and countless rivers were dyed red. Just cleaning up the insects' corpses would take a long time. Lu Yin's body slammed into the mother tree, causing it to shake. Chang stared at it from afar. If it didn't kill Lu Yin, it couldn't leave, and it didn't want to leave. A battle of strength had to be decided. Lu Yin took the leaf off his head and was about to walk out. The startled lord's voice sounded in his ear, "Can you win?" Lu Yin said in a low voice, "Of course. Thank you." Lu Yin bent his fingers, and his bones cracked. He twisted his neck and leaped toward Chang. Chang roared and slammed into Lu Yin. Lu Yin threw a punch at Chang's head. Chang thought that Lu Yin would reverse time again, but this time, Lu Yin didn't. Lu Yin punched Chang's head directly, and Chang's strength slammed into Lu Yin without holding back. Heaven and earth roared. The huge sound wave swept across like a gale, causing countless people to faint. Many cultivators bled from their orifices, and they couldn't bear it. They didn't dare to look. "It's just an insect. Get down." Lu Yin roared as his fist pressed down on Pyrolite's head. Its life force flowed endlessly like 1,000 mountain blades, and the power within Lu Yin's body also flowed endlessly. This power came from the Pyrolite's attack on his body, and it had been absorbed when it reached an extreme. This was the limit of Lu Yin's strength. Chang couldn't believe it. How was this possible? How could this human have such terrifying strength? However, it was impossible to suppress him. Chang's vitality didn't allow him to lower his head. Chang bared his teeth and roared. More strength surged out. Scarlet strength surged from Lu Yin's body as he used the true God's freedom technique. Heaven's sealing sequence particles covered him continuously, and his body withered once more as he absorbed Chang's strength. The sky trembled, and the pressure made it difficult for many to breathe. No one dared to make a sound. At this moment, Lu Yin didn't plan on using any other strength. He only wanted to use his physical strength to suppress Chang. This was his instinct, and also the dignity of a creature in battle. Chang's roar made Lu Yin's vision blur, and the strength in his body continued to surge. He couldn't lose. He had never lost in terms of strength before. It was just an insect, just an insect. He had to suppress it, suppress it, suppress it, whoosh. A white current surged out of Chang's fist, and then he felt an indescribable feeling in his body. It was as if he had been reborn, and even more white current surged out. This was vitality. How could there be so much? It was far more than before. Chang was shocked. It saw it. How was this possible? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3980. Warriors were qi, and those who loved to fight had to have integrity. This was battle qi. It came from the person, from the heart, from the foundation of the human body. It could be used to attack, defend, break through limits, crush the heavens, and tear apart the starry skies. Liu Yin's life force came from the transformation of his battle qi. His battle qi grew stronger the stronger it was. However, even Guizhi, who had created battle qi, and Jiang Feng, who had reached the mastery realm by luck, had not been able to transform their battle qi into life force. Thus, no one knew what the characteristics of the life force transformed from battle qi would be. Now, Liu Yin knew that there was only one word for battle. As long as his battle intent was endless, he could generate life force. His life force was different from that of ordinary creatures. The transparent moth needed flowers and full sensory creatures to absorb life force, but Liu Yin only needed to fight. The more he fought, the more desperate he was, and the more life force he could generate. Although it was not as endless as the immortal realm, it was very close. Liu Yin grinned. Bug, in terms of strength, humans are your ancestors. After that, he merged the immortal substance into his fist and slammed it into the ground. The body of the clam fell like a meteor, penetrating the ground and shaking the entire southern region. The mother tree swayed, and large amounts of leaves fell. Countless people stared blankly, feeling shocked by the instincts of living creatures. It was an instinct that came from ancient times. In the era before enlightenment, ancient humans had also fought in the jungle and against wild beasts. That instinct was suppressed by wisdom, which brought about the transformation of humans. They used tools, created lies, comprehended cultivation methods, and built kingdoms. However, that instinct was quietly suppressed. Now, everyone felt that they had awakened that instinct, the bloodthirsty instinct to fight with wild beasts. A shocking roar sounded from the ground, but it was interrupted before it could finish. What are you roaring for? Speak human language. Human, you're courting death. Bang! Tian Ho's body flew upwards, and it took a lot of effort to stabilize itself. Its sharp claws pierced through the void, and when it looked up again, Liu Yin had appeared and punched the center of its two eyes, causing them to cave in. Tian Ho's eyes turned red, and tears almost flowed out of its eyes as it swung its tail at Liu Yin. Liu Yin laughed and stretched out a hand. His life force flowed and fused with the immortality substance, as well as his constant resistance to the extreme. His 5 fingers dug deep into Tian Ho's tail, causing blood to seep out from his fingers. His other hand grabbed the tail and swung it out. Zheng was thrown away uncontrollably. How could this human strength be so much greater? It didn't know that the strength came from the opposite direction. It needed to withstand several attacks before it could explode. But this time, it was so strong that it shocked the 9 clouds universe. Even Jingmen Shangyu was dumbfounded. This power was too much. Grandmaster Bluegrass was shocked. Even he found this power difficult to deal with, so how had Liu Yin's battle prowess skyrocketed to such an extent? So fast. No one could figure it out. Tian Ho couldn't figure it out. If Liu Yin already had this strength, why didn't he use it earlier? Liu Yin knew that his life force would be exhausted. Even if he could temporarily suppress Xing with the immortality substance, he wouldn't be able to do anything before his life force ran out. Moreover, Luo Chan and Dan Xiao had both been there. If he had used his full strength, it would have been difficult to hold back Xing once his life force ran out. He was only able to attack now because his life force was much greater than before. Coupled with Luo Chan and Dan Zhao's escape, this was the final battle. Tian Ho steadied itself and shook its head, feeling a little dizzy. In the distance, a white aura surged around Liu Yin's body. The life force left Tian Ho dazed. How do you still have life force? Liu Yin smiled. How much do you have left? 50%, Tian-ho answered subconsciously. 30%. You have 30%. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. I've used 30%. With that, he charged towards Zheng. Behind him, streaks of triple firmament sword will shot up into the sky and fell down like raindrops. Each streak of triple firmament sword will was infused with the immortality substance. Tian-ho hurriedly dodged, but it couldn't dodge in time and took the full brunt of the triple firmament sword will's attack. The sound of metal clashing resounded through the sky. Blood splattered everywhere as scales fell from the sky. Chang's body twisted as its claws danced about, tearing apart the three firmament sword wills. Lu Yin grabbed one of Chang's claws with both his arms and growled. Chang's body was forcefully twisted to the side with its belly facing upwards as it was cut down by the three firmament sword wills. Tian-ho howled and struggled free from Lu Yin's grasp. It retreated, but Lu Yin punched its head again and knocked it to the ground. Tian-ho's body crashed to the ground with a thump. Blood flowed out from its body, and there were many insect corpses around it. In the distance, the inferior white cultivators could feel Zhang's suppressed breathing. The unshakable life force and immortality substance were enough to shake one's soul. However, Lu Yin turned it into ashes with a stomp. Lu Yin stepped on Zhang's head and pressed its head into the ground. Zhang roared and rushed into the sky. Lu Yin punched its back again and again, causing its skin to split open. Zhang kept twisting its body and shrinking. In the eyes of others, it was as if Lu Yin had shrunk it. Finally, Zhang shrank to 1 meter, which was even smaller than Lu Yin. Lu Yin grabbed its body. How much do you have left? Chang's body was bleeding, and the white gas flowed out from its scales. It was much less than before, and its immortality substance was almost gone. It clawed at Lu Yin with its claws, but Lu Yin allowed them to pierce through his body. His shriveled body was constantly recovering. The more it recovered, the more energy it would accumulate. Use it sparingly. Otherwise, it'll be worthless. Lu Yin punched right between Zhang's eyes. This punch used up all of the energy that Lu Yin had accumulated. Zhang's entire head caved in, and this was the first time it had almost lost consciousness. No matter how Lu Yin attacked and tore apart its scales, he was unable to truly injure it. This punch was the only one that could truly injure it, and it almost fainted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin opened his mouth and said, "Withdraw your life force." Zhang was dizzy and subconsciously withdrew its vitality. Lu Yin slapped its head casually, and without its vitality, it was completely knocked out. Then, Lu Yin threw it into the hell of the general appointment platform. He did not care about anything else. He would increase his karma first. Only Lu Yin was left in the sky. This battle left the ninth firmament universe speechless. Countless people were shocked. From the beginning to the end, it was even more intense than the battle between the ninth firmament universe and the sea of insects. What was even more unbelievable was that Lu Yin had already killed an insect lord before this. Everyone looked at Lu Yin with respect and indescribable complex emotions. Was he really a primordial realm expert? Had they ever seen such a freakish primordial realm cultivator? Even if he was an immortality realm expert, there was nothing wrong with that. On the startled Sparrow Terrace, startled Lord exhaled. It was over. Master Qingchao looked deeply at Lu Yin. He had thought that Lu Yin's life force had been depleted, but it had increased by so much. If Lu Yin could increase his life force like this more than once, then how was he any different from an eternal realm cultivator? The difference was not too big. If Zhang was a half-step immortality realm expert, then this person was infinitely close to it. At that moment, he thought of the future scale of the Tian Yuan universe. The higher the scale of a universe, the easier it was to give birth to incomprehensibly powerful creatures. The future scale of the Tian Yuan universe was even higher than that of the ninth firmament universe. Had such a person been born? How high would this person's future be? Had his previous plan been wrong? High up in the sky, Lu Yin watched as his karma skyrocketed. Xing had lived for a long time, so naturally, it could increase a lot of karma, but it had not reached the level of Yu Ye or the transparent moth. Xing was very powerful, but its power was based on the characteristics of the verdant immortal of the hive civilization. It was not like the transparent moth, which had cultivated itself. This was especially true when the transparent moth had killed too many creatures. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Could the immortal master of this insectoid hive civilization be a type of insect that had undergone a metamorphosis to attain immortality? If that was the case, then the transparent moth had not been exterminated and could have slowly cultivated until it attained immortality one day. Perhaps this was another insectoid hive civilization, or rather, a full sensory civilization. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. To a certain extent, full sensory life forms were more threatening than the hive civilization. Lu Yin rejoiced that he had killed the transparent moth. There were too many powerful creatures in the universe, and humans were not the strongest. They also did not have the qualifications to use other life forms. Using full sensory life forms to deal with the hive civilization seemed effective, but there would come a day when they would suffer a backlash. Just as Mi Jinyu had said, knowing one's own limits was humanity's strongest weapon in the universe. Back then, Lu Yin had felt that it was a pity that he had destroyed the full sensory life form. Otherwise, humanity would not have paid such a huge price to deal with the hive civilization. Now, however, he did not regret it at all. Self-awareness was easy to say, but it was difficult to actually achieve. This was especially true for powerhouses. There were too many accidents that happened when they thought they had everything under control. Lu Yin turned to the west, where the first night pillar was located. When it had appeared, he had sensed several powerful but decaying auras that gave him the feeling of a flickering candle flame. A scorching candle flame could illuminate the world, but it could be extinguished at any time. There were experts there, but they were all not that far from the great limit, or it could be said that their great limit was about to be reached at any moment. Was that the first night pillar? As he thought about it, the people within the first night pillar seemed to sense Lu Yin's gaze and walked out. One by one, a total of 7 people walked out and stood in the sky. Startled Shangyu and Grandmaster Qingqiao both looked over. Some of the stronger cultivators in the 9th heaven also looked over. Hey, is there anyone else in the first night pillar? I thought there was no one there. I thought so too. The first night pillar has never been moved. The first night pillar is the first pillar in the 9th heaven universe. It once destroyed the tomorrow universe and the spirit universe. Of course, there are people there, but it has been too long since anyone has been able to get close. Why do I feel like one of them is very familiar? I think I've seen her somewhere before. Master, don't you think that Granny looks like the Granny in the portrait? 7 figures stood in the sky, overlooking the world. Although they did not have an earth-shattering aura, they were more attractive than anyone else because they were from the first night pillar. It had been too long since anyone had walked out of the first night pillar, and no one had been able to join it. Many people had thought that the first night pillar was a dead place, the only pillar in the 9th heaven pillar that could not move. They had not thought that not only could the first night pillar move the 9th heaven pillar's spirit treasure array, but there were people on it as well. The web version is slow. Please. The new chapter will provide you with the fastest star stepping update. Chapter 3980, Star Stepping. How much do you have? Read it for free. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3981. Lu Yin looked at the 7 figures, and all 7 of them looked back at Lu Yin, exchanging glances with each other. You must be Mr. Lu. As the rumors say, you are invincible under eternal life. Impressive, impressive. Among the 7, a burly man praised. He looked strong, but his hair was white, and his eyes were full of vicissitudes. The old man beside him said, "That's the chi of life. I can't comprehend it in my lifetime. I'm so envious. How are the young people nowadays so powerful? Our generation also had powerful people. Unfortunately, things have changed. Some people have lived a brilliant life, but they can't live to this day. It's a good thing for the human race to have talented people." Luin looked at them. "Seniors, are you from the first night pillar?" Yes. Luin looked at them deeply. These 7 people had lived for a long time, and it wasn't easy to give him the feeling of having one foot in the grave. Even someone like Yigu, who was nearing the end of her life, didn't give him such a feeling, or rather, it wasn't so obvious. These 7 people looked like they were stepping in a coffin. They were decaying, dying, and lonely. On the ground, an old man exclaimed, "I remember now. He's Chin Wudi, that Chin Wudi." "What Chin Wudi?" Someone was puzzled. The old man was excited and knelt down. "Junior greets the ancestor." "Ancestor, you're still alive." In the starry sky, the burly old man looked down and saw the old man kowtowing, and then the other cultivators kowtowing as well. Sighing, he said, "Are there any more juniors?" "Great, at least there's someone to send me off." "Old Sien, I won the bet." "Ha!" The black-robed old man smiled faintly. "You just didn't lose, but that doesn't mean you won. This old man should also have some juniors to send you off." After saying that, he raised his voice. "This old man is Grandmaster Sien. Are there any juniors coming?" The loud voice reverberated in the sky and spread continuously. One after another, it spread to the entire ninefold universe. No one responded. Grandmaster Sien's face turned ugly, and he shouted again. Still, no one responded. His gaze dimmed, and he closed his eyes, no longer speaking. Chin Wudi glanced at him and raised his hand to pat his shoulder. "The descendant of I, Chin Wudi, is the descendant of you, old devil Sien. Send me off and send you off. There's no distinction between us." Old devil Sien gave a carefree smile. "As expected, you've won this bet." At the side, an old woman walked out and stood between the two of them. "All right, I'm already so old. What's the point of betting? I wonder if anyone remembers this old granny. Three Heavens Grandma, it's Three Heavens Grandma. I remember now. She's the Three Heavens Grandma in the portrait." Many people exclaimed, 3 days Grandma. The Three Heavens Granny, who was once the most beautiful woman in the 9 heavens, the one who even spiritualized the universe, had legends about. I didn't expect him to still be alive. He is a character from ancient times. He once caused countless people in the spiritualized universe to fight and kill each other. The old woman laughed. "I didn't think that there would still be someone who remembers me. Ha 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 ha, but this Grandma of 3 heavens is too unpleasant to hear. At first, I was called Fairy of 3 heavens, then I was called Younger Sister of 3 heavens, then Elder Sister of 3 heavens, and now I'm actually called Grandma of 3 heavens. A skinny old man behind her rolled his eyes. "You just called yourself a granny. It's none of your business. You talk too much." The old woman glared at the old man behind her. The appearance of these 7 people was like opening up history. Countless eyes looked at them, searching for traces of their existence in ancient memories. At the startled Sparrow Terrace, startled Gate Shangyu looked at the 7 people. Each of them had lived longer than her. She was an eternal realm expert and could live for endless years. She could easily outlive these people to death. However, these people had indeed lived longer than her, but it was not much longer. They were on the verge of death. These people were no longer suitable for battle. Staying at the first night pillar was not to protect it. It was more like retirement. They could only survive until now by relying on the first night pillar's ability. Otherwise, they would not be able to survive even if they were frozen. Under the starry sky, the 7 people walked towards the startled sparrow terrace. After climbing up the startled sparrow terrace, they bowed to startled gate Shangyu. Greetings, startled gate Shangyu. Greetings, startled gate Shangyu. Although their seniority was higher than startled gate Shangyu, they still had to bow when facing an eternal realm expert. Startled gate Shangyu raised his hand to support them. Seniors, you don't have to be so polite. The 7 people were grateful. Then, they looked at Grandmaster Qing Chao, who was not far away. Oh, isn't this Qing Chao? I didn't expect you to become an eternal realm expert. The heavens don't have eyes. Those words were said by Qin Wudi. Not only did he not bow to Grandmaster Qing Chao, but he also spoke rudely. Grandmaster Qing Chao did not mind. He looked at Qin Wudi with a smile. Long time no see, old friend. Qin Wudi was unhappy. We are not friends. Back then, I beat you up quite badly. Just don't take revenge. Grandma 3 smiled and said, Qing Chao is not that petty, right, Qing Chao? Grandmaster Qing Chao smiled and looked at Grandma 3. Compared to Qin Wudi, Fairy has caused me more suffering. The incident of me being chased by a group of people back then is still vivid in my mind. Fairy, don't you plan to give me an explanation? Grandma 3 shook her head. We are all old. Why bother about the past? Qing Chao, long time no see. Sigh, you can become an eternal realm expert. Sad, the greatest sadness in the world. Let bygones be bygones. Don't bother about it, Grandmaster Qing Chao smiled and looked at the 7 people. These 7 people had been to the spiritualized universe and caused quite a commotion there. After all, they were all geniuses back then. They fought and framed each other and looked down on the spiritualized universe. At that time, Grandmaster Qing Chao was considered a genius in the spiritualized universe. Of course, he was still far from these people. Just as Blood Tower Shangyu said, they could beat him up until he could not take care of himself. But it was such a person who became an eternal realm expert. This made Qin Wudi and the others feel aggrieved. Grandmaster Xian sighed. Qing Chao, there are not many people who can be your old friend. Grandmaster Qing Chao looked at Grandmaster Xian and stopped smiling. There are not many. Everyone, live well. If there is no one to send you off, I can help. Qin Wudi sneered in disdain. Grandmaster Qing Chao raised his eyebrows. Brother Qin, do you want to spar? You seem to have a lot of fighting spirit. Qin Wudi clenched his fist and raised it. He shouted, I can't beat you. Jingmen Shangyu, in the distance, Lu Yin retracted his gaze. There was no need to watch the old people reminisce. He released Bai. The karma had increased and ended. Although Bai's karma was not as good as Yu Ya's and the transparent moths, it was still not bad. After all, it was the limit of its combat power and had lived for a long time. As soon as Chang came out, it clawed at Lu Yin without hesitation. The Dianzhong platform hell repeated the past. Any intelligent creature that was forced into the Dianzhong platform hell would experience a painful past. However, there were some exceptions, such as the consciousness creatures, the 13 celestial phenomena, and Bai. Bai was a bug. Deep in its origin, it was loyal to the immortal master and could not be changed. Even if Lu Yin created the karma, it could not change it. Bugs did not have joys and sorrows, so they naturally could not experience emotional torment. To Bai, it was just being locked up for a while. Lu Yin instantly appeared above its head and stomped down, pressing Bai into the ground with a loud bang. Bai's appearance attracted everyone's attention to the 7 people. However, the cultivators of the 9th heaven universe did not care about Bai anymore. They knew that Bai could not beat Lu Yin and were now curious about Bai's fate. Was Lu Ying going to kill it or something? Bai was extremely strong, so it was a pity that he had to kill it. This mount was too perfect, just like when he had obtained the hellworm. At that time, it had been a considerable help. However, Bai was loyal to the immortal master, and its existence was like a set of coordinates that would lead to the hive civilization. Bai's life force was almost exhausted, so it was not as useful to Lu Ying as he had imagined. Although Bai was currently at the limit of combat power below immortality, it was only slightly stronger than Gu Duanke and the others. It had lost its life force and could not fuse with the immortality substance, so it was not a threat to Lu Ying. Lu Ying pressed Bai into the ground. Bai struggled continuously, but it could not escape. Lu Ying did not only have Qing Xian, but he also had Furball, Dan Jia, and the longevity steel, and by that had been pushed into the Dianjiang platform hell. Dan Jia was very valuable and involved the third stronghold. Although Bai was much more powerful than Dan Jia, it was not as valuable. After thinking about it, Lu Ying still decided to lock Bai up because Bai was also involved in another important creature, chaos. After Bai was locked up, the world was cleared, and the war was considered to be over. Lu Ying looked up at the sky and saw bug corpses falling from time to time. Although most of the bugs in the ninth heaven had been eliminated, the rest still needed to be cleaned up, and it would take some time. This was even more so for the spiritualized universe. The Night Pillar Spirit Treasure Array could not affect the spiritualized universe, so the number of bugs in the spiritualized universe was much higher than the ninth heaven universe. However, he did not need to worry about this. A door appeared in front of him, and Lu Ying stepped in. When he reappeared, he was already at the startling Sparrow Arena. Everyone turned to look at him. Lu Ying's gaze fell on Master Grass. Luo Chan is not dead. Master Grass nodded. A strange life form is not easy to kill. Lu Ying frowned. Was that so? Master Grass said, I know you don't believe me, but this is the truth. There's no other way. Immortality is not invincible. Your Excellency now has the strength to fight against immortality. Lu Ying did not deny it and said in a low voice, as long as the hive civilization is not eliminated, humans will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Startled Gate Shangyu said, we were just talking about this matter. We must find a way to eliminate the hive civilization. Otherwise, when they recover, they will come to the ninth heaven again. However, we do not know where they are. Mr. Lu, you did not kill that bug. Can you use it to find the location of the hive civilization? Master Xian asked. Lu Ying looked at Master Xian and the others curiously. Startled Gate Shangyu introduced, these 7 are the seniors of the ninth heaven universe. They have always been at the first night pillar. If not for this war, they would not have appeared. Lu Ying heard the conversation between these people and Master Grass. Their seniority was similar to Master Grass. Greetings, seniors. Lu Ying was polite. They looked at Lu Ying with admiration. We are old. Mr. Lu is young, but you have surpassed us. It is admirable. The human race is fortunate to have you. Unfortunately, you are from the Celestial Prime. The Celestial Prime is also human. There is no distinction between them. Mr. Lu, you did not kill that chi. Do you still want to use it to find the location of the hive civilization? Grandma Three Heavens asked. Lu Ying nodded. I did consider this, but even if I found the location, who would deal with the Divine Master? That is the real immortality realm. Dan Zhu had told him the location, but it was too far away. Compared to the location, the Divine Master was more important. Grandmaster Qing Chao smiled faintly at Lu Ying. Master Lu, both the Ninefall universe and the spiritualized universe should thank you for this battle. Even if the insectoid nest had been transferred here by the Tianyuan universe, the Ninefall universe would not have given up on the Tianyuan universe. War would have still occurred, and the spiritualized cultivators who went to the Tianyuan universe would have been unlucky. Thus, on behalf of the spiritualized universe, I thank you, Master Lu. Grandmaster Xian and the others did not understand what Grandmaster Qingchao was talking about. What transfer? What going to the Tianyuan universe? But they did not need to know too much. Jingmin Shangyu also spoke up, his voice not only echoing through the startling Sparrow Arena, but also throughout the entire Ninefall universe. I, Jingmin Shangyu, represent the Ninefall universe to sincerely thank Master Lu for his help. If Master Lu had not seen through the insectoid nest, planned the war, killed the insectoid lord, and suppressed Qi, the outcome of this battle would have been unknown. Master Lu generously gave us the Xiaoling to buy time and prevent many casualties. The Ninefall universe thanks you. Grandmaster Xian and the others faced Lu Yin and bowed slowly. We, the cultivators of the Ninefall universe, thank you, Master Lu. Below the startling Sparrow Arena, Gu Duanke, Qing Xing, Danan, and the others bowed in unison. We, the cultivators of the Ninefall universe, thank you, Master Lu. Then, countless cultivators bowed deeply. We, the cultivators, thank you, Master Lu. Above the pillars, countless cultivators bowed. Thank you, Master Lu. Thank you, Master Lu. At that moment, the Ninefall universe resonated, and the gratitude of countless cultivators converged into a roaring sound that resounded in Lu Yin's ears. He did not know why, but there was a kind of uncontrollable excitement that made Lu Yin want to spit it out. There was a kind of excitement and a kind of emotion that made him want to shout out loud. He looked at the sky and seemed to see every cultivator who was grateful to him. He saw countless people standing in pools of blood and bowing to him. The will of the entire Ninefall universe was speaking to him. He subconsciously walked to the edge of the startling Sparrow Arena and slowly said, "The human race is the first." The moment he finished speaking, there was a sudden clap of thunder, and the Ninefall universe shook. The mother tree swayed, and an invisible force covered the sky. Others could not see it, but Lu Yin could. It was the karma celestial phenomenon. The sky was still the same sky, but in Lu Yin's eyes, there was another sky, the karma celestial phenomenon. The karma celestial phenomenon covered the Ninefall universe and spread out endlessly. Its scope shocked Lu Yin even now, and he could not see the end of it. Blue Lotus Imperial had clearly left, but the karma celestial phenomenon suddenly appeared, as if it had accompanied the will of the universe and descended. Lu Yin released the karma heavenly Tao, connecting heaven and earth, and touched the karma celestial phenomenon. Boom! Lu Yin's eyes suddenly lit up, and it was as if the world had expanded 100 times, 1,000 times, and continued to expand. Lu Yin saw the Ninefall universe and the spiritualized universe, and it continued to expand. Through the karma celestial phenomenon, he could see even further and further. What was going on? His karma heavenly Tao was connected to the karma celestial phenomenon. This was something that he had never thought of before. Lu Yin had released the karma heavenly Tao more than once, but this karma was not the same as the karma of the Ninefall universe. The karma that the Tianyuan universe comprehended was different from the karma of the Ninefall universe. It was just like how the river of time had tributaries, and the tributaries were separated by a chasm, but they could also merge and converge into the main stream. It was the same for karma. It was like a chasm that merged with each other. At this moment, Lu Yin's karma heavenly Tao had merged with the karma celestial phenomenon, making Lu Yin feel as if he had moved from a small world to a larger one. His sky became even higher, as if he was a giant that could see even further. How could this be? Lu Yin slowly closed his eyes, savoring the feeling of this moment. Lu Yin did not know that at this moment, his aura had undergone a tremendous change. In the eyes of Stargate Imperial and the others, Lu Yin had become ethereal, giving them the feeling that they were looking at Blue Lotus Imperial. They saw the shadow of Blue Lotus Imperial on Lu Yin's body. The 7 senior cultivators were even more depressed. No matter how high their seniority was, they could not be higher than Blue Lotus Imperial. They would not treat Blue Lotus Imperial as casually as they had faced Stargate Imperial and Master Greengrass. Now, looking at Lu Yin's back, their expressions unconsciously became respectful, and their breaths subconsciously suppressed. No one knew why Lu Yin had changed like this, not even Stargate Imperial and Master Greengrass. They only knew that Lu Yin had changed again. How could this kid improve so quickly? He could already fight against an Eternal Realm cultivator. Now, who knew what he would become? No one disturbed Lu Yin, and he stood at the edge of the Sparrow Arena for 100 days. He closed his eyes for 100 days and could not feel the passage of time. He only knew that he was very carefree now. Compared to before, he felt like a blind man seeing the light. Was this the feeling of Blue Lotus Imperial? No wonder Blue Lotus Imperial could easily change the direction of his landing in the Ninefall universe. Under this feeling, he was a god. Lu Yin experienced the gap between him and Blue Lotus Imperial. This was the terror of the karma celestial phenomenon, which far exceeded Lu Yin's expectations. This was not a matter of quantity, but a matter of qualitative change. This gap was indescribable. If Lu Yin wanted to use karma to fight Blue Lotus Imperial's karma, it would be tantamount to a mayfly trying to shake a tree. It could also be seen as the sea washing away the river. The gap was huge. Blue Lotus Imperial was very strong, so strong that it was exaggerated. It was by no means comparable to Stargate Imperial and Master Greengrass. Lu Yin felt it. He was confident that he could fight against Master Greengrass and Stargate Imperial by fusing the chi of life with the eternal matter. However, if he faced Blue Lotus Imperial, who had the karma celestial phenomenon, he would have almost no power to fight back. Was this the strength of Blue Lotus Imperial? Did Stargate Imperial and Master Greengrass know? Did Imperial of the Blood Tower know? Did the people of the Ninefall universe know? Lu Yin opened his eyes. It was different. There was a gap between Eternal Realm cultivators. Blue Lotus Imperial was completely different from Master Greengrass. If Stargate Imperial and the others did not know the gap, then would he be the first to know? Furthermore, Lu Yin also realized that he could comprehend karma. It was not just the enlightenment of the Mirage domain, but also related to the will of living beings. He had obtained the recognition of the entire Tian Yuan universe and transformed into the wordless heavenly tome. This was the first step in comprehending karma, which was why he had been able to fuse with the karma celestial phenomenon. Karma was not only something that could be obtained through cultivation, but it also required recognition. It was no wonder that others could not comprehend karma, no matter how talented they were. Karma was the cause and effect of a universe, which existed between living beings. Living beings were the foundation of everything. Without the recognition of living beings, how could one comprehend karma? Lu Yin had been protecting the Tian Yuan universe all this time, and the Tian Yuan universe had reciprocated. He had not seen it clearly in the past, but now he understood. Everything he had done had not been in vain, but it had not been to obtain anything in the beginning. He had simply wanted to protect the Tian Yuan universe. Now that he could fuse with the karma celestial phenomenon, he wondered what Blue Lotus Imperial's expression would be when he returned. He could not let Blue Lotus Imperial know, unless he had no other choice but to use the karma celestial phenomenon to fight. Due to various issues, the address has been changed. The web version is slow. Please. The new version will provide you with the fastest Star Stomper update. Chapter 392, Karma's Celestial Phenomenon Changes are free to read. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3983. There was no one at the startling Sparrow platform, and after 100 days, the Ninth Heaven universe had cleared out a large number of bugs. The first night pillar had also returned from outer space. Lu Yin thought about it and decided to look for Xing Shui. It had been a long time since he had obtained Xing Shui's blood, so it was time to try looking for her. He released the karmic heavenly Tao and used karma as the end. Xing Shui's blood. He watched as the karma spiraled upwards and then headed in a certain direction. Lu Yin took a step forward and followed closely behind. He could indeed find Xing Shui with her blood, but he restrained his aura to avoid being detected by the Eternal. He tore through the void and finally landed in a certain location. Lu Yin had not expected it to be here. This was where he had sensed the Eternal and Xing Shui's gazes when he had chased after Xing Hongyuan. When his consciousness had descended, the Eternal and Xing Shui had already left. He had not expected Xing Shui to still be here. No, Xing Shui should not be here. What was she doing here? It was meaningless. Lu Yin's heart sank, and he landed on the ground. He looked down and casually lifted the soil to see Xing Shui's corpse. Her bones were gone, and only her skin and flesh remained. Her blood had seeped into the soil. He sighed. Xing Shui had shed her skin. As expected of the Eternal, there were no loopholes at all. He was not surprised. There were words beneath Xing Shui's corpse, and Lu Yin flipped them over. "You are the second Tai Chu." Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. The Eternal had left these words behind for him to see. The Eternal had expected that Lu Yin would find him, so he had left these words behind. How interesting. Lu Yin's lips curled up. It felt like he was looking for a rat. The second Tai Chu. Tai Chu was the primogenitor. Back in the Tian Yuan universe, the primogenitor had created a cultivation method and established the above heaven sect. At that time, the Eternal had fled from the Ninth Heaven universe to the Tian Yuan universe. Even though he was not weak, he still had no advantage over the primogenitor. No matter how much stronger the Ninth Heaven universe was, as the primogenitor of the Tian Yuan universe, it was not impossible for him to suppress the Eternal. Thus, the Eternal had hidden under the above heaven sect's light and schemed. In the end, the above heaven sect collapsed and the Eternals became the strongest power in the Tian Yuan universe. If not for generations of powerhouses resisting them, the Tian Yuan universe would have been completely devoid of normal people. What did the Eternal mean? By comparing himself to the primogenitor, was he implying that he would be like the primogenitor, unable to notice him, who was hiding in the corner? Lu Yin stared at the words on the ground in a daze. The words had been dyed red by Mei Shui's blood, and they were dazzling to the eye. Lu Yin's primogenitor's primogenitor, where did the Eternal? Was he so confident that he could turn the tables? A rat like him could only hide and hide. How was he going to turn the tables? Powers like Wangma and deathly stillness kept flashing through Lu Yin's mind. If the Eternity wanted to make a comeback, it would have to rely on these powers. Lu Yin had betrayed the Eternity in the past, so could it be that he wanted to replace the Eternity now? In the past, Eternal couldn't do it. He called himself a failure. Whose failure was it? Deaf ears? Or was it dead silence? The Eternal realm was different now. With a turbid spirit seed, his upper limit had been broken. It was very likely that he was trying to break through to the Eternal realm. I can't let him go, not even a little bit. This guy is too scheming. Lu Yin looked up at the karmic phenomenon. Eternal had divined that Lu Yin would be able to find Xing Shui's corpse, and he had even left behind a mocking message. Then, could Eternal have divined that Lu Yin would be able to borrow the power of the karmic phenomenon? Since the Azure Lotus defense had yet to return, Qin Wendian decided to borrow the power of the Karma Great Constellation to make a move. He wanted to see how powerful the karma great constellation was. He wanted to see if this eternity could deceive even the karma great celestial phenomenon. Thinking of this, the blood of Snow Wang's corpse turned into droplets of blood and soared into the air. They followed the karma spiral at Lu Yin's fingertips and flowed into the karma great celestial phenomenon. The world opened up again, and Lu Yin could see the boundless starry sky. It was deep and vast, but he could see through all things with a single thought. Karma surged like the clouds. Those who are not present alone will be replaced by benefits. Those who are not present alone will be replaced by non-existence. The heart is clear, and there is no fear of selfishness. The self-illuminating the heavens technique fused the karma great celestial phenomenon with the karma great celestial phenomenon and used it to calculate blood. Droplets of blood shattered and turned into scarlet currents that formed the appearance of Snow Wang within the karma great celestial phenomenon. The world shook, but no one else could feel it. This was the shaking of karma. It wasn't just the karma great celestial phenomenon, but also the karma great celestial phenomenon. It seemed to be connected to something, causing the world to change. The alarmed protector looked up at the sky. What was going on? Grandmaster Grass, who was in the spiritualized universe, also felt it. The world was shaking with spirit threads. The 7 funnels and the lights that converged from them were also shaking. Who had moved this universe? Who had moved what? This feeling could only be felt by the Azure Lotus Protector. Had he returned? In the land of the 9 heavens, below the mother tree, there were many thatched cottages. Ordinary people were farming, and some were resting under the trees. The world was shaking, and that person frowned and looked up. What was going on? The war had already ended, so why was there such a huge commotion? He was the Eternal. No one could find him. There was a boom, and the farmers cheered. Spring thunder is here. It's going to rain. Ah, spring thunder is here. Little thing, hurry up and go home. Be careful not to get struck by lightning. Grandpa was just struck by lightning. Grandpa peeked at Grandma bathing. Grandpa peeked at Grandma bathing. Bastards, get over here. Grandpa will beat you to death. The Eternal retracted his gaze and looked at the scene in front of him. A group of people was running through the mud happily. This joy suppressed his distracting thoughts. Up until now, he had not done anything. It was not that he did not want to, but rather that he did not have enough time. He had not expected Lu Yin to reinforce the consciousness universe and return so quickly. The entire battlefield had shrunk, causing the Eternal's plan to fail. Fortunately, he had completed one task ahead of time, and he had found the location. No matter how smart a person was, there were still things that they would overlook. What the mortals had thought of might not have occurred to those high and mighty cultivators. This was also a path to take. When he thought of Qing Shui, he recalled the words beneath her corpse. He did not know if Lu Yin had seen them, but he would definitely look for Qing Shui. The battle at the hive had given Qing Shui a chance. Otherwise, who knew when she would have been able to sneak in? That was a place that even the Eternal Protectors would not be able to find. Just as he thought of this, the Eternal's vision changed. He saw a pitch-black land, and beneath it were walking skeletons. He had arrived. Even the shrewd Eternal could not hide his excitement. He had finally found it. At that moment, he shared his vision with Qing Shui. Qing Shui had entered that place. What she saw were skeletons, as well as a massive sourcebox array beneath the ground. The Eternal used Qing Shui's vision to look at the sourcebox array, and he was somewhat shocked. From what he knew, the most majestic sourcebox array he had ever seen was the 9 firmaments pillar. Each pillar was composed of 5 sourceboxes that were equivalent to boundless advanced sourceboxes in the Tian Yuan universe. All 9 pillars were connected, and in total, there were 45 boundless advanced sourceboxes. In addition, there were also several perceptive intermediate sourceboxes. This was the largest sourcebox array in history, and it was also the most astounding one. Compared to this, the limitless kinetic energy that Huiwen had created in the Tian Yuan universe was much smaller. No other sourcebox array in the spiritualized universe or the Nine Firmaments universe could compare to it. However, although the sourcebox array in front of him had not been completed, it already contained 30 boundless advanced sourceboxes. Once it was completed, who knew how many more boundless advanced sourceboxes would be needed? Similarly, there were many more perceptive intermediate and discerning elementary sourceboxes scattered around the array. Furthermore, unlike the Nine Firmaments pillar, this sourcebox array was composed of all of the sourceboxes. It was completely different from the Nine Firmaments pillar, as all of the sourceboxes had been arranged into a single array. This was Execution's goal, as it had captured Li Gua in order to set up this sourcebox array. Qing Shui's gaze shifted, and it landed on the sourcebox array's surroundings. Although there were only skeletons around, she still recognized a few people. They were all famous Heavenly Spirit Array masters from the Zhu family, the Qing family, and the Yu family, and they were all here. This enormous sourcebox array looked like a starry sky when viewed from above. It was obscure yet profound. Eternity blinked and cut off the connection with Qing Shui. He straightened up, and his lips curled up. "You've finally found it, Execution. This is what you've been trying to do all these years. When you sent someone to capture Li Gua, you should have known that you would be exposed. How many years has it been? Deathly silence has been so cautious, and it's all thanks to Lu Yin. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Yin had suppressed you so fiercely and almost destroyed Hidden Sky City, you wouldn't have been in such a hurry to make a move. Now that you've found it, it's time to have some fun." At the same time, Lu Yin stood high in the sky. Within his karmic celestial phenomenon, Qing Shui's figure suddenly fell in a certain direction. Lu Yin stared at that direction and watched as Qing Shui's blood-red figure fell and disappeared. Lu Yin took a step forward and chased after it. Finally, he landed on a black swamp that had a dark red color on the ground. It was Qing Shui's blood. Qing Shui's bones were buried here. Lu Yin looked at the swamp and pondered for a moment before vanishing. The swamp was known as Black Marsh. Although it was a swamp, it did not have much of an impact on cultivators. Due to some special reasons, this swamp had become a place that many cultivators yearned for. Thus, there was a huge city on top of the swamp called Black Marsh City. Almost everyone in Black Marsh City was a cultivator, as normal people would not be able to cross the swamp. At this moment, Black Marsh City was filled with smoke, and the sounds of fighting could be heard everywhere. Why aren't reinforcements here yet? There are too many bugs here. These bugs burrow into the swamp and are impossible to guard against. We can't escape even if we want to. Escape. If you dare to escape, then don't ever come back to Black Marsh City. This is troublesome. The bugs in other places have mostly been wiped out, but we still have so many here. Compared to the entire universe, most of the bugs have been wiped out, but they're scattered in some remote corners. There are still quite a few of them here. Our family is also fighting with them and asking for reinforcements. You're still thanking that Lu Yin. Those big shots can't even see us in this corner. Alright, don't talk too much. Outside Black Marsh City, strange black bugs were the same color as the swamp. They were shaped like bamboo and would occasionally charge out like sharp swords. Cultivators were constantly being stabbed, and some were even killed. Their corpses were being dragged underground. On the ground, bugs constantly twisted and appeared. Even further away, the walls of Black Marsh City were being attacked by the Brocade Azura. Screams of agony could be heard everywhere. Those were the injuries caused by Qian Li. The pain was enough to make people commit suicide, and it brought fear to Black Marsh City. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3984. A group of cultivators rushed out of the city. That was the damaged part of the city wall, and someone had to guard it. Otherwise, the worms in the swamp would rush in. Finally, there's backup. Quick, we can't hold on much longer. There were more than 10 cultivators in the group, but the people who had been guarding the area heaved a sigh of relief and retreated. Half a day later, the worms retreated, and the group of cultivators continued to wait. It was only when someone from the city lord's office came with special materials to repair the city wall that they could finally relax. Dozens of people lay on the ground, panting. It's finally over. Far from it. Without the help of some big shot, the worms in Blackpool will probably never disappear. Blackpool City is not going to be peaceful. Be content, at least the blue immortals didn't come. Do you think there are a lot of them? They are the opponents of those big shots. It's already very difficult for a brocade azura to appear here. Not only do they have the power of a half-ancestor, they can't be seen and can move anywhere. Very strange. What's there to complain about? I didn't see you fight the brocade azura. All the cultivators above the half-ancestor level in Blackpool City are focused on the brocade azura. We're already very lucky. Hearing the discussions around him, Luin quietly leaned against the city wall and used pills to heal his non-existent injuries. He had come to Blackpool City and changed his appearance to disguise himself as a destitute cultivator. The reason he did this was because he did not want to be discovered by the Eternal. Xing Shui had no value, but the Eternal behind her was valuable. Luin knew how cautious the Eternal was. It was not easy for him to use the karmic phenomenon to find clues, and this was definitely beyond the Eternal's expectations. The Eternal would never have dreamed that Luin could use the karmic phenomenon to attack. Now that he had found a clue, he could not waste it. It would be useless to search for Xing Shui Bai rashly even if he caught her. What he wanted was to use Xing Shui Bai to lure the Eternal over. Why Xing Shui Bai was in the underground of Blackpool City was also a mystery. In order not to alert the enemy, he did not use his consciousness to scan the underground and did not dare to make any movements. This underground might be related to Deathly Silence or Mang. Even the Eternal could not find these powers, so he would definitely be discovered if he attacked. There was no breakthrough from the cultivator's point of view, so he would start from the point of view of ordinary cultivators or even mortals. This deathly stillness, or the fact that they weren't hiding in a place where there were no signs of human habitation, but under the Black Swamp City, meant that they were using the bustle of Black Swamp City to hide. Then, he would use Black Swamp City to look for them. This was the most undetectable method. The clues were not easy to come by, so they had to be extremely careful. Someone patted Luin on the back. It was a burly man. Thanks for just now, brother. Luin smiled. You're welcome. When he was fighting with the underground worms, he had saved this man. Otherwise, this man would have been crippled even if he didn't die. It was a life-saving grace. The big man was scared. If you didn't save me, I would have died. My sister would have no one to take care of her. Brother, don't say such discouraging words. Beside the large man was a dark-skinned woman with an exquisite appearance. With a single glance, one could tell that she had been fighting all year round. Her gaze was resolute, and she carried a bow and arrow on her back. She thanked Luin as well. Thank you for saving my brother. Luin waved his hand. We should help each other on the battlefield. Perhaps you'll save me in the future. Don't worry, with my arrows, those insects won't be able to get close to you. The woman clenched her fist and said. The big man rolled his eyes. That's what you told me before. The woman glared at the burly man. The burly man smirked. I still don't know how to address you, brother. My name is Ling Guang, and this is my sister, Ling Shu. You can just call me Fugue. Lu Yin said without blushing or skipping a beat. Ling Guang and Ling Shu looked at each other strangely. Fugue. Lu Yin smiled. My elders gave me this name. They told me to use this name to train. They said that a lowly name is easy to raise and won't die easily. So that's how it is. Brothers' elders have foresight. Ling Guang laughed. He thought that Lu Yin wanted to hide his identity, but he couldn't refute this reason. Ling Shu also laughed and chatted with Lu Yin. 2 days passed quickly. The worms attacked Blackpool City again, and the fighting started again. Lu Yin, Ling Guang and Ling Shu worked together with ease. They were not afraid of the worms at all. Even when the Brocade Azura ambushed them once, Ling Shu noticed it in advance and forced Lu Yin and Ling Guang to retreat. Ling Guang was scared after that incident. Brocade Azura. For half a month, Lu Yin stayed in Blackpool City. Not only did he become familiar with Ling Guang and the rest, he also got to know other people. Most of these people were rogue cultivators. Their cultivations weren't high, but they had rich combat experience and were especially good at survival. During this time, a few girls tried to seduce Lu Yin, reminding him of his experience during Earth's Armageddon. Fugue, your swordsmanship is amazing. Have you been to the 7th night pillar? Someone asked, attracting the attention of many. Lu Yin revealed his swordsmanship slightly. Even though his cultivation wasn't high, his swordsmanship was extremely strong, and he became famous in a short time. No. You should go to the 7th night pillar then. It's a holy place for the sword dynasty. Even the 4 Lin sword sex people go there. There's also the 5th night pillar, Sword Master Taitsang. Everybody in the continent of the 9 clouds uses swords. There's a 9 firmament sword leader there. The 7th night pillar isn't that easy to climb. Lu Yin was puzzled. Someone said, it used to be, but it's different now. I heard that Senior Lonely Dwanka moved the stone wall that recorded the sword moves outside the night pillar. That's why anyone can look at it, but you still have to be careful. Brother, it's best to wait until you break through to half-ancestor or even higher. After all, the sword intent recorded there isn't ordinary. Ling Guang agreed. Brother, don't be in a hurry. Wait until you break through. I heard that even Mr. Lu left his sword intent there. Ordinary people can't look at it. Lu Yin blinked. That Mr. Lu. Yes, that Mr. Lu, Ling Guang said solemnly. Everyone's expressions turned solemn as well. Although Senior Lonely Dwanka is the head of 9 firmament swords, everyone has to admit that Mr. Lu's sword intent might surpass Senior Lonely Dwanka's. Someone sighed. Back then, he crossed the western and southern regions with 1 sword and killed Hefeng Mountain. He established his reputation as being invincible under eternal life. That was also his sword intent. Someone retorted, but I heard that he used a trick. Although I don't know how, I firmly believe that Senior Lonely Dwanka is still the head of 9 firmament swords. Lu Yin can't compare. That's right. Lu Yin can't compare. I think that Mr. Lu's sword intent is the strongest. Definitely not, everyone was arguing. This was something that Lu Yin often heard during this period. In the 9th firmament universe, some people were grateful to him, while others disliked him. It was normal. However, there were still many people who were grateful to him. Otherwise, the 9th firmament universes would not have recognized him, and he would not have been able to integrate the Karma Heavenly Tao into the Karma constellation. Alright, there's no need to talk about those big figures. They have their own worlds, and we have ours. We will never cross paths. Let's talk about digging treasures in Blackpool City, someone shouted. The surrounding people immediately became excited. They had come to Blackpool City to dig for treasures. Lu Yin heard the term digging for treasures on his 3rd day here. This was also the only way for him to get close to Snowy Bones. There were treasures under the black pool. This was a legend that spread far and wide, and it had indeed been confirmed. That was why Blackpool City had been created and why so many cultivators had come here. Otherwise, how could there be resources here that could attract so many cultivators? Legend had it that the huge black pool had once buried a power. No one knew what that power was called. It was said that it was too ancient, and there were no records of it. One could dig for treasures in the black pool, and some people would occasionally dig up good things. Over time, Blackpool City was formed. Luween felt that this place was similar to the Western regions. Buried under the yellow sands of the Western regions was research on spirit treasure arrays from the Garnery universe, so many people dug for treasures there. Blackpool was the same. However, the difference between Blackpool and the Western regions was that this place was not that big. Logically speaking, it should have been emptied long ago. However, it was said that the buried power could move, perhaps with the help of spirit treasure arrays or for other reasons. Some people said that the power was being carried by a huge scorpion that lived in the swamp. It was constantly moving, so it was impossible to determine its location. Secondly, Blackpool City did not allow anyone to destroy the black pool, so no one could harm the swamp itself when digging for treasures. The purpose of Blackpool City was very simple. Blackpool City could only exist if the treasures were still there. Otherwise, why would cultivators come here? Over time, this place became a place where many independent cultivators wanted to soar. Did you hear about that tomboy from last year? She's so lucky, someone commented. Someone else immediately said, I heard. That tomboy disguised as a man and dug for treasures with a bunch of people. She actually dug up a cultivation spirit and leapt several realms, becoming a progenitor. That's nothing. In the past, someone dug up a primordial realm cultivator's cultivation spirit. That was even more shocking. There was also someone who dug up rare resources and was bought by the city lord. That person soared to the sky. Beside Luween, Ling Guang was envious. How good would it be if we could dig up a cultivation spirit? Ling Shu was annoyed. Don't say it. If you say it, we definitely won't be able to dig it up. Fugue, what do you want to dig up? Ling Shu looked on curiously. Luween thought for a moment. Spirit seed. Not a spirit seed. Spirit seed is better, but it's very difficult. You're practical, but there's no use in digging up spirit seeds. There's too little of them and they're all scattered. Luween did not understand. Haven't you thought that digging for treasures might be a way for Blackpool City to attract independent cultivators? Ling Guang and Ling Shu looked at each other and said matter-of-factly, so what? Someone will get something good. That's enough. No one asked why. Luween thought about it and agreed. It was not easy for independent cultivators to cultivate. They would not let go of any opportunity. Actually, if you want to dig for treasures, it's best to follow the city lord's people. The chances are much higher. Unfortunately, without strength and connections, it's impossible to get close to the city lord's mansion. Ling Guang was helpless. Ling Shu wiped her bow. We're risking our lives here to accumulate merits and see if we can get a chance to join the city lord's mansion's treasure digging team. There's a treasure digging team in the city lord's mansion. Luween was curious. Yes, the city lord's mansion is very diligent in digging for treasures. Many people have guessed what you said before, but after a few city lords of Blackpool City dug up good things and left, this guess was dispelled because they found that the good things those city lords dug up were good things. The West is really good. The city lords who left before were scattered all over the place. Some were robbed and died in battle, so they all felt that this treasure had nothing to do with Blackpool City. It really does exist. Luween nodded thoughtfully. 82 Chinese Network. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3985. Treasure, underground, white bones, oblivion, or dead silence. Had they not been discovered by the immortal Lord for so many years been relying on this method? Even if the immortal Lord had swept through every piece of land and came to Blackpool City to see so many people digging for treasures, he would not care. The great hermit was hidden from the world. In the vast nine heavens universe, the bugs had been cleared out on the surface, but in reality, the bugs in every corner were difficult to clear out. It would take time, either a year or 10 years. Fortunately, the nine heavens pillar spirit treasure array did not allow the bugs to enter. Otherwise, it would have been endless. More than 10 days passed. On this day, someone from the city lord's office came to transfer cultivators to participate in the defense on the other side. There were a lot of cultivators here. Many people were unwilling to go because the brocade azura would occasionally appear on the other side. On this side, there were only bugs that emerged from the swamp, and the strongest were the envoys. Lu Yin went, and so did the Lingguang siblings. There were also a few braver ones or those who thought they were lucky enough to follow the city lord's office. The brave ones are stuffed to death, and the timid ones starved to death. If we don't make this trip, when will we be able to join the city lord's treasure digging team? Even if we don't contribute enough, being familiar with the city lord's people will help us join the team in the future, someone said to himself. He comforted himself. A few people beside him agreed. The leading man from the city lord's mansion had a smile on his face. That was the logic, but they had to be alive to get familiar with them. The few batches of people they had found before were almost all dead. These people were actually bait, because once the brocade azura appeared, they would first attack those with low battle power to give the other cultivators time to react. But if they could survive until the end, they would be praised by the city lord. After all, they were brave. Not long after, Lu Yin and the rest arrived at the other side of Blackpool City to defend the city wall. The war had begun again. After rounds of fighting, the people around them gradually died, and the city lord's office pulled another group of people over. Lu Yin and the Lingguang siblings were still alive, and they cooperated seamlessly. No one could tell that Lu Yin was hiding his cultivation, especially when Lingguang broke through halfway. This made Ling Shu happy for a few days. This breakthrough allowed him to reach the strength of a half-ancestor. The brocade azura would not be passive. As time passed, the three of them had become familiar with the people in the city lord's mansion. As long as they could survive until the end of the war, the city lord's mansion would guarantee them a spot in the city lord's mansion's treasure digging team. They could even cultivate in the city lord's mansion. The sky above the black swamp was dark, and there was no sunlight all year round. It was because of the swamp, and also because of the mother tree's canopy. They were at the roots of the tree, and the leaves were too far away. After the battle, Lu Yin sat in a corner and drank some water, exhausted. The Lingguang siblings leaned over. Fugue, are you okay? You seem to be scratched. Ling Shu tossed a pill to Lu Yin. Lu Yin waved a hand. It's fine, it'll be fine after a while. Lingguang nodded. It would be great if you could also break through to the half-martial ancestor realm. With the two of us working together and the girl's long-range assistance, we would definitely be able to survive until the end of the war. Lu Yin smiled. I'll do my best. Not long after, Lu Yin closed his eyes to rest. What are you doing? The startling gate superior's voice traveled into Lu Yin's ears, startling him. He opened his eyes to take a look, and then heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that the gate had not appeared. If the door appeared at this time, then it would be strange. The sudden appearance of the door meant that the alarmed gate was in charge. Wouldn't this small Blackpool city turn the sky upside down? Even an idiot would know that there was something wrong with him. I might have found information about Deathly Stillness or Dwanmu Realm. Blackpool City. Underground. Oh. I've investigated this place before, but that was a long time ago. It's right under my nose. How provocative. Luin said, Senior, don't alert the enemy. Deathly Stillness and Dwanmu Realm are one thing, but I still need to find the Eternal. The Eternal might not necessarily be here. I understand, otherwise you wouldn't have to hide your identity. With your strength, once you act, no one in the Black Swamp can escape. I'm looking for you to ask if you found the location of the Hive civilization. Luin looked ahead, where sporadic fighting could be heard outside the city. The location is not fixed, and Dan G can't fool me. The Immortal Master should be approaching us. The karmic phenomenon prevents Eternal Realm cultivators from entering as they please. Does that mean that once the Immortal Master comes into contact with the karmic phenomenon, Senior will know? The alarmed gate protector slowly said, the premise is that the Immortal Master must come into contact with the karmic phenomenon and enter its range. Otherwise, I don't know. After all, this is the power of the Azure Lotus Protector, and us Eternal Realm cultivators can borrow it to a certain extent. The power of karma already exists, but it's limited. These words reminded Lu Yin of the scene in the Mirage where Master Qing Chao used the karma of the Forbidden Land to seal him. Master Qing Chao did not cultivate karma, but he could use it to attack. Even if it was a very shallow attack, it was enough to seal him at that time. However, Master Qing Chao also said that he would be sealed for 100 years. At that time, the gap between him and the Eternal Realm cultivators was too big. Therefore, Master Qing Chao could only seal him for 100 years. This proved that Master Qing Chao really did use the karma of the Forbidden Land to seal him. Otherwise, the desolate ancestor would not have been able to save him. If it was the Azure Lotus Protector who sealed him, not to mention the desolate ancestor, even he would not be able to escape now. Lu Yin was helpless. In that case, Senior can't move, and neither can Master Qing Chao. Luo Chan's ability can allow the Immortal Master to enter the ninth heaven at any time. That would be a disaster. I understand. I hope Qinglian and the others will come back soon, the alarmed gate protector said. Lu Yin frowned. Although the human civilization had 4 Eternal Realm cultivators, which seemed to be more than the Hive civilization, how many of them could really be moved? They could only ensure that it was enough for conventional combat. This did not include Master Qing Chao, who could betray them at any time. Senior, there is something that I can't figure out. Please enlighten me. What is it? Lu Yin looked up at the startling Sparrow Terrace. Senior Qinglian Protector has been here for so many years. Have you really not found any clues about Deathly Silence or Wangdi? He fused the Karma Heavenly Tao into the Karma Great Celestial Phenomenon and soon found traces of the snow-white bones. The Karma Great Celestial Phenomenon belonged to the Green Lotus Upper Defense. How many years had it been? Wangdi's clue. It did not make sense. The alarmed gate protector said, because he has been marked. Lu Yin was surprised. Marked? Qi Su is behind Wangdi. Although Qi Su is dead, for some reason, Qinglian will not let Qi Su's power disappear. This also allows Wangdi to continue to hide with Qi Su's power. After all, he is an Eternal Realm cultivator. Qi Su also knows that Qinglian has the Karma Celestial Phenomenon. The concealment of the Karma Celestial Phenomenon will not be easily exposed. As for Deathly Silence, although it appeared late, there is the Death Universe behind it. It is a cosmic civilization that can bring death calamity to our human civilization. It has a strange power. When the Death Universe approached, Deathly Silence's master killed Qinglian Protector. Once Qinglian Protector uses the Karma Celestial Phenomenon to search, she will be discovered. In other words, the Karma Celestial Phenomenon is transparent in Zhu's eyes. Lu Yin was surprised. Zhu is not an eternal realm cultivator, but he can see through the karma's celestial phenomenon. Not see through it. Transparency does not mean that he can see through it. It just allows this power to appear in front of him. This is the power of the death universe. You should have seen Deathly Silence's method. It can make a creature's bones leave the body. It is marked. In other words, it is planted with bone language. Remember, do not let the death universe plant bone language. Do not let your power be marked, or everything will be transparent, the alarmed gate protector reminded. Lu Yin remembered what he had heard when he had looked into those eyes. Could he have been marked? The death universe's method was strange. It could make a person's bones leave the body. Li Gua had been seriously injured like this, and Wangdi's Jia Zun had also been seriously injured. Lu Yin could not imagine what it would feel like to have his bones leave his body. But it should not be that easy. Li Gua had mentioned the Battle of Pyrolite Mountain, saying that Hong Yuan had used some methods to plant bone language in him. Hong Yuan and Li Gua were at the same level, but Hong Yuan still needed to expend energy to plant bone language in him. It should be even more difficult to plant bone language in him. Lu Yin always felt that the words he had heard back then had been marked. If he had really been marked, then was the location of the snowy bones real? He had not been played, had he? Lu Yin got up and walked to the city wall to look underground. There were two possibilities. 1. He had been played by eternity and deathly silence. The snowy bones were indeed under the black marsh, but just like the corpse, eternity had deliberately left them here to attract attention. He had noticed. 2. He had not been marked. He had indeed found the snowy bones on his own, but he had done so with the help of the karma celestial phenomenon. If Azure Lotus Protector had been marked, the karma's celestial phenomenon would have been transparent. Would deathly silence have noticed? Would the snowy bones traces be fake? 3. He had been marked, but he could still find the snowy bones. It was not his own ability, but eternity. Eternity had betrayed deathly silence, and Xing Shui had followed eternity, which was the same as betraying deathly silence. Since deathly silence could mark Azure Lotus Protector, he could naturally mark eternity as well. But even now, he could not do anything to eternity, which meant that eternity had the ability to counter deathly silence. Thus, eternity also had the ability to help him. The fact that he had found Xing Shui was coincidentally hidden by that countermeasure, making it difficult for deathly silence to notice. Eternity and Xing Shui could not mark him or Azure Lotus Protector, so they did not know either. Thus, whether it was deathly silence or eternity, he was now hidden here. What was the situation now? Lu Yin could not determine. In fact, he was leaning towards the third possibility, which came from his confidence in eternity. He believed that eternity had the ability to block deathly silence's detection and find out deathly silence's location. He understood eternity. If that was the case, then deathly silence might be beneath his feet. I hope so, a coincidental alliance, Lu Yin mumbled to himself. Whether or not his guess was correct, he had to hide his identity and stay in Blackmarsh City. This little bit of time was nothing. He also wanted to return to the Tian Yuan universe, but now was not the right time. The Immortal Master could appear at any time. The startling gate protector had to wait for the Immortal Master to enter the range of the karma celestial phenomenon before finding out. Every inch of the karma celestial phenomenon, including the Tian Yuan universe. Thinking of this, Lu Yin looked into the distance. He was homesick, so he had to find time to visit. 82 Chinese Network. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3986. Everyone, listen up. The City Lord has ordered us to ensure that no insects attack the South Gate in 3 days. If we can do it, everyone will be rewarded with a chance to join the treasure-digging team. Someone from the city lord's office shouted. This reward excited many of the wandering cultivators, and they immediately acted to eliminate the insects. Ling Guang laughed. If we can do it, we will have 2 chances to join the treasure-digging team. Fugue, work hard. Lu Yin smiled and nodded. It was not difficult to have no insects for 3 days. Before this, it was normal for there to be no insects for 3 to 5 days, as long as they were ruthless enough. Overwhelming attacks fell outside the city. Half a day later, many cultivators rushed out, their eyes red with killing intent. They longed for the chance to reach the heavens in one step. Just like those who dug sand in the western region, wandering cultivators wanted to protect themselves. Their cultivation was always accompanied by anxiety, and the more anxious they were, the more they wanted to reach the top. Ling Guang, and Lu Yin also rushed out and fought with all their might. Finally, all the insects were killed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, no more insects appeared. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, a group of people arrived at the south gate of Blackpool City. The city lord personally welcomed them and brought them into the city. Ling Guang was surprised. That is Yuxiang. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Yuxiang. The 5th of the 7 fairies, Yuxiang. Although he had never met Yuxiang, he had heard from Lu Xiyu that this girl was the one who proposed the condition for Lu Yin not to force Lu Li to agree to the 5th Night Pillar's participation in the Universal War. Brother, you know her. Ling Shu was curious. Ling Guang's face was solemn. No, but I have seen Yuxiang's beast carriage. Have you forgotten? It is in Dei City. Dei City. Ling Shu did not remember. Ling Guang said, it is normal that you don't remember. After all, the name of the 7 fairies is too deep for men like us. I remember now, she is the 5th of the 7 fairies, Yuxiang. Ling Shu exclaimed. They were not the only ones, as many cultivators around them were discussing. Yuxiang was not a mystery. Compared to Lu Xiyu, Chonan Hongye, and the others, Yuxiang's background was much lower. Her father was Yumi, the city lord of Dei City, which could not be counted as a faction. However, Yumi had some ability. He had united hundreds of cities around him and established the 100 City Association. Although it wasn't a force, it was close. At the very least, their influence in this area was much greater than that of the Chiao Nan clan and the solitary Swan Island. Blackpool City was also one of the 100 Cities Association, second only to Big One City. Blackpool City's City Lord Yuxing is the younger brother of the 100 Cities Guild Lord Yumi, and this Yuxiang is his niece. No wonder she would come here. The reason we fought before was to open up a path for Yuxiang. Ling Guang said, looking at the beast carriage entering the city with infatuation. Ling Shu snorted. Stop staring at her. She's a genius. Marry her if you can. Ling Guang smiled bitterly. They could only dream about it. How could mortals like them covet the 7 fairies? To the 7 fairies, they were just mortals. Lu Yin was also watching the beast carriage enter the city, and he did not expect to see Yuxiang in such a situation. In the city lord's manner, Yuxiang got off the beast carriage. Even though her face was covered by a veil, it was still difficult to hide her beauty. She added a touch of gentleness to the austere atmosphere of Black Swamp City, causing the sky to brighten. Yuxing saw Yuxiang coming down, and pretended to blame her. Nonsense, why did you come to Blackpool City at this time? Do you know how dangerous it is? Yuxiang smiled and bowed slightly. Sorry to disturb you, uncle. Facing Yuxiang Yuxing could not get angry. He shook his head. You brat, you're usually not willful. Why did you have to come now? Are you hiding from your father? I heard that the little azure prince went to Big One City. As he spoke, he brought Yu Xiang-er in. Outside the city lord's manor, many people looked away reluctantly. They did not see Yu Xiang-er, but just her beautiful figure was enough to make people's imaginations run wild. If one could marry one of the 7 fairies, then it would be a meteoric rise. Unfortunately, the gap was too big. Yu Xiang-er's arrival did not affect the war. The insects attacked a few days later, but their numbers were obviously less than when Lu Yin first arrived in Blackpool City. Lu Yin climbed up the city wall. Arrows flew past him and hit the insects, causing a tremor. "Hey, did you hear?" Yu Xiang came this time to run away from the marriage. Some people were discussing. Now that the war situation was not tense, many people liked to gather in 2s and 3s. That can't be. How can it not be? The insects are scattered all over the 9 firmaments, and the Junior Imperial Pavilion is open. Those talented Junior Imperial Masters have all awakened to participate in the war. The little Azure Prince went to Big One City, and so did the Boat of Bitterness and Luo Ning. Big One City's city lord, Yumi, wants Yu Xiang-er to marry the little Azure Prince. I heard that the little Azure Prince agreed, but Yu Xiang-er did not, so she ran to Blackpool City. Don't talk nonsense. The little Azure Prince did not agree either. Yumi forced Yu Xiang-er to bring him to Big One City, so she ran away. How do you know? My third uncle's sister-in-law's neighbor's brother's master is in Big One City's city lord's manor. How can I not know? You're crazy, Lu Yin listened quietly. Was that so? None of the 7 fairies wanted to marry. The little Azure Prince was the most talented disciple of Qinglian Shangyu. He was also a legend during his slumber. His legend was so exaggerated that no one could refute his title. He was the second Qinglian Shangyu. Although he did not comprehend karma, he was still regarded as the successor of Qinglian Shangyu. Half a king, walking the world. This was the little Azure Prince. It said that realms are meaningless to the little Azure Prince. I wonder if it's true or not, Ling Guang said enviously. Ling Shu said, I heard about it too. Once, the little Azure Prince broke through 5 realms in one day, shocking the 9 heavens. That was why everyone recognized him as the successor of Qinglian Shangyu and gave him the title of Little Azure Prince. Someone else added, it's true. It was recorded in my family's history. It was a strange story. If not for Qinglian Shangyu's insistence on letting the little Azure Prince sleep, the little Azure Prince might have reached the peak of Ku adversity by now. The little Azure Prince sleeps in the east of the Junior Imperial Pavilion. Although there are 8 directions in the Junior Imperial Pavilion, the 4 directions are different. Lu Yin was curious. Who else? I'm not sure. The Junior Imperial Pavilion has never said anything about the little Azure Prince sleeping in the east. I know. A girl said excitedly, the Bitter Abyss disciple is in the north. I'm absolutely sure. Ling Guang was curious. How do you know? The girl was proud. Someone in my family is a disciple of the Bitter Abyss. Really? That's amazing, to be able to join the Bitter Abyss. There are so few disciples in the Bitter Abyss. Your family has reached the heavens in a single bound. I originally wanted to go to the spirit universe to see if I could cultivate the Bitter Abyss technique, but those bugs messed up my plans. Lu Yin recalled that he had agreed with the Bitter Abyss to go to the spirit universe to try cultivating the Bitter Abyss technique. The time had already passed, but even if the Hive civilization did not come, he would not have been able to go. If he was not returning to the Tian Yuan universe, he would have been supporting the Pan-sensory universe. Over the past few days, the topic of discussion had been Yu Xiang-er, the 7 fairies, and the little Azure Prince. During this time, some people had mentioned Lu Yin. They talked about how he had helped the Donglin sword sect's Lu Xizhan become the head swordsman and how he had destroyed the Spring and Autumn Scroll to help Ming Xiaolong. Someone even said that the Sixth Night Pillar's expedition to the Pan-Sensory universe had something to do with Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not know how these rumors had spread, but most of them were correct. Of course, there were also some rumors that left him speechless. "I'll tell you in a low voice, but don't spread it," a small man with shifty eyes whispered, pulling a group of people to squat by the wall. He smiled mischievously. According to reliable sources, Mr. Lu rejected the 7 fairies. Originally, one of the 7 fairies would definitely marry him, but they were rejected. What? Someone would reject the 7 fairies? Lower your voice, what's so strange about that? This is Mr. Lu, and his status is comparable to the Eternal Emperor. The 7 fairies can't compare to him. But the 7 fairies are beautiful. That's true. Shut up, do you still want to hear it? The small man rolled his eyes. Do you know why Mr. Lu rejected them? Lu Yin came over. Why was he being mentioned again? The small man saw that everyone was staring at him and coughed. He proudly said, "That's because." Under everyone's expectant gazes, he whispered, "He likes to eat all of them." Pfft. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of water. The people next to him were dumbstruck, staring at the small man. Ling Guang was stunned. "Hey, don't talk nonsense, or you'll be struck by lightning." The small man took out a few books. "Look for yourselves." Someone saw with their own eyes that Mr. Lu got into the carriage several times. How can this be fake? When Mr. Lu first entered Jiushao, he wasn't so powerful. A senior had his eyes on him and wanted to take him as a disciple. He had been observing him, but he didn't expect him to like eating all of them. So the senior gave up. The books were snatched by the crowd, and the titles of the books were stunning. Mr. Lu and eating all of them. On the sturdiness of the beast carriage. The Great Five Palms sect welcomes Mr. Lu. The authors were the same, there was a senior. There really is a senior. Ling Shu was speechless. I didn't expect Mr. Lu to be this kind of person. Ling Guang patted her head. What are you thinking? Don't talk nonsense, or you'll get into trouble. He then threw the books to the small man. Brother, don't go overboard, or you'll be in trouble sooner or later. The small man disdainfully said, believe it or not. At this time, a hand reached out and picked the small man up. It was someone from the city lord's office. The small man panicked. Sir, what's wrong? The person from the city lord's office glared at him. Kid, do you know what you're doing? Is Mr. Lu someone you can slander? Take him away. Sir, please don't. I won't do it again. I won't do it again. I was the one who pretended to be a senior. I just wanted to gain some fame. I won't do it again. The crowd watched as the small man was taken away, and they hurriedly dispersed. The person from the city lord's office shouted, I think you all have nothing better to do. Be careful not to get ambushed by the brocade azura. He then left. Lu Yin leaned against the city wall, speechless. He hadn't expected to be ridiculed like this, but such things were common in the Tian Yuan universe. It was just that he hadn't seen it before. The cultivation world was also a world where people interacted with each other. It was essentially no different from the world of ordinary people, and there were also such gossips. The web version is slow. Please. The new version will provide you with the fastest Star Stomper update. Chapter 396, Star Stomper. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3987. Brother, why don't you think Mr. Lu wants to marry the 7 fairies? I heard that he rejected the 7 fairies. Don't talk nonsense. That kind of person isn't someone you and I can talk about. Just look at Fugue. Yeah, he's so calm. Lu Yin. Not long after, someone came and asked Lu Yin, Ling Guang, and his sister to go to the City Lord Manor. The 3 were surprised, but they did not hesitate and followed the person to the manor. When he arrived at the City Lord's mansion, he saw Yu Xiang's beast carriage and Yuxing standing beside it. Greetings, City Lord. The 3 bowed. Yuxing nodded and glanced at the 3. You must be the rogue cultivators guarding the south gate. I've seen you before, and you work well together. I have a mission for you. If you complete it, you'll be rewarded with a chance to join the City Lord Manor's treasure-digging team. Ling Guang and Lu Yin looked at each other, then at Yuxing. May I ask what the mission is? Yuxing said, follow this beast carriage. Wherever it goes, you go. Protect the people inside. I believe you know who they are. Ling Guang said respectfully, we know, but our cultivation is too low. I'm afraid we won't be able to. Yuxing smiled. Most of the bugs in Black Marsh have been cleared out. You're just following for peace of mind. Besides, you're not the ones protecting Xiang. At most, you'll just clean up the trash. It's simple. Ling Guang sighed in relief. If that's the case, thank you for your kindness. Lu Yin bowed as well. Thank you, City Lord. Yuxing grunted in acknowledgement. When they left the City Lord Manor, Lu Yin and the rest were no longer the 3 of them. They followed Yu Xiang's beast carriage and headed out of the city. Ling Shu was puzzled. What's Yu Xiang doing outside the city? Ling Guang smiled foolishly. I don't know. Ling Shu was speechless. Brother, you're just a guard. Don't think too much. Ling Guang pointed into the distance. Ling Shu looked over and was even more speechless. A group of cultivators were leaning on the wall and watching enviously. Their discussions could be heard. That Ling Guang and his sister are so lucky to be able to protect the 7 fairies. If only I could join. I'm clearly stronger than Ling Guang, but he didn't invite me. You're ugly. Scram. Even Fu Gui has gone. What a pity. He's just a block of wood. How good would it be if I went? What a waste. Ling Shu shook her head and looked at Lu Yin. She immediately felt much better. This Fu Gui really was a block of wood. His expression didn't even change. Ling Guang was almost drooling. He was very close to the beast carriage and could smell its fragrance. Aside from the Ling siblings and Lu Yin, there were also quite a few half-martial ancestors and progenitors in this group. There would definitely be other experts following them in secret, but Lu Yin did not investigate. After all, the area beneath his feet was related to deathly stillness or mantis, and any carelessness could lead to failure on the verge of success. However, he could feel that there was an expert hiding in the dark. His gaze swept past him from time to time. The fleet quickly left Black Swamp City and entered the swamp. Lu Yin and the rest now knew why Yu Xiang had left the city. Her reason for leaving Big One City was to go to Blackpool City to dig for treasures. So, if she really wanted to dig for treasures, even if it was just an excuse, she still had to put on an act. And after following Yu Xiang for a few days, there were quite a few insect attacks, but they were all dealt with, so there wasn't much danger. However, Yu Xiang's personality was even more surprising. She was a lazy girl who didn't care about anything. If you asked her which direction to go, she would be fine. If you asked her if she wanted to dig for treasures nearby, she would be fine. If you asked her how to deal with the insects, she would be fine. She didn't seem to be interested in anything at all. Behind her back, Ling Shu said that Yu Xiang's was not suitable to be married as a sister-in-law. Lu Yin couldn't help but look at her. That would have to wait until Ling Guang could marry her. He was very clear that Yu Xiang's personality flaw originated from Chiu Su, one of the 7 emotions. It was no wonder why Yu Xiang had agreed to Chiu Nanhongye's request so that Lu Yin wouldn't make things difficult for the 6th night pillar. She really didn't care about anything and just went with the flow. Some people relied on their strength to survive, while others relied on pure luck. Yu Xiang belonged to the latter category. But if not for Chiu Su's emotions, she might not have been like this. She definitely hadn't taken the initiative to become one of the 7 fairies. Instead, it had been the Azure Lotus Emperor who had thought of a way to make her one of the 7 fairies. Otherwise, with her personality, it would have been impossible for her to bring Yuan Ba to the karmic sea. This is from the young mistress. Thank you for your help along the way. Yu Xiang's maid took out cultivation spirits and gave them to Lu Yin. They were all at the half-ancestor level, which was quite good. She had given out more than 10 half-ancestor cultivation spirits in one go. This didn't matter to Ling Guang, as he was a half-ancestor himself. But to an emissary like Ling Shu, this was a pleasant surprise. As long as she was willing, she could immediately become a half-ancestor powerhouse. Even for progenitor realm experts, it was a good thing to be prepared. Not every cultivator could obtain a cultivation spirit. Normally speaking, it wasn't easy for progenitor realm experts to obtain a cultivation spirit at the quasi-ancestor realm, let alone a cultivation spirit at the same level. A single half-ancestor cultivation spirit could be sold for an astronomical price. Thank you, young mistress. Everyone was grateful. As expected of the daughter of Dia City's city lord and one of the 7 fairies, she was so generous. The beast carriage continued its journey through Black Marsh, and no one knew how long it would take. Lu Yin measured the ground with every step, using his emissary-level strength to probe the ground. He wouldn't be discovered because he wasn't as excessive as those who were digging for treasures. There was a rumble in the distance as the beast carriage passed by. They saw a group of people digging into the ground. Of course, the area was very small, and they didn't dare to make it too big to avoid being expelled by Black Marsh City. In the swamps, the most common method of digging for treasures was a hook, similar to a fish hook. Once the hook was inserted into the ground, no one knew what would be hooked. The deeper the hook was, the more likely it would be to obtain good things. This required the strength of the person digging for treasures and the quality of the hook, especially the quality of the line. Thus, although Black Marsh City wasn't near the sea or river, there were still many fishing tools. 7th sister, Yu Xiang's voice rang out. At this moment, Lu Yin was very close to the beast carriage. Every guard's position was constantly changing, and this time, Lu Yin happened to be the closest to the beast carriage. He heard Yu Xiang's voice, and even heard Lu Xiyu's from YC. 5th sister, what's going on? I heard that city lord Yu forced you to marry the young Azure King. Lu Xiyu was making a fuss, and her voice wasn't soft. Yu Xiang's voice was soft. No, he just wanted me to entertain them. I didn't want to go, so I came to Black Marsh City to seek refuge with second uncle. That's too much. It's not like city lord Yu doesn't know your temper. My father wouldn't be like this. Yeah, it's always been you forcing Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu has never dared to force you. I know I'm wrong. Oh right, 5th sister, the young Azure King is a good person. You really don't feel anything? Yu Xiang was helpless. It's too tiring. It's so comfortable to be alone, free and unrestrained. Why find another person to share the rest of my life with? Lu Xiyu said, I haven't played enough, and I don't like anyone. 5th sister, your realm is high, and you don't like anyone. How about I introduce Lu Yin to you? Outside the beast carriage, Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. This girl is asking for a beating. Yu Xiang smiled faintly. You like Mr. Lu, don't drag me into it. You, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I like him? Second sister told me, you specifically asked second sister to agree to his conditions. I'm not the only one who asked for mercy, sixth sister also asked for mercy, after all. Alright, there's no need to explain, we all understand. Ah, I really didn't, fifth sister, you've misunderstood, I'm just thanking Lu Yin. No, this misunderstanding has to be resolved, I'll contact him now and introduce you to him, that should be fine, right? Outside the beast carriage, Lu Yin hurriedly put YC back into his cosmic ring. Seventh sister, don't mess around, Mr. Lu might be discussing the war of the insectoid civilization with Qinglian Yu and the others, he doesn't have time to care about such trivial matters. Alright, when he's free, I'll definitely introduce you to him. Oh right, the young Azure King and the others won't chase him to Blackpool City, right? Yu Xiang has said, they don't have time. The Junior Imperial Pavilion has always been fighting for the position of the first Junior Imperial Pavilion, and many people want to eliminate Mr. Lu's influence, hoping to raise a genius who can compete with Mr. Lu, so this heavy burden can only fall on the Junior Imperial Pavilion. Compete with Lu Yin. Can they do it? I don't know, but don't underestimate those Junior Imperial Pavilions, they're all top geniuses of their respective eras, and any one of them can reach the Ku Air realm with normal cultivation, or even the Ku Air realm with perfect mastery. As for people like the young Azure King, many people say that he'll be the next Eternal Realm powerhouse, and once they're fully nurtured by the Ninth Heaven universe, they definitely won't be bad. Alright, then I'll wait and see, they don't know how powerful Lu Yin is. Although it's frustrating that he's from the Tianyuan universe, that guy is really powerful. Soon, the beast carriage quieted down. Yu Xiang pulled open the curtains, her snow-white arms resting on the windowsill as she looked outside, her gaze lifeless, sometimes not even willing to think. Lu Yin thought of something, though. Although he was hiding in Blackpool City, how could he come into contact with the underground? He had wanted to dig for treasures before, but the underground existence wouldn't be unguarded against treasure diggers, and no one had been able to touch the underground for so many years, proving that it wasn't easy. Then, what if another group of people tried, for example, the young Azure King? What would happen if these people came to Blackpool City? Their cultivations weren't too high, but they were all difficult to deal with, and their identities weren't ordinary either. The arrival of these people could easily stir up trouble, but it wasn't enough to scare the underground existence. Thinking of this, he immediately contacted the startled Gate Shangyu. The Blackpool region was vast, and Blackpool City was located in the central west of the Blackpool. Far to the south of the Blackpool was an even larger city, Dawon City. Dawon City was outside the Blackpool, surrounded by mountains and built under the clouds. It was extraordinarily lively, and its geographical location was very special. From the southern region to the western region, many people would pass through Dawon City, and even if they used the sky cable to get to other regions, it wouldn't be far from Dawon City. And from this direction to Blackpool, one would have to pass through Dawon City. It could be said that Dawon City was a city that many people would definitely visit in their lifetime. With Dawon City as the center, the 100 Cities Association spread out, encompassing the entire Blackpool region. It wasn't a powerful force, but its influence wasn't small. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3988. In Dei City, at the end of the central street was a mountain wall surrounded by clouds and a rainbow bridge. A woman stepped on the rainbow and landed, followed by an old woman. It was Qing Yun and Granny Yin. Luo Ning welcomed them. "Why are you looking for us instead of killing the bugs?" Granny Yin asked Luo Ning. Luo Ning bowed. "Miss, we are going to Heizei City." Qing Yun was puzzled. Why? The fight for the title of first young master is in Heizei. Qing Yun and Granny Yin looked at each other. Who said so? Senior Bai Xiao. Miss, may I ask? No need, I am not interested in the title. Qing Yun said. She was also in the Junior Imperial Tower in the south, but she was not interested in the title. Regardless of whether she had the title or not, her position in the Zhuxiao universe was the most special. Qing Yun looked at Luo Ning and smiled. Thank you for telling me. When are you going to Heizei? Luo Ning thought for a moment. The little Azure King has already left. I will go immediately after meeting you. Qing Yun nodded and looked at Luo Ning deeply. Let me remind you of two things. Luo Ning bowed again with a solemn expression. Please speak. Qing Yun looked in the direction of Heizei. The purpose of the Junior Imperial Tower supporting you is very simple. They hope that in 100 or 1,000 years, one of you can compete with Lu Yin. This is something that no one in this era can do. They can only place their hopes on you because you are the geniuses of every era. But this is just a dream. Miss, Granny Yin could not help but say. Luo Ning looked at Qing Yun in surprise. It was not appropriate for Qing Yun to say such words. It was equivalent to admitting that no one in the Zhuxiao universe could compete with Lu Yin. Qing Yun forced a smile. There is a gap between dreams and reality. I did not think that no one could compete with Lu Yin in the past, even if he suppressed the 4 regions. However, in the battle with the insectoid nest, he killed 2 insectoid lords alone. The strength of the insectoid lords is not something you can understand. It is not a matter of strength, but the strangeness of life. Even my mother is troubled. If there is someone in the Zhuxiao universe who can compete with him, they should have appeared long ago instead of waiting for the fight for the title of first young master. Resource support. These can't support of a genius who can compete with Lu Yin. Granny Yin's gaze was complicated. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't. Lu Yin, who was from the Tian Yuan universe, had suppressed the entire Nine Clouds universe. Even though the entire Nine Clouds universe was grateful to him, he was still from the Tian Yuan universe. Against foreign civilizations, they were on the same side. What if Zhou Xiao and Tian Yuan were to fight one day? It was not impossible. Previously, some people had said that Lu Yin would join forces with the spiritualized universe to deal with Zhou Xiao, which was why he had deliberately delayed dealing with the Sea of Insects. This speculation had always existed, and it would not be forgotten along with Lu Yin's contributions. Unless the 3 universes of the human race were unified, there would always be conflicts. The 9 Firmaments universe needed someone to stand up against Lu Yin's brilliance. Luo Ning took a deep breath. I understand, Mississippi, even if Lu Yin doesn't belong to the continent of the 9 Clouds, he's still a human being. Besides, you can't do anything. We have 3 imperial gods in the continent of the 9 Clouds. Granny Yin's expression relaxed. That's right. No matter how powerful Lu Yin was, if he was unfavorable to Zhuxiao, there was still Shangyu. It would be difficult for anyone below the Eternal Realm to compete, but the Eternal Realm was on another level. Even if Lu Yin broke through to the Eternal Realm, he would still be alone. There were 3 in the continent of the 9 Clouds. Secondly, do you really want to compete with Prince Qing and the others for the first young Imperial Master? Luo Ning's eyes darkened, and he was silent. Granny Yin looked at Luo Ning. This boy was still lacking. Qing Yun slowly said, your talent is not low, and you are qualified to sleep in the Junior Imperial Tower. It also means that you are indeed qualified to compete with them, but do you really understand them? Sleeping in the right direction and sleeping in the wrong direction are different. Luo Ning, you need to see the facts in advance. The wrong direction is the whetstone for the right direction. Luo Ning was surprised and looked at Qing Yun in a daze. Qin Yun didn't say anything more and left with Granny Yin. Luo Ning stood in the same place, staring at the rainbow in front of him. No one knew what he was thinking. On the street in the center of De City, Granny Yin looked back and couldn't bear it. "Miss, isn't it too cruel to say that?" Qin Yun said, "Instead of waiting for him to suffer a blow, it's better to tell him now that the Elysium Luo family is very pitiful. I hope he can bear it." Granny Yin sighed. "Yes, the dignified Elysium Luo family is gone just like that. I can see that this boy's mentality has changed. In fact, I quite admire him. It is said that he would rather die than accept the escape of spiritual cultivation." The one he faced at that time was Lu Yin. Qin Yun didn't say anything. This was also the reason why she reminded Luo Ning. Luo Ning had backbone and talent. He could rebuild the Luo family. She hoped that he wouldn't disappoint her. At this moment, at the edge of the black swamp, dozens of people were hurrying along. However, they were overtaken by a person in red clothes. He carried a strange weapon and left in a flash. "Who is it? So fast. Father, where did the bloody smell come from?" "It's that person just now." "It's him." "Senior, do you know that person?" "I don't know him, but I recognize that weapon. That is the Blood Tower." "Blood Tower. I seem to have heard of it. I remember now. The eighth night pillar, blood in the world. The eighth night pillar's night chief. Blood Tower's eldest disciple, Blood Tower. Impossible, the Blood Tower's night chief should be at the eighth night pillar. He is a powerhouse at the peak of the bitter disaster realm. How can we see him?" "Senior, did you see wrongly?" "I didn't see wrongly. However, there are only two people who use the Blood Tower as a weapon. One is the Blood Tower's night chief at the eighth night pillar. The other is Shuizhan, the son of the Blood Tower's night chief, a genius who is in deep sleep at the Junior Palace Tower. That means that person just now was Shuizhan." Just as they said this, another gust of wind blew past. A loud shout could be heard, "Shuizhan, don't run. Our fated battle has begun. For you, I have been in deep sleep." "That is. I don't know." However, to be able to fight against Shuizhan, could he be a genius from the Junior Palace Tower? Further away, in a valley, insects covered a river. Two figures stood in the middle of the river surrounded by insects. One of them had a huge physique, at least 3 meters tall. His muscles were black and purple. His powerful aura caused the river to boil. The insects didn't dare to get close. On the other side was a handsome man holding a folding fan. A gentle breeze blew past his face, causing his hair to flutter. There was a smile on his face. He had an extraordinary aura. Neither of them moved. The sea of insects around them couldn't help but rush out. Among them were the brocade azura and the stone dragon calamity formed by thousands of stone dragons. The 3-meter-tall man's eyes widened. He clenched his fist and punched the void. The void cracked inch by inch. Terrifying waves of chi spread out from every crack. They were like sharp blades that slashed in all directions. The entire valley was shattered. The heat waves rose from the ground and soared into the sky. The sea of insects around them instantly disappeared. Only the man with the extraordinary aura on the river didn't move. He patted the folding fan in his hand and said leisurely, "Powerful. Gee, I haven't seen you for many years. You have become even more unfathomable. Ning Xiao, stop pretending. When are you going to fight me? Do you really want to fight me that badly? I am only in deep sleep in the northwest of the Junior Palace Tower. You should be challenging the little green king and the others. They are the true geniuses. Don't try to trick me. If I can't even win against you, how can I fight against them? Stop talking nonsense. Come. After he finished speaking, he rushed out. His 5 fingers bent and tore through the void. Ning Xiao smiled. He took a step forward and brushed past Ji. Ji's body stopped and twisted. His feet seemed to be sealed. Sealed. The little green king's battle technique. He roared out and raised his right leg. With a great boom, the world shook. He broke free from the sealed feet, but Ning Xiao had already disappeared. Ning Xiao, don't run. Ji rushed out and chased after him. Within an ancient forbidden ground of a certain clan, a pair of eyes opened. It was an old man. Third brother, you're awake. The owner of the eyes was a young man. He was confused, and he only woke up after quite a while. What era is it now? The little green king has awakened. Yes. A hive civilization from another universe waged war on our universe. However, the war has already ended. Everyone in the Junior Palace Tower has awakened to take part in the war. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? The young man was displeased. He glared at the old man. The old man was a primordial realm cultivator, while the young man was only a progenitor. However, he was willing to be scolded. This person was called Jianheng. He was from the same era as the little green king. He had once competed for the position of the Junior Palace Tower. He could have slept in the southwest since Qian Shu hadn't been born yet, but he didn't want to. He only wanted to sleep in the right direction. If he couldn't sleep in the right direction, he would rather not enter the Junior Palace Tower. As a result, he had always slept in his clan. As long as the little green king woke up, he would wake up and compete with the little green king. I don't know if we can survive this war. Third brother, you're only a progenitor. You won't be of any help. Is the hive civilization that powerful? How many eternal realm cultivators are there? No eternal realm cultivators took part in the war, but the old man spoke slowly to fill in the gaps in the young man's knowledge of history. Lu Yin's deeds shocked the young man. He couldn't imagine that someone from a lower universe could be unrivaled in the 9 clouds and be called the strongest under the eternal realm. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3989. Who else could it be? The maid was puzzled. Bai Xiao's eyes flickered. Other than the god of defense, I can't think of anyone else who has the ability to avoid me and directly affect the junior defense tower. The alarm defense tower. The alarm defense tower doesn't have the time to care about the junior defense tower. Someone must have instigated him, and that person is obvious. Mr. Liu. Why would he do that? Bai Xiao was about to answer when he suddenly realized something. He angrily rebuked, "Stupid girl, what are you asking? How would I know?" "Shut up." The maid smiled faintly. She wasn't afraid, but she didn't ask any further. However, she was truly curious. At Mr. Liu's level, the junior defense tower shouldn't even be worthy of his attention. Why would he interfere with the tower? Lu Yin quietly followed the carriage in Black Marsh. At this moment, the junior defense tower and the people who wanted to compete with the junior defense tower had probably all arrived. The junior defense tower was where the geniuses of the various eras of the 9 firmaments universe lay dormant. Every era would have more than 1 or 2 geniuses, and there would always be competition. Lu Yin had previously heard from Si Jiushi that some people were very stubborn and had set their sights on a particular junior defense tower. Thus, the junior defense tower might not be the only junior defense tower here. Lu Yin was looking forward to it. He hoped that these fellows would turn Black Marsh upside down and see how the underground existence would hide. Half a month passed quickly. The carriage had been in the swamp for a long time and had been attacked by many bugs. Fortunately, there were no casualties. The most dangerous time was when 3 brocade azuras attacked them. Lu Yin worked with Ling Guang and Ling Shu to take care of one while the other 2 were taken care of by others. During this time, Yu Xiang didn't get out of the carriage. However, her maid was curious and would occasionally get out of the carriage. She had become familiar with Lu Yin. That's the brocade azura. It said that they can travel on flat surfaces and can't be seen, especially in books. The maid sat in front of the carriage. The old man driving the carriage was calm and not good with words. He just listened to the maid speak. Ling Guang said, I heard that the brocade azura is a bug that the insectoid nest civilization uses to destroy their inheritances. It's very sinister. It's a good thing that the insectoid hive was dealt with. Those bugs were too terrifying, she said. She then looked at Lu Yin. Hey, Fugue, are your injuries all right? When the brocade azura had appeared, Lu Yin had purposely allowed his shoulder to bleed a little. I'm fine. Lu Yin moved his arm. At the side, Ling Shu said, fortunately, it's not too deep. Otherwise, this arm would be gone. The little handmaiden sympathized. Have you always been like this? Walking in danger? Ling Guang smiled and said, this is a rogue cultivator. It's very normal. Lu Yin smiled as well. We've encountered many dangers, and many of them were life or death situations. You don't want to experience that kind of life. The little handmaiden nodded. I just want to follow Miss and live my whole life. With that, she smiled and got into the beast carriage. Ling Shu was envious. It would be nice to have a lady like Yu Xiang. On this day, Yu Xiang's cry of surprise came from inside the beast carriage. Many people were on guard. Why would they come to Black Marsh? Lu Xiu's voice was heard. Third sister told me that they are going to compete for the position of first young master in Black Lake. Seventh sister, fortunately, you reminded me in time. I have to go. With that, he opened the curtains. Everyone, please return to Black Lake City as soon as possible. No one dared to delay and hurried to Black Lake City. Lu Yin laughed. They knew that Prince Shaoqing and the others were coming to Black Marsh, so they wanted to leave. But even if they wanted to leave, they had to go to Black Lake City to inform them. They had been hurrying on their journey for the past few days. However, after going around in circles, they were too far away from Black Swamp City. It was a distance that mortals would never be able to cover in their entire lifetime. As for cultivators, even if they were half martial ancestor experts, they would still need time to return to Black Swamp City. Unfortunately, they were surrounded by a sea of insects. Inside the beast carriage, Yu Xiang looked at the dense swarm of insects in the distance. Her face turned pale. Why is there a sea of insects? The little handmaiden panicked. Didn't they say that there are no more insects in Black Marsh? The cultivators around the carriage spread out and faced the sea of insects, starting to fight. Lu Yin, Ling Guang, and Ling Shu stayed beside the beast carriage. From time to time, they would be torn by the 7-star sword and the beast carriage would bear the brunt of the impact. With the emissary's cultivation, she could not keep up with the 7-star sword's speed and could only endure the impact. Even Ling Guang, a half-ancestor, could not see through it. Fortunately, everyone was prepared to face these insects. Although this group of cultivators was mostly made up of spirit seeds, they could not be underestimated. Qian Li's appearance caused many cultivators to tremble. They were not afraid of the powerful stone dragon or the extremely fast 7-star sword, but they were most afraid of Qian Li. That kind of agony was worse than death, was too torturous. If Qian Li appeared anywhere, it would lead to a large-scale bombardment, and the cultivators swore to eliminate her. Lu Yin held onto the beast carriage tightly, but the shock waves from the impact almost sent him flying. Ling Guang hugged Ling Shu and frowned. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead, and his pupils flickered. This was a sign of extreme pain. He had also been injured by Qianli. Qianli could cause a half-ancestor to commit suicide. Bro, bear with it. Ling Shu screamed. Lu Yin grabbed Ling Guang and Ling Shu and pushed them aside. The brocade azura appeared where they had been standing. If he had been any slower, Ling Shu and the others would have been torn apart. Although Lu Yin had hidden his identity, he had developed feelings for the Ling siblings after interacting with them for some time, and he could not bear to see them die. The expert who had been protecting Yu Xiang, in the dark should have made his move. Just as he thought of this, the void in front of him trembled and boiled, as if tiny arrows were piercing through the void. In an instant, the surrounding sea of insects began to fall. Qianli, the brocade azura, and even Guilan, who had been hidden in the void world, all fell out. None of the insects could dodge the void arrows. Lu Yin looked in a certain direction, and the others subconsciously looked over as well. The attack had come from that direction. In the distance, a youth was walking over. He seemed to have emerged from the void, and it was so unreal that it seemed like a mirage. As he approached, the ripples in the void gradually softened, and they seemed to form a lotus that bloomed. He had emerged from the lotus. Every step he took caused the insects to die. Everyone watched in a daze as he approached, but they did not move. Ling Guang's pain lessened, and he stared blankly at the youth. The youth walked to the front of the beast carriage with a calm expression. Xiang. Everyone gulped. Xiang. That was too intimate. Who was this person? Could it be Yu Xiang? Just as he was lost in thought, Yu Xiang stepped out of the beast carriage. Behind her, the little handmaiden followed her step by step. Yu Xiang faced the youth and slowly bowed. Xiang greet senior. Senior. Everyone understood. No wonder he was a disciple of the Blue Lotus Emperor. There were many such disciples, but they did not know who he was. The youth looked at her. You're hiding from me. Yu Xiang shook her head. No. You and I are brother and sister, so there's no need to be so formal. Senior Yumi hopes that you can marry me, and I won't object. If you don't want to, I won't force you, the youth said. The moment he said this, everyone knew who he was. The young Azure King was sleeping in the east of the Junior Defense Tower. Countless people believed that he would become an eternal realm cultivator in the future. He was a king with half his body and could walk the world. No one had expected to see the famous young Azure King in such a situation. That was a sign of an era. In the era when the young Azure King was born, no one could surpass him. He was accepted as a disciple by the Blue Lotus Emperor. He and the 7 fairies were accepted at different times. Some of the 7 fairies were accepted earlier than him, while some were accepted later. Regardless, the young Azure King was a true direct disciple of the Blue Lotus Emperor. The 7 fairies, including Ming Zhua and Jing Lian, were all nominal disciples of the Blue Lotus Emperor. The young Azure King truly represented Yi Hai. Greetings, young Azure King. Greetings, young Azure King. Greetings, young Azure King. Everyone hurriedly bowed to show their respect for Yi Hai. Lu Yin also pretended to bow. Ling Guang endured the pain and bowed as well. The young Azure King's gaze swept across everyone, and his eyes trembled. Those who were tortured by Qianli instantly felt relieved. Ling Guang relaxed and almost fell to the ground. The pain was gone. He was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. Thank you, young Azure King, for saving my life. Ling Shu's eyes turned red. Thank you, young Azure King. More than one person who was tortured by Qianli was grateful to the young Azure King. The young Azure King walked forward and entered the beast carriage. "Let's go. Bring me along." Yu Xiang blinked and looked at the beast carriage. She seemed to want to say something, but she didn't say anything in the end. She entered the beast carriage with the help of her maidservant. When the curtains were drawn, everyone retracted their gazes and suppressed their shock. They actually saw the young Azure King. That was the young Azure King. Who knew how many years later, the young Azure King might attain immortality and become a supreme expert of the human race. Now that they saw him, they could brag about it for the rest of their lives. If they could catch the young Azure King's attention and be taken in as a disciple, no, an attendant would do. If they could become the young Azure King's attendant, they would be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. Wasn't this better than digging for treasures? People like the young Azure King disdain to dig for treasures. For the rest of the journey, whenever they encountered bugs, the cultivators would attack with all their might. In short, they did their best to display their prowess, hoping to catch the young Azure King's attention. Lu Yin also put in some effort. Everyone was working hard. If he didn't do anything, he would be too conspicuous. Even Ling Guang was doing his best. In his words, it wasn't because he wanted to catch the young Azure King's attention, but because he wanted to repay the young Azure King for saving his life. He didn't want these bugs to disturb the young Azure King. In the beast carriage, Yu Xiang looked outside and then looked at the young Azure King. "Senior brother is more popular than me," one of the 7 fairies. "Look at those people, they almost went up to bite the bugs." The young Azure King closed his eyes and rested. He didn't care. Yu Xiang rolled her eyes. She leaned lazily in the beast carriage and looked outside blankly. The maidservant peeked at the young Azure King from time to time, but she didn't dare to speak. When the beast carriage entered Black Swamp City, everyone relaxed. However, they also felt that it was a pity. It would be great if they could encounter the sea of bugs again. They could show off what they had learned in their lifetime and show the young Azure King, even though the possibility of being valued was not high. "Sister, it would be great if you could marry someone like the young Azure King." Ling Guang was envious. Ling Shu was speechless. "Brother, stop dreaming. Is that kind of person someone you and I can think of? Why don't you ask me to marry Mr. Liu?" Lu Yin pursed his lips. Was this a confession? Look at Star Stomper. 8:2. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3990. After the carriage entered the mayor's mansion, Lu Yin and the rest dispersed. They had obtained the right to join the treasure-digging team, which would begin once the bugs were completely cleared. For Ling Guang and the other wandering cultivators, this was a rare opportunity. In addition, they had been assigned by the mayor's mansion once, so they had the right to join the treasure-digging team twice. Ling Shu was reluctant to leave, and so was Ling Guang. Only Lu Yin looked indifferent as he left the mansion. Looking back, the show was about to begin. On the other side, Yu Xing had arranged for little Azure King to rest alone in the courtyard. Yu Xiang quickly bid farewell to Yu Xing and was about to leave. "Xiang are you looking down on the family?" Yu Xing looked at Yu Xiang with a solemn expression. Yu Xiang did not expect Yu Xing to be so serious. "Uncle, what do you mean?" Yu Xing said, "Ever since you became a Blue Lotus Upper Imperial disciple, the family's treatment of you has changed. Everyone is overly accommodating and letting you do whatever you want. But you should think about the family occasionally. Little Azure King has just arrived in Black Swamp City, and you leave, what will the family do? Who doesn't know your father's intentions, but you didn't even give him a chance and escaped to Black Swamp. Do you know how much ridicule your father received? Outsiders say that the 7 fairies are a group of their own. Whether it's Ju's second Miss Heartless, Wanxiang Valley's Ming Xiaolong, or Donglin Sword Sect's Lu Xiu, no one dares to offend you in the family. The status of Blue Lotus Upper Imperial Disciple gives you honor and glory, but even without this status, you still have a good life in the family, right? Before you became a Blue Lotus Upper Imperial Disciple, how did the family treat you? Yu Xiang whispered, I really don't want to get married. Yuxing sighed, the family doesn't mean to force you, but you should at least give your father some face. Yu Xiang looked at Yuxing, father wants me to marry Little Azure King even in his dreams. If I give him face, I'll really get married. Uncle, you know my father's temper. Even if Little Azure King doesn't marry me, he doesn't want to give up. He wants me to interact with Little Azure King more. According to his theory, I'll develop feelings for him after a long time. As for Little Azure King, Yu Xiang was helpless, he doesn't care. He doesn't want to marry me, he can marry me. Yu Xing had a headache. Are you really that unwilling to marry Prince Qing? I don't want to marry anyone. I just want to live alone. That's better than anything else. Yu Xiang was very serious. Yuxing shook his head and smiled bitterly. What's wrong with your personality? Fine, since that's the case, you have to think of a way to save your father's face without making yourself feel uncomfortable. In short, Xiang regardless of whether you're a Blue Lotus Upper Imperial Disciple or not, your father treats you very well. Yu Xiang returned to her residence and leaned on the windowsill. She watched the birds fly around in a daze. You guys can be free, but I can't. What is a person pursuing in life? After some thought, he contacted Lu Xiu and poured out all his grievances. Fifth sister, I think your uncle is right. Your father didn't do anything wrong. He just wanted you to live a good life. Lu Xiu said, I didn't see it clearly back then, and now my father. Blackpool City was shaken because one person had come. Bloody battle, Junior Imperial Towers, Junior Imperial Towers, Junior Imperial Towers son, and also Blood Towers Senior Imperial Disciples Grand Disciple. On the city wall, Lu Yin watched as Bloody Battle walked towards the city lord's mansion with a bloody aura. Those who didn't know would think that he was looking for trouble. Even though City Lord Yuxing was quite strong and had a cultivation of sequence law, he had no advantage against a progenitor like Bloody Battle. As soon as Bloody Battle entered the city, another person followed closely behind and issued a challenge loudly. His voice spread throughout Blackpool City and stunned everyone. Who's that? I don't know. I've never seen him before. The expected battle didn't break out. Similarly, they entered the City Lord's mansion. Many people were waiting because City Lord Yuxing didn't have the power to suppress Junior Imperial Disciple, not to mention the young Azure Prince. But there was no movement for several days. Until another person arrived and left a sword shadow at the entrance of the City Lord's mansion and entered. No one knew who that person was, but since he dared to enter the City Lord's mansion and wasn't chased away by Yuxing, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Isn't that the young master of the Nanlu family? Why is he here? Nanlu family. The southernmost Nanlu family in the southern region. Which other Nanlu family? Beside Lu Yin, Ling Guang was surprised. Nanlu Feng. I didn't expect him to come to Blackpool City as well. Brother, he's that Nanlu Feng who's known as the first young master of the Nanlu family. Ling Shu was surprised. Ling Guang nodded. The Nanlu family is located in the southernmost part of the southern region, between the third and fourth night pillars. They have a vast territory and are much larger than Blackpool City. The Nanlu family belongs to the Nanlu family, and even though they aren't a power, they are like the 100 Cities Association and are considered the masters of their territory. They have quite a bit of influence, especially in the third and fourth night pillars. Many people have received favors from the Nanlu family, and they have a good reputation. As for this Nanlu Feng, he has the style of his ancestors, and his cultivation talent is extremely high. The people of the Nanlu family see him as a genius who will definitely be able to enter the Junior Imperial Pavilion. Lu Yin watched as Nanlu Feng slowly approached the city lord's mansion. This person had probably heard that the young Azure Prince and the others were coming and wanted to compete. There were more and more people coming. There were a few other young experts who had arrived before him, but they didn't dare enter the city lord's mansion. They rested nearby and kept an eye on it. Those people were already weaker. The fact that Nanlu Feng dared to approach the city lord's mansion meant that he was confident. Under the gazes of countless people, Nanlu Feng arrived outside the city lord's mansion and slowly bowed. Nanlu Feng of the Nanlu family requests an audience with Senior Yuxing, the city lord of Blackpool City. The people inside the city lord's mansion looked over, but no one answered. Yuxing looked outside the city lord's mansion and wanted to receive him, but he shook his head helplessly. It wasn't that he didn't want to receive him, but that he had been warned. The one who had warned him was the person who had left behind the sword shadow. That person's background was ordinary and not as strong as the 100 Cities Association, but he himself was not ordinary. Yuxing had seen legends about that person in historical records. That was a genius who could compete with the young Azure Prince. If he hadn't been sealed in ice and waiting for the young Azure Prince, he wouldn't have been as strong as he was now. There would definitely be a place for him in the Nine Firmaments universe. Even though he was only a progenitor, Yuxing didn't dare to slight him. Blackpool City could only stay out of the battle for the Junior Imperial Pavilion. Nanlu Feng asked for an audience again, but there was still no response from the city lord's mansion. He smiled and looked at the sword shadow at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. He took a step forward and walked towards the sword shadow. Separated by 3 meters, Nanlu Feng had a smile on his face, but his eyes were cold. He reached out to grab the sword shadow. In the distance, Lu Yin looked away. This person still wasn't qualified to participate in the battle. The next moment, Nanlu Feng was sent flying. Blood flowed out of his palm, and countless wounds appeared. He was shocked. Impossible. He was confident that he could stand at the peak of the younger generation and was about to go to the Junior Imperial Pavilion to sleep. He heard that the young Azure Prince and the others had awakened and come to Blackpool City. He wanted to compete with them, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even enter the gate. He was unwilling to give up. He walked towards the sword shadow and used everything he had learned in his life. In the city lord's mansion, Yuxing shook his head. He couldn't even break through a sword shadow, let alone himself. This Nanlu Feng was far from enough. In a courtyard of the city lord's mansion, the person who had left behind the sword shadow slowly drank tea. Young Azure Prince, when will you and I fight? I've been waiting for this battle for too long. In another courtyard, the young Azure Prince opened his eyes. There's no rush. What should come will come. Let's settle it once and for all. The person who had left behind the sword shadow laughed and put down his teacup. That's right. Let's settle it once and for all. All right, we'll settle it once and for all. Let's see how bad the Junior Imperial Pavilion's judgment is. Someone spoke, his voice spreading throughout the city lord's mansion. It was the person who had challenged Shuizhan. He was like a ghost, and his name was Crafty Strike. In a courtyard even further away, Shuizhan's body was shrouded in a bloody aura. Faint sounds of fighting could be heard. And even further away was Yu Xiang's courtyard. Yu Xiang was vexed as she listened to their conversation. How could such a thing happen to her? If it was her 7th sister, she would be very happy. She liked to watch a good show, but she didn't. Who else would come? She wanted to leave, but she couldn't. If she left now, then she would think back to when she left in Freshman City. That would only embarrass her father. That would confirm that she was running away from the young Azure Prince and the others. How troublesome. At this time, the Huai Sea vibrated. Yu Xiang picked it up. The screen was pitch black, but a voice sounded. Fifth sister. Yu Xiang was surprised. Her eyes widened. Eldest sister. The person who had contacted Yu Xiang was the Death Hill Lord, the eldest sister of the seven fairies. It's me. I heard that you're in trouble now. Yu Xiang was distressed. Eldest sister, please save me. After complaining, Yu Xiang looked at the screen expectantly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3991. Someone on the city wall advised, "Miss, please stay away, it's dangerous here." Yu Xiang looked up and swept her gaze over the crowd before walking up the city wall. Someone wanted to stop her, but in the end, they didn't, allowing Yu Xiang to walk up the city wall towards Lu Yin and the Lingguang siblings. Lingguang stared blankly. Why was Yu Xiang here? And from the looks of it, was she looking for him? No, it was Fu Gui. Lu Yin looked at Yu Xiang standing in front of him, a little confused. Why was she looking for him? Yu Xiang smiled at Lu Yin. Fu Gui, we meet again. The maid standing behind Yu Xiang winked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was at a loss and slowly bowed. Greetings, Mississippi. Yu Xiang smiled. I said that when we return to the city, you and I will talk in detail. Let's go back to the city lord's mansion. Lu Yin was stunned. What was going on? How was it related to him? Let's go, Fu Gui, your chance to soar is here. The maid urged with a smile. Lu Yin was puzzled. What is it? Yu Xiang looked at Lu Yin. Let's go. Just one word, and Lu Yin felt the might of a progenitor pressing down on him. Yu Xiang was a progenitor, and her cultivation was not weak. Facing an emissary like Lu Yin, she could easily lead him by the nose. Lu Yin couldn't refuse and could only leave with Yu Xiang. From beginning to end, the Lingguang siblings were confused. What was going on? Lu Yin looked at Yu Xiang's back. Was something out of his control? Why did Yu Xiang suddenly look for him? Something was wrong, but the only one who knew of his existence was Alarm Gate Shangyu. No one else knew he was hiding in Black Swamp City. Alarm Gate Shangyu and Yu Xiang had nothing to do with each other. Why was Yu Xiang looking for him? I'm sorry to have involved you in this matter, but don't worry, when this matter is resolved, I will give you a good fortune, enough to let you get rid of your identity as a rogue cultivator and soar into the sky. Yu Xiang's voice sounded in his ear, and the pressure she exerted on Lu Yin was gone. Lu Yin pretended to be relieved and wiped his sweat. Miss, may I know what's going on? Let's return to the city lord's mansion first. Yu Xiang said. Lu Yin looked at the maid curiously. The maid pursed her lips into a smile and didn't say anything else. Soon, under countless gazes, Lu Yin and Yu Xiang arrived outside the city lord's mansion, standing in front of the illusory sword. Please make way for Jianing, Yu Xiang said, looking in the direction of the city lord's office. In the courtyard of the city lord mansion, the person who left behind the shadow of the sword looked outside. Come in by yourself. Yu Xiang said faintly, the battle for the throne has nothing to do with me. Please get out of my way. The man did not reply. Yu Xiang frowned. The maid angrily rebuked, who the hell are you? This is the Blackpool City City Lord's mansion, since when is it your turn to block guests? That person still didn't answer. In the distance, someone shouted, trying to get in through the back door. How could it be that easy? He didn't even give face to the 7 fairies. He's obviously not ordinary. That's right. This person thinks that he can enter with the 7 fairies. If word gets out, he'll be on the same level as the young imperial tutor. What a joke. He should take a look at himself first. The maid glared angrily into the distance. Shut up. Those few people didn't need to say anything. They could occasionally mock them, but they couldn't really offend the 7 fairies. That would be fatal. They just didn't like Lu Yin. What right did this guy have to sneak in? One had to know that many elite geniuses had been stopped before. How many pairs of eyes were watching now? Lu Yin was calm, very calm. He was so calm that the maid felt that something was wrong. Being ridiculed and provoked like this, he didn't care at all. Inside the city lord mansion, Yu Xing was dissatisfied. He walked out, wanting to push the shadow of the sword away. City Lord Yu, don't worry. This was the voice of the little verdant prince. Yu Xing looked over. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly looked at the door and was attracted by a strange phenomenon. Was that a lotus? At this moment, countless people inside and outside the city lord mansion were looking at the door. Yu Xiang's palms were clasped together, and countless palm shadows bloomed to form a lotus. From bottom to top, it covered the shadow of the sword. The sky blue light illuminated Blackpool City, and also Lu Yin's face. Lu Yin looked at this scene in surprise. What a powerful battle technique. Lotus release hands. Someone blurted out, looking shocked. The bystanders were confused, and some were shocked like that person when they recalled it. Inside the city lord mansion, the person who left behind the shadow of the sword stared at the door. His shadow of the sword was lifted up. The little verdant prince smiled. How could the disciples of the Blue Lotus Emperor not be able to lift up a shadow of the sword? What did these people think the 7 fairies were? Was it a title? Wrong, the disciples of the Blue Lotus Emperor were never just titles. These were the real 7 fairies. Their appearance and family background overshadowed their own. Their identity as disciples of the Blue Lotus Emperor made them incomparably noble, so much so that no one dared to provoke them. However, everyone overlooked their own strength. Even if they weren't in a deep sleep in the Junior Defense Tower, the 7 fairies were definitely the top powerhouses of their generation, especially those who weren't of the same generation as them. For example, he couldn't see through that big sister. Yu Xiang didn't make a move, but it didn't mean that it was useless. It was just that she didn't want to make a move. At this moment, her move shocked countless people. Lotus release hands, the ultimate technique of the Blue Lotus Emperor. How many years has it been? History has almost forgotten. The Blue Lotus Emperor not only has karma, but also this peerless ultimate technique, Yu Xing murmured. Outside the city lord mansion, those who were mocking were speechless. They stared blankly as the shadow of the sword was lifted up. The maid pulled Lu Yin in, and then Yu Xiang slowly walked in as well. After she entered, the shadow of the sword fell down and blocked the door just like before. A single shadow of the sword could only seal the door of the city lord mansion, but it couldn't seal the other places. But with this shadow of the sword, anyone who wanted to compete with the little verdant prince and the rest couldn't take other paths. Their dignity wouldn't allow it. Yu Xiang was the first to enter through the shadow of the sword. After Yu Xiang and the rest entered the city lord mansion, they went straight to their own courtyard. On the way, the person who left the shadow of the sword was standing in front of them. The maid was furious. It's you, right? The guy who left the shadow of the sword, get out of the way. The person who left the shadow of the sword looked at the maid with interest. You haven't seen me before, but you can recognize me with a single glance. You have good eyesight. The maid snorted. Shameless. That person didn't care and looked at Yu Xiang. I'd like to see your lotus style. Yu Xiang refused. I don't like fighting. The lotus style is the ultimate technique of the azure lotus defense. You don't want it to be covered in dust, right? Since the azure lotus defense was taught to you, it's because I hope you can carry it forward. You're wrong. We 7 sisters know it, and so does senior brother. You'll see it for yourself. The little verdant prince is the little verdant prince. His lotus style is different from yours. I don't fight. After saying that, Yu Xiang walked past the person with Lu Yin and the maid. She didn't even look at him. That person's eyes narrowed. His gaze swept past the maid and landed on Lu Yin. As a man, you're hiding behind a woman. Don't you feel ashamed? Lu Yin blinked and looked at that person. Yu Xiang pulled Lu Yin's arm and whispered, "Don't mind it. This has nothing to do with you." Lu Yin looked at that person. "What's your name?" That person was indifferent. "Jian Heng." "Just you wait. Today's humiliation will be avenged in the future." Lu Yin was serious. Jian Heng laughed. His laughter was full of ridicule. "You? Based on what?" Yu Xiang scolded, "Jian Heng, you can compete with the little verdant prince. There are almost no peers in the world who can fight with you. Why do you have to make things difficult for a rogue cultivator?" Lu Yin looked at Yu Xiang seriously. "You've gone too far." Yu Xiang was stunned and looked at Lu Yin blankly. The maid was also stunned. Was this guy stupid? Jian Heng was also stunned and looked at Lu Yin in a daze. Lu Yin was serious, unprecedentedly serious. "You shouldn't have stopped him from making things difficult for me. This will hinder my desire to improve. I'm a person who works hard and wants to stand at the top of my peers in the future. Having a good opponent like Jian Heng is exactly what I want. I don't need you to reject him for me. Rejecting him now won't make me feel good, but I'll let it go since you're doing it for me. You shouldn't have brought me in just now. I have to think of a way myself. Even if it's 1 year, 2 years, or 10 years, there will be a day when I can fight my way in. I won't give up. But since you brought me in, I'll let it go. Don't do this in the future. Let's go." With that, he left along the path. His words left everyone dumbfounded. They felt that something was amiss. In the distance, the person who challenged the blood battle named Phantom Strike blinked. What a guy. He's living off a woman. Yu Xiang and the maid looked at each other and followed. Hey, you're going in the wrong direction. Sorry. Jian Heng looked at Lu Yin's back from where he stood. This guy spoke so loftily and seemed to be very ambitious. Then why did he run? Jian Heng was baffled. He had never encountered such a situation in his life. He was just casually mocking Lu Yin, but in the end, he felt like he had eaten a dead fly. He felt inexplicably sullen. On the way back to the courtyard, the maid looked at Lu Yin strangely. Yu Xiang also looked at Lu Yin differently. This guy was different from the one she knew. Please take a seat. Yu Xiang made an inviting gesture. Lu Yin was very polite. Thank you, Mississippi. Yu Xiang looked at him deeply, her attitude completely different from before. She was like a completely different person in front of him. The maid looked at Lu Yin curiously. This guy's attitude changed so quickly. May I know why Miss is looking for me? Lu Yin asked. Yu Xiang said, to ruin my reputation. Ha! Ha! Lu Yin and the maid exclaimed at the same time. They looked at Yu Xiang in a daze. They felt that they had heard wrong. The maid did not know about this either. Yu Xiang sighed and told him her thoughts. Lu Yin was speechless. What a ruthless person. Yu Xiang-er's father, Yu Mi, forced Yu Xiang-er to choose a husband. He valued the Little Azure King and those geniuses who could compete with the Little Azure King. However, Yu Xiang-er was not willing. Even if she clearly refused, even if the Little Azure King and the others rejected her, her father still did not believe her. He felt like he could force her to be together forever. Besides this, her father was quite good to her. She did not want him to lose face. Yu Xiang had no choice but to ruin her reputation. On one hand, she listened to her father and met the Little Azure King and the others openly. On the other hand, her reputation was already ruined. The Little Azure King and the others would not marry her, and her father would not force her anymore. And the way to ruin her reputation was to trouble him. We can talk through the night. Yu Xiang looked at Lu Yin calmly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3992. Looking at Yu Xiang-er's serious expression, Lu Yin knew that she was not joking. Why me? Because your name is Fugue. In the cultivation world, there are geniuses and ordinary people, but even ordinary people rarely have such a name. This shows your uniqueness and untainted nature. Speak human language. Your name is so ordinary that no one dares to bully you. Lu Yin was speechless. This was too straightforward. Was that so? Well, who would bully a silly Fugue? He regretted it. He should not have called himself Fugue. Yu Xiang-er was right. Who in the cultivation world would have such a name? In a group of geniuses, ordinary people would be particularly conspicuous. His name was the same. No matter how weak a wandering cultivator was, at least his name would not be so unpleasant. Even mortals who did not cultivate rarely had such a name. Lu Yin felt like he had used too much force. He did not think too much about it before. He just wanted to blend in with the wandering cultivators. Perhaps he had been led astray by the progenitor. Fugue sounded better than a pillar. He had been high and mighty for too long, so he lacked the ability to think about certain things. Above heaven's progenitor had been schemed against by the Eternal. The Eternal hid in a corner, advancing step by step, while the progenitor shone brightly and eventually led to the destruction of above heaven. Lu Yin thought that he would not ignore the dark corners, but in fact, he had already ignored them. He had been staring at the Eternal and saw him as a threat in the dark. However, the threat was not limited to the Eternal. To the progenitor, the Eternal was not a threat. It was precisely for this reason that he ignored the Eternal. Now, in the dark, there must be someone who was dissatisfied with him and wanted to scheme against him. He did not like such people, but it was hard to guarantee that they would not be the next Eternal. Lu Yin took a deep breath, his expression heavy. He wanted to find out the existence under Black Marsh. In fact, he was already very cautious, but he still subconsciously ignored it. He did not even consider the impact of a name. This was a big taboo. If he was really cautious, Yu Xiang would not have found him at this moment. He would still be standing on the city wall and watching the show without being targeted by anyone. Fortunately, Yu Xiang had given him a warning. The dark corners were dark because they could not be seen. He might not be able to see all the dark corners. Yu Xiang saw Lu Yin's serious expression and carefully said, "I'm sorry, did I go too far?" Lu Yin looked at her and smiled, "No, you're right. Thank you." Yu Xiang was puzzled. "Thank you." Lu Yin smiled and nodded, "Thank you." "Fugue, what's wrong with you today?" The maid was puzzled. Lu Yin shrugged. "It's nothing." "So, miss, you called me here just to have a candlelight talk and ruin my reputation?" Yes, I hope you can help me. Yu Xiang then took out a number of cultivation spirits from her cosmic ring. These are just compensation. Once this matter is over, I will introduce you to other places. The Four Lin Sword Sect, the Zhu Clan, the Night Pillar. You can go anywhere you want. I have people there. Lu Yin didn't hesitate and put away the spirit. All right, let's work together. Yu Xiang heaved a sigh of relief, as she had not expected Lu Yin to agree so readily. He was grateful that Yu Xiang had given him a timely warning. Victory after victory had made Lu Yin feel even more superior. The Tao of karma had merged with the great phenomenon of karma, making him feel as if he was omnipotent. However, there was no such thing as omnipotence or omniscience in this world. Otherwise, how could dereliction and deathly silence survive? The Azure Lotus Guard had long since become invincible. It was easy for a rogue cultivator to get involved in this kind of thing. The next day, Yu Xiang and Lu Yin walked out of the courtyard. Her usual calm expression was replaced by a happy one. She even went to look for the little verdant prince, wanting to show him around Black Swamp City. At the same time, she invited Shuizhan, Jianheng, and the others. She invited them as the 100 Cities Association's little princess. Yuxing was bitter, listening to Yumi's scolding, but there was nothing he could do. Big brother, you know Xiang's temper, she doesn't care about anything, but if she really causes trouble, it will be hard to clean up. I can't handle it. What's the situation with that kid? Xiang purposely found that stupid Fu Gui. Is that kid really called Fu Gui? Check his background for me. Get to the bottom of it. Understood. I've already sent people to investigate, but that kid was just being used, nothing actually happened. Nonsense, how could my daughter take a fancy to some Fu Gui? But we still have to investigate. Why did she choose this Fu Gui? See if there's anything special about him. Okay. The little verdant prince gave face. Yu Xiang brought Lu Yin and the maids to invite him to tour Black Swamp City, and he went. Along the way, he looked at Lu Yin with interest, occasionally saying a few words. Unlike Jian Heng's ridicule, he was calm and showed respect. Lu Yin was even more polite, putting himself in the shoes of a rogue cultivator facing the little verdant prince. And in the eyes of Yu Xiang and the maids, his attitude was different. Why was this guy changing every day? Could he be schizophrenic? Yu Xiang and the rest toured Black Swamp City with the little verdant prince, strolling the streets, drinking tea, and watching the fight with insects outside the city. The conversation between the little verdant prince and Lu Yin became more frequent, and he asked a lot of questions. They strolled for a whole day before returning to the city lord's mansion. He met someone at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Ning Xiao. Lu Yin looked at the gate curiously, and there stood an elegant man whose bearing was not inferior to the little verdant prince's. Ning Xiao. He was one of the sleeping junior emperors in the junior imperial tower, and he had heard of him before. At this moment, countless people shifted their gaze from Lu Yin and the rest to Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao was standing in front of the sword shadow. This sword shadow blocked a group of elite geniuses, preventing them from stepping into the city lord's mansion. Those who were qualified to step in were all extraordinary people. Lu Yin and the rest saw Ning Xiao, and Ning Xiao also saw them and greeted them. His gaze paused on Lu Yin for a moment, and he nodded in a very friendly manner. Yu Xiang's maid's eyes lit up. Compared to the little verdant prince, Ning Xiao was the man of their dreams. The little verdant prince's status was too high. He was the disciple of the Blue Lotus Emperor, the successor of Yi Hai, and was recognized by countless people as the most likely powerhouse to reach the eternal realm in the future. Such a person was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. On the other hand, Ning Xiao was a rogue cultivator, a true rogue cultivator. Logically speaking, if one wanted to hibernate in the Junior Imperial Pavilion, they had to have a great power behind them. However, without the support of a great power, where would a genius come from? It was too difficult to find a true genius among rogue cultivators. Ning Xiao was the genius that countless rogue cultivators looked forward to. Such a person's future was limitless, but he also had the identity of a rogue cultivator, which made him not seem unattainable. He also had a chivalrous air, and his carefree temperament was enough to conquer countless women. In his era, his identity as a rogue cultivator could not hide his brilliance. The sword's shadow was broken, but it was not broken. Ning Xiao passed through the sword's shadow alone, and it was unknown how he did it. Countless people were dumbfounded. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Interesting. These junior imperial attendants were not simple. Ning Xiao had just used a strange battle technique to get close to the sword's shadow. No matter how the sword's shadow slashed, his battle technique constantly changed, blocking and deceiving the sword will, allowing him to pass through the sword's shadow easily. This was even more carefree than Yu Xiang's Blue Lotus release. At this time, a tall figure entered the city and arrived outside the city lord's mansion in a few steps. Ning Xiao, don't run. Ning Xiao had already entered the city lord's mansion. He looked back and smiled. Gee, the one you should challenge is him. As he spoke, he pointed his folding fan in the direction of Lu Yin's group, where the little verdant prince was. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3993. Ji looked over and saw the young Azure King. His eyes flashed with battle intent, but he didn't provoke him. He stared at Ning Xiao. I will deal with you first. Then, the giant palm slammed down. With a bang, the ground cracked and the sword's shadow shattered. He stepped out and entered. Everyone was shocked. What great strength! He actually shattered the sword's shadow. The young Azure King praised this strength. If his cultivation reaches the peak of the bitter disaster realm, he might be able to compete with Mr. Lu. Yu Xiang was surprised. Can he compete with Mr. Lu? The young Azure King smiled. I don't know, but in terms of strength, this person is unparalleled among his peers. It is too difficult for the Nine Clouds universe to produce a genius comparable to Mr. Lu, but it is not impossible to find someone who can compete with him in every aspect that Mr. Lu is good at. But it is only a comparison. He looked up at the sky. Mr. Lu's strength is unparalleled. No one can surpass him. All we can do is to be qualified to compete. This is already the limit. No one can participate in the power struggle between Mr. Lu and the Insect Lord. After Yu Xiang and the others entered the City Lord mansion, Jian Heng threw out another sword's shadow to block the entrance. Many people were helpless. This was the certification of qualifications. The young master came to Blackpool City to compete for the title of first young master, but no one knew how to compete. The young master pavilion didn't make a clear statement. They all wanted to compete with each other, but it was still very peaceful. On the second day, the young Azure King took the initiative to invite Lu Yin to visit Blackpool City. This news spread out and made Blackpool City boil. What? The young Azure King invited Fu Gui to visit Blackpool City. No way. The young Azure King invited Fu Gui to drink. The young Azure King invited Fu Gui to spar. Impossible, the young Azure King invited Fu Gui to spar. The young Azure King, please give Fu Gui some pointers. Walking on the street, Lu Yin heard the discussions. The more the rumors spread, the more unbelievable it became. Beside him, Yu Xiang felt strange. She didn't expect the young Azure King to invite Lu Yin to go shopping. The young Azure King naturally heard the discussions. The rumors of the world have their own hopes. Ordinary people hope to be extraordinary, and the dazzling people hope to be ordinary. This is the world. Young Azure King, please forgive me, Lu Yin respectfully. Little Green Monarch smiled and looked at Lu Yin. They're not wrong. I'm indeed here to discuss the Tao with you. Lu Yin was confused. Looking for me? Tao debate. The Little Green King didn't explain. As he walked, he looked at the lively scene on the street. The insects were almost all cleaned up, and Black Swamp City had returned to its former prosperity. Countless hawking sounds filled the streets. Fugue, can you tell me your cultivation path? The path of cultivation. What do you mean? Little Green King was startled. He looked at Lu Yin and said, "You didn't." Lu Yin shook his head blankly. In fact, the purpose of your cultivation is very simple, it's to survive. It's very similar to the universe forest in the continent of the 9 clouds. It's normal, but not normal. We can't see it, but you can. Everyone is the same. Lu Yin nodded and said. Lu Yin stared at the verdant prince in a daze. It couldn't be, right? Yu Xiang was also dumbfounded. How could she give him an epiphany? This was a genius. The verdant prince had an epiphany, but on the second day, he invited Lu Yin to go shopping again. Then on the third and fourth day, he invited Lu Yin every day. As for Yu Xiang it was up to her whether she wanted to follow or not. At first, everyone thought that the verdant prince had designs on Yu Xiang, or wanted to test whether Fugue was worthy of being friends with her. But later, they realized that wasn't the case. He really had his eyes on that silly Fugue. The world is divided into black and white. Ordinary people and extraordinary people are all people, and the universe that people live in has its own destiny. We will never be able to see the side that ordinary people see, but that side is what we want to cultivate as well. What is the essence of cultivation? Ordinary people go to extraordinary people, and extraordinary people go to ordinary people. This is the essence of cultivation. The verdant prince's words spread throughout Black Swamp City, shocking countless people. They didn't understand. But they felt that it was very profound. In the City Lord Mansion, those junior Yuan geniuses couldn't sit still. The verdant prince was going to have consecutive epiphanies just because of Fugue. Yes, Fugue was ordinary. They were too talented and couldn't see the side of ordinary people. They also wanted to see what the verdant prince saw through that silly Fugue. Fugue, so that was the reason why Yu Xiang had chosen this person to talk to. Perhaps they really were talking because Yu Xiang also wanted to see the side of ordinary people through Fugue. The Azure Lotus Emperor was particular about karma. Ordinary, extraordinary, one side after another. Wasn't this in line with the teachings of the Azure Lotus Emperor? So Yu Xiang saw it, and so did the verdant prince. This was cultivation. These two were really ruthless. They couldn't sit still and immediately went to find Fugue. If they were a step late, the verdant prince might have transformed. Not long after, in the courtyard, Lu Yin looked at the people in front of him in shock. They were using him as a springboard. Their purpose was simple. They wanted to see the world through the eyes of an ordinary person. They wanted to see the path of cultivation and themselves. They wanted to see the other side of the universe, a side that they had never seen before. Because they had seen that side, the verdant prince had an epiphany, and they wanted to do the same. But was that really the case? Of course not. Lu Yin's realm was higher than theirs, and he could tell at a glance that the verdant prince's epiphany wasn't because of what he had said, but rather because of the thread. That's right, it was the thread, and Lu Yin's words were the thread. The verdant prince could have had an epiphany himself, but he lacked the recognition of a third party. Lu Yin, an ordinary person, had become the third party that had allowed the verdant prince to make a breakthrough. It was true that Lu Yin was an ordinary person, but there were far more ordinary people than cultivators in this world. Thus, the verdant prince thought that he had seen some kind of essence and achieved the goal of an epiphany. In reality, this epiphany should have appeared. It was just like how many people needed recognition, encouragement, and faith to do things. Humans were essentially social creatures, and no matter how high their cultivation was, they couldn't escape the characteristics of their species. Lu Yin understood this, but he couldn't explain it to these people. He was just an ordinary person, someone who could show these geniuses the world of ordinary people. He couldn't understand their state of mind, so he just had to tell them what he saw and knew. He was like a video recording machine of the ordinary world. Fugue, let's go shopping together. Sly Strike approached with a face full of smiles, completely different from when he had chased after Shuozhan. Jian Heng was indifferent. Fugue, I'll give you a chance to challenge me. No. His gaze turned cold. There are countless chances. Come at me. The 3-meter-tall Ji raised his hand and patted Lu Yin's shoulder, revealing a simple and honest smile. Fugue, you should be stronger. Let's go, I'll train you. Outside the courtyard, Shuozhan crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. You guys are too impatient. You should ask Fugue what he thinks now. What's there to ask? Let's go. Sly Strike rolled his eyes. Jian Heng growled, no, we want to hear what Fugue has to say. That's right, everyone reacted. They wanted to see the world of ordinary people through Fugue. They wanted to hear more, see more, and think more. This was what they wanted to do. Suddenly, everyone quieted down and looked at Lu Yin anxiously. Lu Yin was speechless and looked at Yu Xiang for help. Yu Xiang was exhausted. Why are you making things difficult for Fugue? He doesn't know anything. Sly Strike smiled. Yes, he doesn't know anything. That's why we're here. Ji said, he doesn't know about our world, and we don't know about his world. Come, Fugue, share your worldview. Jian Heng was indifferent. I want what the little Azure King hears and sees from you. Lu Yin coughed. Well, you guys are thinking too much. Actually, I don't want to say anything. Why? Ji was puzzled. Lu Yin was helpless. I'm tired. Ji looked deeply at Lu Yin. Really? Tired? But you clearly didn't do anything. Is it too tiring to live in this world? We cultivators have never thought about how ordinary people feel when they get along with us. Now we know that they are very tired. Jian Heng looked up. The word tired speaks of bitterness. Cultivators think that cultivation is very tiring, but they have a goal. They want to live forever. But what about ordinary people? They just want to live well, but even so, they are still very tired. Shuozhan was indifferent. Tiredness is relative. Lu Yin was stunned. How could this be? The little Azure King had a timely epiphany, but these people wanted to forcefully achieve it. Fugue, your name has a meaning, right? Sly Strike asked. Lu Yin blinked. I want to get rich. Sly Strike grinned. It's a very ordinary wish, but it goes straight to the heart. Humans know how to hide things. The higher their cultivation, the more hypocritical they become. Some people appear to be sage-like, but they're actually cultivating to the point of going mad. This is the state of the mind. Many people pursue the state of the mind their entire lives, but they're actually just ordinary people. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. That was right. Cultivation was a circle, and so was the universe. From life to death, and then from death to life, who could say for sure? People died, but the world remained. Perhaps they weren't dead, but their consciousness had overlapped with someone else's, allowing them to experience another life. For some reason, he actually comprehended a little. It had to be said that there was value in talking to geniuses. Even if there was no value, he could forcefully create value. Luin had always felt that the world of mortals was the most important place for cultivators to experience the state of the mind. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3994. Two groups. The universe was still the same universe, but the experience was completely different. That was why Emperor Jin used the method of getting lost to experience the various states of the world. Qing Yun was also pursuing the various states of the world. The various states of the world did not refer to the stories of 100 people, but could also be the stories of 100 classes. If one wanted to experience the state of mind, why not find the corresponding mortal class? Then, what was his corresponding class? Prime Minister? Great General? Or what? Luin found the next stage of life that he needed to see through. Riches and honor to mortals are like resources to us. Riches and honor. If one day you become the richest person among mortals, what will you think? Jian Heng asked. Luin sat down. Have you all forgotten that I am not a mortal? I am also a cultivator. There is no difference. Ji was very honest. Luin rolled his eyes. Yu Xiang are blocked in front of Luin. You all go, I want to talk to riches and honor through the night. Bloody War looked up at Yu Xiang. Why are you looking for him? Yu Xiang was about to speak. Jian Heng continued, because he is called riches and honor, a person who is honest to his heart, a person who is fearless of hiding, and a person who can let you see the world of ordinary people. Yu Xiang, as a disciple of Blue Lotus Emperor, your state of mind has indeed surpassed us, including little Qing Wang. But now we have seen clearly that you should not monopolize it. Riches and honor belong to all of us. Yu Xiang was stunned and did not know how to answer. Behind them, the maid could not react until now. How did riches and honor belong to everyone? He was so popular. The development of the situation was getting stranger and stranger, so much so that they were seriously thinking about every word that Luin said next. These were words from ordinary people, but they were also guiding lights for their state of mind. Little Qing Wang came. Seeing so many people surrounding Luin, he greeted Luin awkwardly and left. Luin found that Ning Xiao did not come. Right, that person was a rogue cultivator and had experienced a lot of hardships. Riches and honor, what do you think of the gap between ordinary people and geniuses? Jian Heng suddenly asked. Everyone stared at Luin. Even Yu Xiang was curious. They were all geniuses and never considered how ordinary people looked at them. In their eyes, there were only geniuses. In the eyes of ordinary people, what were geniuses? Luin pondered for a moment and looked at everyone seriously. In my eyes, they are all the same. Sly Strike raised his eyebrows. Impossible. How can we be the same as ordinary people? Ji shook his head and didn't believe it either. Lu Yin's expression was serious. Trust me, in my eyes, you're no different from ordinary people. Bloody War stared at Lu Yin. That's right, it's all the same. Everyone looked at him, puzzled. Shuizhan's tone was low as he retracted his gaze. Geniuses and ordinary people are all the same if they don't reach immortality. This is our understanding. But in Fugue's eyes, the people he can't catch up with are all geniuses. Jian Heng came to a sudden realization and looked at Shuizhan in amazement. Not bad, your state of mind is not bad. Anyone who can't compare to wealth is a genius. Is there a difference? It's all the same. Ji nodded in agreement. Sly Strike also understood, and he looked at Lu Yin sympathetically. Fugue, I've touched on your sore spot. Lu Yin felt numb, but it was all the same. Yu Xiang was displeased. Everyone, you may leave now. Jian Heng turned and left. That's all for today. Fugue, let's go shopping tomorrow. Don't stir up trouble. Who can take Fugue away alone? Actually, you can find other ordinary people. Even ordinary people are hypocrites. Some people have not yet developed their minds, so they use such names. Fugue is the only cultivator I've ever seen, and one whose realm isn't too low to use such a name. Such people are 1 in a billion. That's why he can bring us to see the world of ordinary people. Then let's do it tomorrow. We can't let little Azure King take him away. Of course. Why don't we not go back? We'll sit around to prevent anyone from taking Fugue away. Agreed. Agreed, their voices gradually faded away. In the courtyard, Lu Yin rubbed his head. Geniuses, they're really good at imagining things. They're all very smart, and they can make more connections with just one sentence. How good would it be if he could deceive himself like them? Thinking about this, Lu Yin suddenly froze in place and stared at the ground in a daze. Deceive himself, deceive himself, deceive himself. Yes, deceive himself. He could deceive himself, but his own karma still existed. Why had he never thought of investigating his own karma? No, he couldn't investigate his own karma because it belonged to him. Fortune tellers had never divined his own karma. There was only one exception, and that was when he faced a calamity and used the calamity itself to calculate its effects on himself. It was just like when he had battled with Avicii, when he had been devoured by Avicii's time template. At that time, he had used Avicii's calamity as a starting point to calculate his own karma and how he would die. He had also seen Avicii's ability. Aside from that, without a primer, he would not be able to calculate his own karma. However, he still had the karmic phenomenon. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. In the past, he had not been able to calculate his own karma, but with the help of the karmic phenomenon, things were different. With himself as the cause, effect, and end, he could create karmic threads that constantly collided with each other. He could calculate whether or not he could calculate that someone was watching him or that someone was plotting against him. This was different from when he had calculated the future. The first time he had comprehended karma, Lu Yin had calculated that someone was watching him, and this kind of gaze could be shifted and used different methods. However, if he used karma to calculate his own karma, then any methods that were plotting against him would not be able to be hidden. Perhaps he might not be able to see clearly what methods were used, but he would definitely know that someone was plotting against him. For example, by Gu's mark. Yes, he could calculate karma horizontally and use the karmic phenomenon. Also, the transformation of one's state of mind could also deceive oneself. Others plotting against oneself was deceiving, and so was oneself plotting against oneself. However, it could allow one to gain a deeper understanding of one's state of mind. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Mortals could deceive themselves and calculate horizontally. He wanted to laugh. This trip had not been in vain. Even if he couldn't find deathly stillness or Wanli, it would not be a loss. I'm sorry, Fugue, Yu Xiang apologized. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why? Yu Xiang sighed. You might not be able to rest easy after being targeted by them. Lu Yin laughed. It's fine. They're all good people. Yu Xiang's gaze was complicated. She wanted to say something, but she did not. She only said, I'll take you away from Blackpool City as soon as possible. As for Fugue, you shouldn't use it anymore. Change your name. These geniuses can be very extreme sometimes. Lu Yin nodded and did not refuse. There were several rooms in the courtyard. Yu Xiang went back to rest. The maid came over and looked at Lu Yin curiously. What's wrong? Lu Yin was puzzled. The maid was even more puzzled. Something's wrong with you. Lu Yin touched his face. What's wrong? Are you schizophrenic? Why are you scolding me? I'm not scolding you. It's just strange. Look, you dared to provoke Jianheng, and you were so respectful to the young Azure King. At first, you were a little reserved in front of those geniuses, but then you didn't care at all. Just now, you looked like you had comprehended something. I keep feeling that the you I'm seeing is not the real you. Lu Yin pursed his lips. You're thinking too much. This is me, an honest and ordinary person. Fugui. The maid blinked and looked away. Well, maybe I don't understand what you're thinking. After all, I've been with Miss since young. You should rest well. To the outside world, it was another candlelight talk. The next day, Jianheng and the others came again and began to talk to Lu Yin. Then the third day, and day after day, Lu Yin couldn't refuse. Otherwise, it would be beyond what an ordinary person like him should do. As an ordinary rogue cultivator, he struggled on the line between life and death all year round. For a spot in the treasure hunting team, he would fight to the death. What right did he have to refuse to talk to these famous geniuses? Moreover, these geniuses had given him benefits. 10 spots in the treasure hunting team. 20. I'll go and talk to City Lord Yu. Permanent spots. You can come whenever you want. In the distance, Yu Xing was helpless. This was directly making the decision for him. Lu Yin felt that talking with these geniuses was sometimes very rewarding. Although they were geniuses, they were also human beings with stories and a thirst for knowledge. In his eyes, these geniuses were no different from ordinary people. Even the young Azure Emperor, who many people thought could become an eternal life realm genius, was very ordinary in Lu Yin's eyes. He also wanted to know what these ordinary people were thinking and their stories. However, it had been a little too long. He was worried that the existence underground would notice the clues and run away. Now that everyone except the boat of hardship was here, it was time to start. But the way to start had to be changed. In the past, he wanted Bai Xiao from the Junior Imperial Tower to show up. Now, there was no need. Fugui, in the eyes of ordinary people, what are the strong like? Someone asked. It was Ji. Lu Yin thought for a moment. Like the young Azure King. They raised their eyebrows and stared at him. The young Azure King. Jianheng's eyes turned cold. Lu Yin nodded. As the strongest of the younger generation, the young Azure King is the strongest in our eyes. Jianheng sneered. Are you kidding? Who told you that the young Azure King is the strongest? Lu Yin was puzzled. No. It can't be you, right? Jianheng's eyes flashed coldly. Shui Zhan looked at Lu Yin. Why do you think the young Azure King is the strongest? Lu Yin said, it's not me. It's us who think that the young Azure King is the first junior imperial censor. Shui Zhan narrowed his eyes. Is that so? If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. It's time to decide the first junior imperial censor. Sly Strike's eyes lit up as he stared at Shui Zhan. I forgot too. I should have defeated you long ago, Shui Zhan. Ji clenched his fist. Where is Ning Xiao? Jianheng turned around. Everyone, since Fugui and these ordinary people think that the young Azure King is the strongest, let's let them see who is the strongest. I suggest that we decide the strongest at the top of Blackpool City. The loser will step aside and the winner will step up. Sly Strike licked his lips. We should have done this long ago. Fugue, watch carefully. This is a peak showdown. There may not be such an exciting showdown in the next few generations. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3995. Lu Yin was excited. I will definitely see it clearly. Although a normal person like me might not be able to understand it, I will try my best to tell you what I understand. Good. Ji shouted and patted Lu Yin's shoulder. What you see is different from what we see. Watch carefully and don't let your guard down for even a second. Little Azure King, come to the top of the city wall. Jianheng stepped out and his sword intent soared into the sky. Inside the mayor's residence, Little Azure King looked up. Okay. That one word caused a commotion in Blackpool City. The people on the city wall hurriedly went down and made way. Countless people were excited. It was finally about to begin. The battle for the position of first young master was what many people in the Ninth Heaven universe wanted to see. They wanted to gather the resources of the Ninth Heaven universe to cultivate a peerless genius comparable to Mr. Lu and spread the name of the Ninth Heaven. They did not want someone from the Tianyuan universe to suppress countless people. Ning Xiao, are you coming? Ji shouted. In the mayor's residence, Ning Xiao folded his fan. Of course. Powerful auras soared into the sky. Beside the mayor's residence, similar auras appeared from the genius cultivators who had yet to enter the mayor's residence. At the top of the city gate, gods and mortals would witness the battle for the position of first young master. The so-called gods were the geniuses and mortals were ordinary people like Fu Gue. Since ancient times, the battle for the position of first young master was rarely witnessed by ordinary people. This time, it would definitely be recorded in history. Yu Xing had the biggest headache right now. If they fought in Blackpool City, the entire city would be gone. But he could not stop it. Inside the mayor's residence, Lu Yin looked into the distance. The position of Snowy Bones had not changed since he had arrived. What was going on down there? Soon. Outside Blackpool City, a few insects climbed the city wall, but no cultivators blocked them. They were allowed to climb in before attacking. On the city wall, the brocade azura appeared from time to time. There were also some stone dragons in Qianli. Inside the city wall, the houses were empty. Everyone retreated to the north of the city and waited for the battle to begin. Ji was the first to reach the city wall. He raised his hand and killed a bunch of insects. None of them could withstand his palm. Next, crafty attack also arrived, followed by bloody battle. Figures descended one after another. When the young Azure King arrived, everyone came as well. At the top of the city wall were the young Azure King, Shuizhan, Ning Xiao, Jianheng, Sly Strike, and Ji. These were the 6 experts who had entered the City Lord Manor. There were also some young cultivators who believed that they could join them. They also stood on the city wall. Lu Yin, Yu Xing, and Yu Xiang stood together, watching from afar. The first to act was Crafty Approach, who had been eyeing bloody battle for a long time. Ji slapped at Ning Xiao. Jianheng's sword intent swept out, yet he didn't make a move against the young Azure King. Instead, it swept towards the others. Those young geniuses who thought they could join the battle were directly swept out by a single sword strike, allowing them to clearly see the gap between them and the young Azure King. The young Verdant King raised his foot and took a step forward, brushing past Jianheng's body. Jianheng was prepared for this, and the tip of his sword pierced through the entire city wall and into the ground. In the distance, Lu Yin raised his brows. Dust fell from the ground. In the spacious underground, skeletons sat calmly. Some skeletons raised their heads to look, seemingly uneasy. Qing Shui also did not move. She stared blankly at the incomplete spiritual treasure array. Eternity, who shared her vision, was still sitting under the tree, listening to the chirping of birds and cicadas. "Why did you come to Heizei?" "Master, please tell us," a skeleton said from underground. There was no reply, and the underground was silent. "Master, are you not here?" Huai Si trembled, and a screen appeared. There was no one, but a voice sounded, "There's no movement from the Junior Imperial Pavilion. Did Bai Xia ask them to come to Heizei to compete for the position of first young master? I can't find out, but their battle has nothing to do with the Junior Imperial Pavilion. Then it's fine. These juniors won't be able to touch this place. Just in case, be prepared at any time. Unless the alarmed lord makes a move, no one will be able to obtain everything here." In Heizei City, countless people witnessed the battle of geniuses. They were clearly only progenitors, but they were able to unleash a power that made even sequence law adepts like Yuxing tremble. All the progenitors and sequence law adepts stepped forward to stop the battle, hoping to prevent the aftermath from destroying Heizei City. The others stared into the distance. They couldn't understand what was going on, but it was extremely exciting. Shui Zhan's blood qi soared into the sky. He used the Shuolo's 8 styles to fight until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. His blood qi condensed outside his body, forming a towering mountain. It flickered with a scarlet cold light, swallowing the world. The crafty attack that was fighting against him was really like a ghost. It wandered between Qian Ren's blood qi and blood, ignoring the cold light as if it was nothing. It even tried to suppress the blood qi in blood. Ji's power was shocking, causing the void to collapse and crack continuously. Countless black cracks extended into the sky and the earth. Ning Xiao still had a carefree bearing. A folding fan easily blocked Ji's power. One couldn't see what was in front of him, but the changes in the 9 heavens had already appeared behind him. He was also very serious. Every step the young Azure King took left behind ripples on the ground. From bottom to top, he was like a sharp arrow piercing through the void. He used the void as a disc, and he could pierce through it with great precision. Jian Heng slashed the void with his sword. His sword intent was unparalleled, causing countless people to be blinded and unable to look at him. The battle between the 6 of them was like a battle, causing everyone's blood to boil. The others were all beaten down and couldn't get close to the battlefield. They fought in pairs with tacit understanding. It was only when the boat of hardship arrived that the battle situation changed. The boat of hardship created an abyss to suppress everyone. "Everyone, I don't want to be the first junior emperor. I just want to see how you will break through my power of the abyss." As soon as he finished speaking, the abyss was broken through. The 6 of them worked together, directly sending the boat of hardship flying. Everyone was dumbfounded. Something like this had actually happened. The boat of hardship coughed up blood as it fell. It shook its head helplessly and left. Lu Yin was speechless. What had this guy come here for? Although the battle is balanced, this situation can't last for long. The junior emperor is still the junior emperor. The junior emperor pavilion won't make a mistake, and senior Baixio won't either, someone said. He was a primordial realm expert. No one had seen him at first, but now that he spoke, even Yuxing had to bow. The person waved his hand. I've lived in seclusion in Blackpool City for many years. There's no need to be so courteous. Senior, have you noticed something? A woman asked curiously. The person nodded. Shui Zhan conquers the world. His aura is unstoppable, and the more he fights, the braver he becomes. He's just like his father, the most suitable for the battlefield. Although the person fighting him can hold on for a while, he won't be able to last for long. Being able to fight Shuizhan to a standstill for a short while is probably due to that person's firm confidence. It's a pity that he doesn't understand the 8 styles of the Shuolo. Once he uses the 8th style, that person will definitely be defeated. However, Shuizhan definitely won't use the 8th style against that person. His opponents are still the young Azure King and Ning Xiao. As for Ning Xiao, it will be even easier. I understand Ning Xiao very well, because I fought against him when I was young. Everyone was surprised. He was from the same generation as Ning Xiao. Lu Yin was surprised as well. What a coincidence. That person sighed. I once thought that I could defeat Ning Xiao, but I didn't know that Ning Xiao's physique was extremely terrifying. It can be described as hidden. Any attack that hits his body will form an instinctive memory of his body, allowing him to subconsciously avoid the attack and even learn how to attack. Hidden, he can see through everything. He can learn too many battle techniques. Even when he fought with me, he used other people's battle techniques. It made me feel very aggrieved and helpless. As for the reason why that big guy is bothering him, if I'm not wrong, it should be because the two of them have cultivated the same technique. It's called the Art of 9 Deficiencies. The Art of 9 Deficiencies. Why do I feel like I've heard of it before? Yu Xing was surprised. Beside Lu Yin, Yu Xiang has said, I've heard of it too. It seems to be a widely spread but incomplete body refining technique. The person said, the Art of 9 Deficiencies. No one knows who passed it down. It's one of the rare techniques that has dozens of pages. Even the changes of the 9 heavens that have been passed down don't have that many pages. It just so happens that 9 pages are missing, so no one knows the true name of this technique. Hence, it's named the Art of 9 Deficiencies. The Art of 9 Deficiencies specializes in body refining. Many people use it to supplement their cultivation. Those who don't rely on physical strength to fight won't cultivate it too deeply. Even if they want to cultivate it, it won't be easy because 9 pages are missing. However, there are always people with extraordinary talent who can ignore the missing 9 pages and cultivate powerful physical strength. That big guy is obviously one of them. Ning Xiao also cultivates the Art of 9 Deficiencies. That's why he has been keeping an eye on Ning Xiao. It's probably because of this. Everyone understood. What about the young Azure King and Jinheng? Yu Xiang, Er's mate asked. The person shook his head. I don't know about that. Beside Lu Yin, Yu Xiang, spoke in a soft voice, as if she was speaking only to Lu Yin. Senior brother young Azure King is known as a half-body king who walks the world. He has the ability to pray. Pray. Lu Yin was stunned. Yu Xiang said, Senior brother young Azure King prayed that he could run faster when he was born, so he used all his prayers on his feet, which led to the creation of battle techniques like piercing a willow leaf at 100 paces, sealing oneself, and one step one ghost. Hence, he is known as a half-body king who walks the world. Wait, what is praying? Is this a talent? It was the first time Lu Yin had heard of such a talent. Wasn't it similar to luck? Yu Xiang shook her head. I don't know what it is. I heard that it is praying. Lu Yin looked at the battlefield in the distance. These geniuses were really strange. Qian Shu and Luo Ning were like this, Shuizhan, Ning Xiao, and especially this young Azure King were even stranger. He didn't know if others felt the same way when they looked at him. Although many people thought that Xiaoyu would win, the battle had lasted for 2 days without a clear winner. It was not without reason that Jinheng and the others dared to challenge young Azure King and the others. These 2 days also allowed everyone to see the abilities of Jinheng and the others. Although it was not obvious, each of them had a strange talent, especially Jinheng. Although his sword intent was far from being comparable to that of a crossing bitter adversity powerhouse, he could condense his sword intent and form a constantly changing sword move. Coupled with his sword intent, he could display the power of a sect swordsmanship, which stunned many swordsmen. It could be imagined that when Jinheng achieved crossing bitter adversity, or even the great perfection of crossing bitter adversity, he would be a strong competitor for the nine-cloud sword head. Lu Yin had to admit this. The battlefield had moved from Black Swamp City to the swamp outside the city as early as yesterday. The further they went, the larger the attack range. If they didn't move away, Black Swamp City would be gone. Lu Yin secretly released Harry Ball Qing Xian and asked it to gather the remaining insects in Black Swamp and bring them to the area above where Snowy White Bones was. Harry Ball Qing Xian patted its chest and promised that it could do it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3996. On the third day, Shui Zhan's aura changed. It was time to end Sly Strike's suppression. Sly Strike's expression was solemn. On the other side, Ning Xiao used the art of 9 deficiencies to forcefully resist Ji's power and suppress him instead. Ji could not believe it. Little Azure King stepped on the ground, creating a ghost with each step. Jianheng struggled to hold his sword and almost dropped it. A ghost with each step. Every step could create inner demons. This was an extremely terrifying battle technique. Even Lu Yin was amazed. It was no wonder that the people of 9 Firmaments universe placed their hopes on Xiaoyu. Little Azure King and the others had suppressed their opponents without truly using their trump cards. It was time. In the next moment, countless insects gathered in Black Marsh and attacked Little Azure King and the others. Everyone in Black Marsh City was shocked. Why are there still so many insects? Impossible, we've already cleaned up most of them. No, look, those insects are from the westernmost part of Black Marsh, and the 7-star sword should be from the easternmost part. All the insects in Black Marsh are here. Behind the sea of insects, Furball Green Immortal was proud and could not help but look into the city to claim credit. As for escaping, it had never thought about it at all because it had seen Tian in Mount Supreme. Tian's aura made it tremble, and it instinctively knew that it was the strongest Green Immortal. If Tian had been captured, what right did it have to escape? The arrival of the Sea of Insects disrupted Little Azure King and the others' battle, but it also changed the battle into a different method, eliminating the Sea of Insects. Under Lu Yin's orders, Furball constantly led the Sea of Insects in one direction. Fortunately, Snow was not too far away from Black Marsh City, so she could arrive in half a day. With a furious roar, Ji threw the strongest punch he had ever thrown in his life at Ning Xiao. As if it was a signal, Sly Strike and Jianheng attacked at the same time to determine the victor. The ground shook as layers of space were cut open. The surrounding space collapsed, turning into a huge circular ripple that spread out. In Black Marsh City, the primordial realm expert blocked the ripple, but he was still forced back a step. He was shocked. As a primordial realm expert, he was actually forced back by a progenitor's shockwave. This was unimaginable. With such a great disturbance, the entire Black Marsh City shook. Lu Yin stared at the ground, but it wasn't enough. He still hadn't seen any defenses that could make the underground existence feel at ease, and he didn't need to use any methods to see through them. This was the reason why he had attracted Xiaoyu's attention. To be able to hide underground for so long, one had to be extremely cautious. Any method would have been detected, allowing some people to escape. It was still not enough. Fortunately, the battle between Xiaoyu and the others had not been decided yet. They had only eliminated Jianheng and the others. At the same time, under the Black Swamp, the White Bones were talking. Of the 7 layers of the earth, 3 layers have already been shaved off. Let's move. We can't move. Once we do, the alarmed Lord will notice. Let's wait. The Xiaoyu's battle can only damage the 6th floor at most. It's impossible for him to touch the 7th floor. That's the maximum range we can accept. Master hasn't returned yet. Inside the Blackpool city, countless people were excited. That's great. Remember, after the Battle of Xiaoyu ends, immediately start digging for treasures. Choose that location. Of course, it wasn't easy to break through such a large area. There are many people who have their eyes on that area. We have to snatch it as soon as possible. Ling Guang and Ling Shu had their eyes on that area as well. They wanted to call Lu Yin over, but when they saw him standing with Yu Xiang, and the others, they gave up on the idea. They felt that Lu Yin was already different from them. Above the black swamp, more than half of the sea of insects had been eliminated. There were still some scattered insects around, making horrifying noises. The young Azure King, Shuizhan, and Ning Xiao were 1,000 meters apart from each other. The hindrances have finally been dealt with. Now it's our turn. Shuizhan stared at the young Azure King. The young Azure King smiled faintly. It's not really a hindrance. They are qualified to fight with me. In my eyes, they are no different from you. Ning Xiao smiled. Then let's give it a try. An even more intense battle began. This was the true battle of Xiaoyu. All 3 of them were sleeping in the Xiaoyu pavilion. The ground kept shaking. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Under the influence of the insects, the 3 of them were fighting in that area. The first one to be swept away was Shuizhan. He used the Shulo 8 styles to forcefully attack the young Azure King and Ning Xiao. In the end, he was swept away by the 2 at the same time. In the end, only the young Azure King and Ning Xiao were left to fight. Another layer of the earth was shaved off. Under the ground, the white bones raised their heads. They were getting closer. It's already the 5th layer. It's not over yet. Soon. What can these 2 juniors do? Breaking through the 6th layer is their limit. They can't touch the 7th layer, let alone the ones below. The young Azure King and Ning Xiao couldn't do it. The white bones divided the earth into 7 layers. In the eyes of outsiders, there was no difference. It was just a kind of distance. But in the eyes of Lu Yin, it was different. When the young Azure King used the Lotus Sands Ho and Ning Xiao used the 9 deficiencies technique, they reached the 6th layer. Lu Yin finally saw the true face of the underground defense. The 7th layer was also a distance. But at this moment, Lu Yin could clearly see the extraordinary defense below the 7th layer without any tricks. It was the chaos of time and space. It reminded him of the way Yi Xia and Zhan Ming worked together to store the key to the Gate of Arts. It was located in such an unstable void. Once touched, the things inside would disappear. Lu Yin guessed that the underground existence must have some special means to hide for so long, but he didn't expect it to be like this. How should he put it? It felt like a mutual destruction. If anyone wanted to touch the underground, everything underground would disappear. As for where it disappeared to, no one knew. Maybe there was a destination, maybe there wasn't. The chaos underground could hide from Lu Yin until the young Azure King and the others overturned the earth. Lu Yin couldn't find the reason. If there wasn't such chaos of time and space underground, it was normal that the alarmed god couldn't find it. His eyes was too lively. People were digging for treasures everywhere. Even the god of defense couldn't sweep through the entire 9 clouds. But there was chaos of time and space here. It was impossible not to attract the attention of the god of defense. It was too strange that they hadn't been discovered until now. But now, as long as he could see clearly, it would be easy. The alarmed god of defense could definitely leave everything underground, but there was no need for the alarmed god of defense to do it. The eternal life realm was a great killing weapon. If they could avoid it, they wouldn't be much of a threat. In the distance, the battle between the young Azure King and Ning Xiao attracted everyone's attention. Only Yu Xiang noticed that Lu Yin had disappeared. She felt strange and looked around. He's not here. Where's Fugui? The maid was startled and looked away. What's wrong, miss? Where's Fugui? The maid looked around. Where did he go? The battle above Hei's was getting louder and louder. Many people didn't expect this. The young Azure King and Ning Xiao's battle power erupted completely. Underground, Baigu was restless. They've broken to the 6th floor. If they can break to the 7th floor, we'll move. We can't take the risk. Agreed. Agreed. No need. It's too dangerous. My lord said that once the 6th floor was destroyed, it was intentional. Wait, who is it? Baigu suddenly reacted and looked in the direction of the voice. His consciousness descended and stopped everything. Someone slowly walked out. Lu Yin. Underground, a group of Baigu stared at Lu Yin in a daze. They only had the word impossible in their hearts. How did this person come? How could he come in? Without anyone leading the way, he couldn't come in. And there was no movement at all. In the corner, Qing Shui looked at Lu Yin in shock. She also felt that it was impossible. She could come in because she was Bai Gu and Lord Eternal's ability to counter Gu Yu. But how did this person come in? This space should be completely enveloped. At the same time, Eternal, who was sharing a line of sight with Qing Shui, retracted his gaze and got up to look at the distant fields. Lu Yin was still found. Above the black swamp, the young Azure King and Ning Xiao were still fighting. Under the black swamp, the broken needle was inserted into the soil above Lu Yin's head. It was this needle that allowed him to come down quietly. The underground space was enveloped by chaotic time and space. Anyone who touched it would cause everything below to be transferred away. But what about time that didn't belong to this part of the universe? During Eternal, he had a long river of time, and that needle could draw out time that didn't belong to the Zhuxiao universe's long river of time. It allowed Lu Yin to avoid the current time and enter alone. It could be said that without the broken needle during Eternal, Lu Yin could easily come in. However, it was impossible not to alert the existence underground. Then, he would really have to ask the alarmed guardian. That was also somewhat dangerous. After all, whether it was DG or Mang, they had the ability to avoid the alarmed guardian. No one knew if they had the ability to temporarily deal with the alarmed guardian and let him escape. Lu Yin's consciousness swept through the underground space and saw a pile of white bones, but he didn't pay them much attention. His gaze swept past them and landed on the giant spirit treasure array. Eternal was shocked, and so was Lu Yin. There were a total of 30 boundless advanced source boxes, and they were only half finished. Lu Yin didn't know how many boundless advanced source boxes would be needed to set up this array, and this didn't even include the many perceptive intermediate and discerning elementary source boxes that were scattered around. The moment Lu Yin saw this source box, he immediately thought of Li Guo's attack. As expected, it was because of this source box array. Why would DG want to set up this sourcebox array? There were more than 100 skeletons underground, and some of them were quite strong. However, Lu Yin was more concerned about the skeletons surrounding the sourcebox array. They were definitely Origin Array Heavenly Masters. These were sourceboxes and Origin Array Heavenly Masters that DG had collected over countless years. What was DG trying to do? On the other side, DG's skeleton stared at Lu Yin in a daze. They couldn't understand how Lu Yin had managed to sneak in, but that was no longer important. They just wanted to move these source boxes away, but they couldn't. Against Lu Yin, even DG's master was useless, let alone them. Without reaching the eternal realm, it would be difficult to deal with Lu Yin. Dust continued to fall from underground from the battle between the young Azure King and Ning Xiao. Lu Yin walked past the skeletons until he arrived at a corner. It was empty, but there had been a person or a creature that had once lived here. Streams of light shuttled around him as he retraced the flow of time. In the past, he had only been able to see for a few dozen seconds, but now, he could see what had happened over the past 3 days. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3997. Time kept flowing backward, and the scene kept flowing backward. In the end, this place was still empty. This proved that the creatures here had left 3 days ago. He had been in Black Marsh for more than a month. When did the people here leave? Lu Yin asked. His gaze landed on the skeleton closest to him. It was also the strongest skeleton in the entire underground world. It had the battle prowess of a consummate crossing calamity. The skeleton met Lu Yin's gaze. Its empty eye sockets were pitch black. I don't know. Then, when did you find out that the people here had left? Lu Yin asked again. The skeleton didn't answer. At this moment, the broken needle shattered. Chaotic time and space erupted, forming a terrifying force that swept towards the ground. On the ground, little Azure King and Ning Xiao were shocked and hurriedly dodged. The chaotic flow of time and spatial cracks instantly covered the sky above Blackmarsh like a huge monster. Countless people were shocked. Despair only lasted for a moment. In the next moment, the consciousness blasted the world from below, forming a visible wave that scattered the stars and restored the sky above Blackmarsh. Despair and hope intertwined, making everyone think that it was an illusion. Only little Azure King, Ning Xiao, and the others stared at the ground uncontrollably. Just now, the consciousness had appeared in front of them and swept up. Even a glance at it gave them a feeling that they couldn't resist. It was a torrent of the world, a vast and profound pressure. Further away, Shuizhan, Jianheng, and the others also looked at the ground below Blackmarsh. They also saw the consciousness coming out from underground. Where did the terrifying flow of time and space come from? Where did such a terrifying consciousness come from? A figure slowly walked out from underground and gradually entered their sight. It was Lu Yin. Little Azure King and the others narrowed their eyes. It was him. In Blackmarsh City, Yu Sheng and the others looked into the distance and blurted out, Mr. Lu. The primordial realm expert was shocked. He bowed slowly. Greetings, Mr. Lu. Yu Sheng reacted and shouted, Greetings, Mr. Lu. Greetings, Mr. Lu. Countless voices echoed in Blackmarsh, forming a sound wave. Little Azure King took a deep breath and bowed slowly. Greetings, Mr. Lu. Ning Xiao, Shuizhan, Jianheng, and the others bowed. Greetings, Mr. Lu. Ji was excited. Greetings, Mr. Lu. They didn't expect Lu Yin to appear here. This shock was even greater than the consciousness. No wonder that consciousness was so powerful. It came from this person. Lu Yin was recognized as an absolute expert second only to the eternal life realm in the ninth heaven universe. It was not strange for him to do anything. Lu Yin grunted, You guys continue, don't worry about me. Little Verdant King and the others raised their heads and looked at Lu Yin. That's Fugui's clothes. It can't be. Could it be? They couldn't see through Lu Yin's disguise, but they could tell that his clothes were exactly the same as Fugui's. It couldn't be helped. They were too obsessed with riches and honor. Back in Blackpool City, Yu Xiang stared blankly at the distant Lu Yin. She was very familiar with those clothes. They were Fugue's clothes. How could this be? Miss, Yuxing growled, don't talk. In the distance, the Lingguang siblings looked at each other and stared blankly at Lu Yin. They all recognized that the clothes belonged to Fugue. Lu Yin was Fugue. Lu Yin tapped the void with his finger, and the ripples pushed little Azure King and the others away. They did not resist and allowed this force to take them away. Resistance was useless. Ji resisted with all his might, but he was still dragged away. This was an unstoppable force. Their line of sight was blocked, and a door appeared beside Lu Yin. Startlegate Superior appeared. Dead silence. Lu Yin put his hands behind his back. One of them ran away. It should be the skeleton that created the dead silence. When I came to Blackpool, that skeleton must have discovered me and ran away quickly. He marked you. Startlegate Superior was surprised. Lu Yin thought for a moment. Should be. Lu Yin learned that Qing Lian Yu was marked after he chased Snowy Skeleton to Blackpool. In other words, when he learned that he would be marked, he had already been discovered. Unless this underground was silent and not dead silence. If it was silent, everything he did would still be hidden. If it was dead silence, even if he was discovered, he could not leave. If he stayed, it meant that this place was not only targeted by him, but also caught the eye of Startlegate Superior. Dead silence would not act rashly. It was one thing for Startlegate Superior not to discover dead silence, but if he did, whether he could control dead silence was another matter. If this underground was really dead silence, Lu Yin was betting that they would not dare to move. Even if they knew that he was watching them, they would not dare to move. Being watched by him was better than being watched by Startlegate Superior. Dead silence would also bet on whether they were being watched or not. Therefore, Lu Yin was constantly stirring up trouble and causing a fight for the title of First Young Master, so that Dead Silence would not know whether he was watching them or not. Dead Silence was afraid of Startlegate Superior. They were afraid that once they moved, they might really be watched. The result was that everyone needed time to think of a solution. Therefore, he could still follow the established plan and hide his identity to enter Blackpool City. Moreover, he hoped that the underground was silent. Then, no one would be able to detect his presence. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. It was really dead silence. The Lord of Dead Silence still escaped. He was too cautious. When he knew that Lu Yin had come, he would still escape regardless of the spirit treasures below. He wanted to gamble that he was not being watched, but he also wanted to protect himself. Therefore, he did not take the spirit treasures with him. He was afraid that he would attract Startlegate Superior's attention, and he would not be able to escape. It could only be said that they did not understand dead silence. If Lu Yin had known that he was being watched, he would not have come to Blackpool City. Lu Yin had done everything he could, but in the end, there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, he still managed to uncover Dead Silence's deepest hiding place. The loss of these spirit treasures was a great loss to the Lord of Dead Silence. It had not been easy for him to collect these spirit treasures for so many years. No matter what his goal was, it was definitely not a good thing for the Ninth Heaven universe. Thus, it was good that his plan had been ruined. Dead Silence's power is actually not that strong. They are afraid of eternal life and do not dare to expand. Now, it seems that most of their energy is spent on searching for these spirit treasures, Lu Yin said. Startlegate Superior nodded. No wonder we could not find any trace of Dead Silence for so many years. They did not plan to do anything at all. They only have one goal, which is the spirit treasure array. Nothing else. I am very curious. Dead Silence hides underground and does not let the cultivators find it when they are digging for treasures. They rely on the chaos of time and space. So, how did this power hide from you? Luin was puzzled. He had just looked around but could not find a way to hide from eternal life. Startled Gate Superior frowned. If it is as you said, it is indeed impossible to hide from us. Unless that skeleton left and took something with it. Luin was thoughtful, but he did not think too much about it. Although the skeleton ran away, this can be considered a heavy blow to them. If we can find the eternal life, it will be perfect. Startled Gate Superior and Luin looked at each other. Are you sure? Luin shook his head. No, dead silence hides with the power of the death universe. Wang Mo relies on Chi Su, who is an eternal life. It is not easy for the eternal to hide, and his personality is more cautious than that skeleton. I can only try my best. I will leave it to you. Startled Gate Superior nodded. I will gather all the spirit array heavenly masters to deduce the use of this spiritual treasure array. You do your thing. Luin left and returned directly to the Blackpool City Lord's mansion. He gave some instructions and then went into seclusion. Yuxing's attitude was extremely respectful. I will not let anyone disturb Mr. After that, he ordered that no one was allowed to enter the City Lord's mansion, including himself. Yu Xiang, and the others looked at the City Lord's mansion with complicated feelings. Riches and honor were Luin. What was Luin doing? What secrets was this Blackpool hiding? Yuxing wanted to know, and so did little Qing Wang and the others. They gave up the duel and returned to Blackpool City to wait for Luin to come out. They figured out why they came to Blackpool. It must be related to Luin. They were being used, at least they should know what they were being used for. The saddest thing was not being used, but not knowing what they were being used for. This was not something that little Qing Wang and the others could accept. Their pride did not allow it. Yu Xiang also could not accept that an ordinary cultivator was by her side. It turned out to be the famous and invincible Luin. Moreover, Luin had interacted with the 7 fairies before, which made her thoughts very chaotic. The little maid was very nervous. She had said that riches and honor was schizophrenic. Would he settle accounts with them later? Really, why was this Mr. Lu pretending to be riches and honor all of a sudden? What kind of name was this? Wasn't this a scam? Regardless of what others thought, Luin sat alone in the City Lord's mansion and released the Karma Heavenly Tao. He merged it with the Karma phenomenon and searched for traces of Qing Shui. Qing Shui had taken advantage of the explosion of time and space to escape. This was a chance that Luin had purposely given her and also a chance for himself to find eternity. Far away in the black pool, a figure walked out. Lu Yin's voice rang out. The figure grinned. All right, she can't escape. This person was the Great Master. Luin knew that he had been marked and might act in the future. He might become bait and not act, so naturally, someone had to act. The Great Master was the most suitable candidate. Whether it was her comprehension or the power of time, she could deal with many situations. Throughout the 9 clouds, the Great Master was one of the experts second only to him. With the Great Master following him, unless eternity did not show up, he would definitely be able to catch his tail. The black pool change attracted the attention of many people in the 9 clouds universe. No one had expected that something would happen to the black pool before the war with a foreign civilization had even ended. As the news of the black pool change spread, many unfamiliar yet familiar terms appeared. White bones. Everyone had white bones, but these white bones were not what ordinary people thought of. The word deathly stillness also awakened some people's memories. Some families and forces hurriedly checked ancient records to find clues about deathly stillness. Even though deathly stillness was low-key, after so many years, if no one knew about it, it could not be completely hidden. especially when there was a traitor like eternity. Only heaven knew how much he had leaked. And the god of defense also knew about the existence of deathly stillness. Since he was in the nine clouds universe, it was impossible to hide from the god of defense. And the huge spirit treasure array under the black pool also caused some things to surface. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3998. Since there was such a huge numinous treasure formation and so many numinous treasures, it meant that there was definitely a way to obtain them. Entering the black swamp through the channels was also a process. Some of the processes were completely concealed, while some of the processes were occasionally exposed. Everyone was caught. Regardless of whether these people had anything to do with the silence, they had to be captured and interrogated first. At the same time, Jingmen Shangyu also knew why the Eternal could find he eyes. It was because of these channels. Gods had their Tao, humans had their Tao, and rats had their Tao. The Eternal knew too much about the way to survive in the dark, and he also knew about the silence. He had sensed the purpose of the silence before anyone else. He tracked the numinous treasures and naturally found this place. One by one, the spiritual array heavenly masters came to Hei's and began to study the huge numinous treasure array. They were shocked that someone had gathered so many numinous treasures to set up the array. They were also curious about what kind of numinous treasure array it was that required so many numinous treasures. Moreover, it was an array that was no less difficult than the Nine Heavens Pillar array. Li Guo also came. Looking at the huge numinous treasure array in front of her, she knew why she was targeted. So that was why. If you can see the purpose of this numinous treasure array, you can see the silence and some of the truth. Jingmen Shangyu's voice sounded. All the spiritual array heavenly masters bowed. Greetings, Jingmen Shangyu. Among them, Zhu Ling and Yu Jing had come. Most of them were cultivators from the West region. There were also spiritual array heavenly masters from the spiritualized universe. Jingmen Shangyu's gaze swept across everyone. Everyone, please. Everyone bowed deeply. We will not let you down. Soon, Jingmen Shangyu disappeared, but there was more than one door left on the spot. It was used to protect this area. At the same time, anyone who could see the purpose of the numinous treasure array could directly enter the startled sparrow stage. On the spot, Li Guo exhaled and looked at the huge numinous treasure array again. Was this the purpose of the silence? If one could see the numinous treasure array clearly, they would be able to see the silence. Not far away, Yu Jing and Zhu Ling walked over and stood in front of Li Guo. Li Guo looked at the two with a cold gaze. The two looked at each other, then faced Li Guo and bowed deeply. Zhu, you, apologized to Heavenly Master Li Guo. We do not ask for your forgiveness. We only hope that we can compensate you as much as possible to eliminate the hatred in your heart. The others looked at this scene and did not say anything. They were very clear about the grievances between Li Guo and the three great clans of Hidden Sky City. If it wasn't for the three great clans forcing him, Li Guo wouldn't have accepted Xiaoling, and his future would be even brighter. Ever since Li Guo joined the Death Hillock and became a consummate crossing coup adversity expert, she settled down in Shao Mountain and targeted the three clans. For so many years, the three clans were extremely sullen, and nothing they did went smoothly. In particular, she saved many people who were persecuted by the three clans, causing the three clans to have a large number of enemies that they wanted to get rid of but were helpless against. It also forced the three great clans to keep an eye on all the abnormal lock-breaking processes, which gave the three great clans an additional shackle that would bring them bad luck if they were exposed. The pressure made it difficult for the three great clans to breathe. It could be said that Li Guo's revenge had been avenged. He had caused great losses to the three great clans, but the matter of him accepting spiritual cultivation was irreversible. No one thought that one day, the three great clans would apologize to Li Guo. Li Guo didn't expect this either. She frowned at the two of them. Did you guys take the wrong medicine? The two of them weren't angry. Yu Jing sighed and looked at Li Guo with a complicated expression. Wrong is wrong. The debts of the past have to be repaid. We apologize not because of the fight between the Taoist master and us, but because of the arrogance and oppression of the three great clans. There is no reason. We were wrong. Zhu Ling nodded. Yes, we were wrong. Li Guo thought that the two of them were deliberately showing generosity, saying something like, for the sake of Zhou Shao, or for the sake of unity, or for the sake of the spiritual treasure array. But the two of them didn't. They apologized for the past, because they were wrong. Everyone could feel that they were sincerely apologizing. Li Guo looked at the two of them deeply. Who changed you? For so many years, no matter how I forced you, the three great clans never bowed your heads. You could be schemed against, you could bear the losses, but you never apologized. I'm very curious, who could change you? Yu Jing smiled bitterly. It's not that anyone changed us. We live in a corner and have our eyes on the top. In the face of a civilization war, we are too insignificant. We are all frogs at the bottom of a well. Participating in a foreign civilization war to exterminate Xiao Zhu was completely different from his own civilization encountering a crisis. One was filled with a sense of superiority, even though it was cruel. The other was filled with apprehension, and was even crueler. Li Guo was surprised. She looked at Yu Jing, and then at Zhu Ling. She did not say anything else and walked towards the spiritual treasure array. Yu Jing and Zhu Ling looked at her back, then looked at each other again. In an instant, their breathing became smooth. Humans, only when they saw the wider world, would they realize how childish their previous actions were. There was 100 cities meeting in the south of Black Lake. At this moment, the East City's mayor, Yumi, was heading towards Black Lake City. He did not expect such a big thing to happen in Black Lake. He did not care about anything else, he only wanted to protect his daughter. His daughter was fine. He would take his daughter away first. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Xing Shuai kept heading in one direction, sometimes taking turns, sometimes hiding and resting. The great master kept Xing Shuai under Lu Yin's guidance, not allowing her to escape. Yumi also rushed to Black Lake City to take Yu Xiang away. Father, I can't go. Yu Xiang insisted. Yumi looked around and whispered, don't be silly, do you think it's over? There's deathly stillness under Black Lake, this is not something you and I can participate in. Why are you staying? If it wasn't for second brother being unable to leave Black Lake City, I wouldn't have come to take you away personally. Be good, come with me. Yu Xiang looked at the mayor's mansion, we've been played, we need to know the reason. Yumi was helpless, good daughter, the reason is simple. That Mr. Lu hid his identity because he was afraid of deathly stillness running away. This is not hard to understand. You didn't care about this before, why now? Yu Xiang looked at Yumi, he made me feel guilty. Because of me, he was targeted by the senior brothers. That's why I felt uneasy during that period of time. You know, I don't care about anything, but the uneasiness during that period of time tortured me. Yumi looked at Yu Xiang in a daze and apologized, it's my fault, if I didn't force you, you wouldn't have done this. Yu Xiang shook her head and muttered to herself, why did I choose him? Miss, didn't you choose him because his name was ordinary? The maid reminded her. Yu Xiang looked at the mayor's mansion deeply. She had thought so before, but now that she thought about it, from the first time she saw this person and traveled with him in Black Lake, this person seemed to have left an impression on her. It wasn't that she liked him or anything, they didn't have any contact, so how could she like him? This was also something she was curious about. Why did this person leave an impression on her, to the extent that she went to the city wall to choose this person to talk to through the night? There must be a reason. She didn't care about anything, but she couldn't bear to be affected by some unknown effect. This was what she cared about the most. Outside the mayor's mansion, little Qing Wang and the others were all there, looking at the mayor's mansion, waiting for Lu Yin to appear. They wouldn't leave either. Their interaction with Lu Yin had made them doubt their own cultivation. Riches and honor, a very ordinary person, made them have consecutive epiphanies. But in the end, they found out that riches and honor was Lu Yin. Then, was it the ordinary riches and honor that made them have an epiphany, or was it the invincible Lu Yin? Ordinary and extraordinary, was it what they thought? They were led to come to Black Marsh Lake by Lu Yin. Then, was their epiphanies purposely guided by Lu Yin? They were very confused now. If they didn't understand, even if they could cultivate to the primordial realm in the future and pass through the bitter adversity, they would never be able to take the step of eternal life. It was very difficult to reach eternal life. The hope was 1 in 100 million, and it was absolutely impossible to reach it. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, they would work hard. But if they couldn't understand their experiences during this period of time, this glimmer of hope would be gone. Their dignity wouldn't allow them to be played, and their cultivation wouldn't allow them to leave just like that. Even if they were facing that Mr. Lu, the Mr. Lu that even the immortal emperor had to treat with respect. Someone had come to Death Hill. She was a legendary figure, the lord of the first peak of Death Hill, known as the walking bag of fortune, Xiang Xiu. Blackmarsh City was bustling with activity. Countless people headed towards the mayor's mansion, wanting to see this woman. It was rumored that Xiang Xiu had an extraordinary beauty. Other than the Lord of Death Hill, she was the only powerhouse who had cultivated to the great circle of the bitter adversity. She had almost no hardships in her life, and was blessed with good fortune. When such a person came to Blackmarsh City, it directly made the city boil. Yumi, Yusheng and the others hurriedly paid their respects. Even little Qing Wang and the others were extremely respectful towards Xiang Xiu. Xiang Xiu was now the size of a normal person. Her beauty, even Yu Xiang, couldn't compare. On the city wall, Ling Guang looked into the distance. "Brother, don't look anymore. He's not the same kind of person as us." Ling Shu comforted. Ling Guang smiled bitterly. "I really didn't expect, that the riches and honor who had gone through thick and thin with us, was actually that Mr. Lu. Little sister, we didn't say anything bad about Mr. Lu, right?" Ling Shu thought for a moment. "I don't think so, I don't remember." Ling Guang rubbed his head. "Don't ever say it. Otherwise, if Mr. Lu sneezes, we're both finished." Ling Shu rolled her eyes. "You're exaggerating. Mr. Lu isn't a bad person. I think he's a good person. Who knows, maybe he'll help us reach the heavens in a single step." Ling Guang shook his head. He didn't dare to think too much about it. But this experience would definitely be remembered for the rest of his life. It would become a topic of conversation for the rest of his life. Very quickly, a few days passed. On this day, snow-white bones came to a mountain village. Birds chirped and flowers bloomed. Some people were busy in the fields. Children were playing. Old people sat under a tree and chatted happily. There were also people playing chess until their faces turned red. Snow-white bones didn't appear. It stood quietly in the shadows at the foot of the mountain. Only when the sky turned dark and those people returned did it walk out. It came to a secluded tree. There was nothing there. The great master's gaze drifted outside of time, not letting Snow White notice. Snow-white bones stood under the tree, not moving at all. If a normal person saw this scene, they would be scared to death. Suddenly, the tree split open, and a white skeleton fell out. It suddenly hugged snow-white bones. A scarlet power spread, like magma enveloping the two of them. The great master was shocked. He hurriedly moved and slammed the oar. Behave. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3999. There was a loud bang that echoed throughout the village, causing many people to light up their lights. The oars separated the two skeletons, but it couldn't stop the scarlet power from spreading and melting them instantly. The great master's oar stirred the void, and the world turned gray. The lights were extinguished one by one, but they weren't extinguished by someone. Time had reversed. As the ferryman of the river of time, the great master could reverse time to a certain extent. However, in this small village, time had been reversed for a very long time, but the melted skeletons didn't change. The great master closed his eyes and helplessly took out the brooch silk. I failed. Time reversal wasn't omnipotent. In the Tian Yuan universe, fate had given Lu Yin a chance to reverse time, allowing the ferryman of the river of time to pull time back on track. The entire universe's time had been reversed, but it couldn't affect the eternal realm. At most, it could make Yu Sang Tian reverse time, but it couldn't completely reverse time. This was because Yu Sang Tian was a powerhouse at the peak of bitter adversity. The power that melted the skeletons came from the eternal. The previous Eternal was a powerhouse at the peak of bitter adversity, but the current Eternal was even stronger and had walked a path that no one could understand. Even the Great Master couldn't reverse that power. Lu Yin's voice came from the brooch silk. As expected. Then why did you make me do it? Are you mocking me? The Great Master was unhappy. Lu Yin said, I have to try. What if the Eternal is careless? The Great Master looked at the melted traces on the ground. Such a person wouldn't be careless. I was careless. If I knew he was so decisive, I would have caught the skeleton first. It's better than dying. There's no point in catching her. Is there any point in letting her melt? If I'm not wrong, she's your only clue to the Eternal. Now that it's gone, what do you want to do? In the city lord's mansion, Lu Yin looked at the brooch silk and said, there's another way to try. Senior, give me some time. How long? I don't know. It might be fast, or it might be slow. Nonsense, but I have plenty of time, and the environment here isn't bad. Take your time. With that, the Great Master put away the brooch silk and looked at the fields in the distance. He sneered. This traitor really knows how to enjoy life. Within the city lord's mansion, Lu Yin put away his thoughts and sat down in his courtyard. He closed his eyes as the events of the past flashed through his mind. He seemed calm and cautious, but he couldn't get rid of his high and mighty mentality. He seemed to be vigilant for eternity, but in the dark, how could there be only one eternity? He would always reflect on himself and never walk the same path as the primogenitor. However, wasn't the path he was walking now also the same old path? There was more than one Eternal in the dark. Perhaps there were others watching him and eventually replacing him. The words that the Eternal had left for him were like a brand that was deeply imprinted in his heart. He could not see every dark corner clearly, not even the Eternal Emperor. Since that was the case, he could only look at himself. Lu Yin unleashed his karma heavenly Tao and fused it with his karma great celestial phenomenon. Lu Yin stood up and spread out his arms, let me see just who is scheming against me. Using himself as a guide, because of himself, karma as a calculation. If someone was plotting against him, he could only hope that this karma constellation would be able to give him an answer. With a rumbling sound, heaven and earth shook, and thunder rumbled. Countless people looked up, and the sky changed color. It gave off a stifling feeling, as if the sky had lowered by a level. In Lu Yin's eyes, the karma great celestial phenomenon churned and connected with the karma heavenly Tao. It transformed into a karma spiral that pierced through his body. Karma threads continuously shot out and collided with each other. At the same time, an indescribable feeling caused Lu Yin to subconsciously look in different directions. In one direction, he saw a middle-aged man. In another, he saw an old woman. In another direction, he saw many people, far too many people. These people were all within the karma of the karma great celestial phenomenon. Although he had not interacted with these people and had never seen them before, the karma great celestial phenomenon enveloped the entire ninth heaven universe, allowing him to see them. Whether or not he could see them was not important. All karma schemes had karma, and if there was karma, there would be karma. As the karma threads collided, Lu Yin was able to see some details. He saw that these people had gathered at a certain time, and something had happened at that time. In the end, the karma that was involved was the entire sequence of events. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold. Among these people, there were people who had wanted to kill him a long time ago, when he had just entered the ninth heaven. Among these people, there were people who had joined forces with Zongheng, who had wanted to see through him and drive him away. Among these people, there were even people who had tried to smear his name during the war between the hive civilizations. It was these people who had spread rumors in the ninth heaven universe that he had deliberately delayed the reproduction of the hive civilizations so that the ninth heaven universe and the hive would perish together. He had originally thought that this matter had been resolved. The one who had acted in secret was Mang Min, who had let someone called Blackie control the Yen family in the southern domain. He had joined forces with other families and cultivators to denounce Lu Yin. This was Eternal or Mang Min's method. But aside from these people, the denunciations of the ninth heaven universe had not all come from Mang Min. Some people simply did not like Lu Yin and had followed the trend to denounce him. These people had not only denounced him at that time, but they had also been the ones who had chosen the first junior master to replace Lu Yin. These people looked down on Tian Yuan and spiritualized cultivators, believing themselves to be high and mighty in the ninth heaven universe. Even if they had been beaten down to the mortal realm, they would still be arrogant, but they did not dare to stand out. Lu Yin immediately transmitted the appearances of these people to Death Hill. He would let the ninth heaven universe resolve this matter on its own. These people were not worthy of him personally taking action. This was the ninth heaven universe, and he could only deduce the people or things that were plotting against him in the ninth heaven universe. The stronger the people involved, the more karma would be consumed, and the greater the karma would be. Lu Yin looked up at the karma celestial phenomenon. It seemed that many people were plotting against him. Those people just now were just small fries, and they were not worthy of the karma celestial phenomenon's reaction. But now, there was a reaction. In the sky, karma boiled and rumbled. In the ninth heaven universe, countless people were panicking. Countless people prayed and knelt down. They did not understand what was happening, especially after experiencing the battle with the insectoid nest. They did not want to face another civilization war. On the startled Sparrow Terrace, startled Gate Shangyu looked up at the sky. Was this the karma celestial phenomenon's reaction? Lu Yin could trigger the karma celestial phenomenon. How had he done it? Even as an eternal realm cultivator, startled Gate Shangyu could see through karma to a certain extent and could even use some karma to take action. However, he could not truly control karma, let alone Qinglian Shangyu's karma celestial phenomenon. Lu Yin could trigger the karma celestial phenomenon, which was tantamount to an ant trying to pry open the scales. Startled Gate Shangyu wondered how he had done it. In the spiritualized universe, Grandmaster Qingchao also looked up. He let out a deep breath. Karma celestial phenomenon. If you enter the Mirage domain again, I'm afraid that even if I use the Mirage domain's karma, I won't be able to do anything to you. Thus, you should see this universe more clearly. Whether your choice is the same as mine or not, I'll wait and see. The mother tree swayed, and leaves scattered across the sky. Countless black shadows drifted across the land. In the city lord's manor, the leaves drifted, and the wind grew stronger, blowing Lu Yin's hair. Karma connected the heavens and the earth, but no one saw such a magnificent scene. Suddenly, the karma's celestial phenomenon surged, and Lu Yin opened his eyes. His gaze traversed the distance and saw a person who seemed to be sitting calmly at the peak of a mountain. However, karma was boiling fiercely, pointing directly at him. This person was plotting against him. Who was this person? He had consumed so much karma and caused such a violent reaction from the karma's celestial phenomenon. Even an ordinary complete coup adversity cultivator would not be able to do this. The insectoid nest civilization war had shown Lu Yin the ninth heaven universe's foundation. Even the 7 old fellows from the first night pillar who could not fight had appeared, but such an expert was still hidden. This person was not right. The karma's celestial phenomenon lowered again, suppressing countless people. The person sitting at the peak slowly looked up. He had naturally sensed it, and there was a sense of unease in his heart. He should not be feeling uneasy. At this moment, there was only a will to fight against Lu Yin. Lu Yin's battle with Ho had completely aroused his will to fight, and now, he was sitting at the peak trying to suppress it. However, for some reason, his will to fight was growing fiercer and fiercer, to the point that his mind was filled with Lu Yin. Fight. He wanted to fight. The boiling will to fight was like the seething karma's celestial phenomenon. A door opened in front of Lu Yin. It came from the Gate of Wonder, and when he stepped out, he appeared at the peak of the mountain. When the door appeared at the peak of the mountain, that person's will to fight froze, and he stared at the door. The Gate of Wonder. Lu Yin walked out of the door and faced that person. That person looked at Lu Yin, and his eyes narrowed. Across from him, Lu Yin also saw that person clearly. He saw those scarlet vertical eyes. Deaf. Lu Yin's lips curled up. It was indeed useful to calculate himself horizontally. If he only had the heavenly Tao of karma, he would not be able to calculate himself. However, with the help of the karma celestial phenomenon, he could do it. In the current universe, only he could do it. Because the karma's celestial phenomenon came from the Azure Lotus Lord, the Azure Lotus Lord could not calculate himself. This was Lu Yin's unique advantage. Now, with this advantage, he had found death. Originally, he wanted to rely on weighing snow to find eternity. In his mind, there was a high chance that death was in the black swamp, but he did not expect it to be deathly stillness. Now, in order to find deathly stillness, he had found death. This was very interesting. Across from him, that person stared at Lu Yin. How did you find me? Lu Yin asked, was it difficult? It came from the Gate of Wonder. Impossible. That person's voice was low and dry, and he stuttered, eternal life, could not be found. You used other methods. Lu Yin shook his head. That's because you don't understand eternal life. Then, he suddenly stretched out his hand, freezing the void. Parallel time, he grabbed at that person. After experiencing the melting death of death several times, Lu Yin was naturally vigilant and tried to control him as much as possible. Time and space were frozen, and Lu Yin's hand kept approaching that person. That person's body did not move, but his eyes moved with Lu Yin. Lu Yin saw it and released his consciousness. This person was not simple. Fall. With a shout, the words were cast. This person was not affected at all. Deaf cultivators' minds were limited, and he had the ability to hide from the eternal life realm. This eternal life realm power came from Chi Su. As long as Chi Su's power did not disappear, the eternal life realm would not be able to find death. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 4000. Bang! The person moved. Facing Lu Yin's powerful palm, he turned around and shot out a ball of flames. It was so hot that Lu Yin felt like he was about to melt. It had been a long time since he had experienced the feeling of being burned. These were not ordinary flames. Whoosh! The flames were strong, but they could not stop Lu Yin's hand. His palm pierced through the flames and landed on the person's shoulder. He exerted force, and the terrifying force pressed the person into the mountain, crushing it from top to bottom and pushing him into the ground. Lu Yin's consciousness followed closely behind, forming a world lock that locked down all power and knowledge. At the same time, he flicked his finger, and the force traveled through the cracks in the mountain towards the person. He wanted to knock him out and prevent him from being melted by the scarlet power. However, the next moment, terrifying flames shot up into the sky and melted the mountains. Even time seemed to be melting as it slowed down. Lu Yin was stunned. 2 spirit seeds. This feeling could not be wrong. It was the feeling of explosion that only 2 spirit seeds could cause. In the Battle of Pyrolite Mountain, Jia Zun had used 2 spirit seeds to defeat Li Gua and Qing Hongyuan. Now, it was not strange that this person also had 2 spirit seeds. The world turned red. The scorching heat spread through the sky, and above it were the branches of the mother tree. Once it spread, even the mother tree would not be able to withstand it and would be burned. On the startled sparrow terrace, the startled ruler looked down and was somewhat surprised. She could not understand what Lu Yin had done. He had found deathly stillness and then Mang. This person had done everything that they could not do over the years. It was no wonder that the Blue Lotus ruler wanted to marry the 7 fairies to him. The airflow collided and pushed the scorching flames away. It came from Qing Xing. The direction of the flames was exactly where he had been sleeping on the branch of the mother tree. This power. Is it him? So he's not dead and has even joined Mang. Qing Xing drank a mouthful of wine and looked down, muttering to himself. She, the former god of defense, used only a small stone to break open the body of a Mingri beast, easily killing an extremely strong Mingri beast. I didn't expect him to still be alive. Directly below, the flames twisted and a figure walked out. His eyes were burning with battle intent that even the scarlet eyes could not suppress. My name is Xi. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, but he also heaved a sigh of relief. Regardless of whether it was Mang or the Eternals of the Tian Yuan universe, they rarely introduced themselves. This meant that he would not die so easily. Furthermore, what was with this battle intent? He wants to fight with me. Lu Yin would never overestimate his own power level, but he would never underestimate it either. This Xi, even if there were 2 more, it would be useless. He couldn't be compared to you. Once upon a time, I yearned to fight against strong cultivators. Unfortunately, I never had the chance until you appeared. Even if I die, I have no regrets. After saying that, Xi's eyes widened, and his scarlet eyes flickered continuously. His body seemed like it was about to explode, and he let out a furious roar. Ferocious waves of air swept out in all directions. After that, a monstrous fire rose up in the air again. It was a deep red color. Many people in the continent of the 9 clouds looked over. When they saw it, many people's eyes burned and they lost their sight. Some people's bodies started burning, and they couldn't control themselves. The temperature was so high that the whole continent of the 9 clouds was burning. The leaves of the mother tree were burning and falling from the sky like meteorites. Lu Yin was shocked. His power had more than doubled. This was 3 spirit seeds. Stargate Shangyu had warned him that there might be powerhouses in Wangda who could fuse more than 2 spirit seeds. Lu Yin hadn't thought about it before, but now he saw it. Zhi's power level had transformed after fusing with 3 spirit seeds. This power was like Wangda's, and it shook the continent of the 9 clouds. Stargate Shangyu frowned. What a powerful aura. This was Wangda's power. She had only guessed that there were 3 spirit seeds, but she hadn't expected them to actually exist. After fusing with 3 spirit seeds, Zhi had completely transformed. The battle intent that had been suppressed when he had seen Lu Yin and Wangda's battle erupted. He walked towards Lu Yin step by step, breaking free from his prison with each step. His body grew taller, and he burned everything in his path. Lu Yin watched Zhi walk towards him, but he wasn't thinking about Zhi. He was thinking about Wangda and the Eternals. With each additional spirit seed, one's power level would transform. If 3 spirit seeds were already like this, what would happen if he could increase it to 4 or even 5? It shouldn't be possible. Even with the physique of the Eternals, it shouldn't be possible. But even if the limit was 3 spirit seeds, if this method could be used throughout the continent of the 9 clouds, it could also increase the power of the continent of the 9 clouds infinitely. If there were only 1, 2, or 5 green awakeners, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. At most, they could be scattered to various battlefields to guard. But if there were 10, 20, or 50 of them, it would be completely different. However, Lu Yin immediately discarded this idea. Instead of thinking like this, it was better to hope that the human race would have a few more eternal realms. If he could think of it, Qinglian Shangyu and the others would definitely think of it as well. But after so many years, the continent of the 9 clouds had never tried to prove that this path was not feasible. Whoosh! The void melted, and a scorching pain swept through. Zhi struck out with a palm, aiming for Lu Yin's face. Lu Yin raised his hand, but he didn't meet it head-on. Instead, he rolled his hand and struck out with the same palm. The same scorching flames appeared in the center of his palm. This was consecutive palm. Progenitor Chen's consecutive palm and Ancestor Ku's extreme matter will reverse were battle techniques that had been strengthened along with their own strength until now. However, there was a limit to the form of power that consecutive palm could borrow, and extreme matter will reverse was unable to resist the bombardment of ideology. These were the shortcomings of these 2 battle techniques. Even so, it was still extremely shocking. Progenitor Chen and Ancestor Ku were only at the level of the sequence laws. The collision of Zhi Yan and Zhi Yan had the same destructive power, but Lu Yin's strength far exceeded Zhi Yan's. He pressed down with one palm and directly twisted Zhi Yan's hand. Zhi Yan's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected Lu Yin to be able to borrow his strength. He was confident that he could fight against the powerful Lu Yin, mostly because of Zhi Yan. Zhi Yan was his physique, and he had once relied on it to sleep in the Junior Imperial Tower. Later on, he had even reached the position of the Lesser Imperial God. He was originally a wandering cultivator, and he had relied on Zhi Yan to reach this level. Now, Zhi Yan was actually being used by someone else. He was indescribably sullen and angry. He wanted to fight Lu Yin, not with his own strength. On the surface of his body, black-red blood vapor steamed and rushed into the sky. Up above, Qing Xing looked down. Monster, how did this guy become so powerful? Zhi Yan constantly emitted a terrifying aura, but it couldn't change the fact that he was being suppressed by Lu Yin. Lu Yin twisted Zhi Yan's arm and then grabbed Zhi Yan's neck. He wanted to completely suppress Zhi Yan's strength and prevent him from being melted by the scarlet power. Zhi Yan's other hand grabbed Lu Yin's arm. The terrifying flames completely annihilated the void, but Lu Yin's arm was as steady as Mount Tai. His vitality surged, and he didn't even need to move his other hand. No matter how much Shi Yan burned, he couldn't do anything. At the same time, the surroundings turned gray. Time stopped. The high temperature, Shi Yan, and the annihilation of the void. Everything was still. Lu Yin stared at Shi Yan, and the hand that had been holding Shi Yan's neck moved down to his shoulder blade. He exerted force, and with a bang, flesh and blood splattered into the void. The scarlet power that accompanied it was similar to divine power, but it was also different. Lu Yin changed his position with one hand and destroyed all of the scarlet power that he could sense within Shi Yan's body. Blood rose, and a layer of Shi Yan's entire body was shaved off. He spat out blood and growled. His body suddenly shrank, and an even more blazing light instantly stung Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin was surprised, but he didn't care. No matter how Shi Yan changed, he couldn't surpass him. Otherwise, he would be in the eternal realm. In the immortal master's knowledge, Shi Yan was already the limit of combat power below the eternal realm. At this moment, Lu Yin surpassed Shi Yan. This was based on the immortal master's knowledge and the knowledge of the three eternal emperors of the Jiuxiao universe. Even if Lu Yin wanted to be modest, he was very sure that he was the limit of combat power below the eternal realm. There were special life forms in the universe, such as Shi Yan and Luo Chan, but those special life forms might be able to survive in front of him and escape, but they couldn't surpass him. Shi Yan was no exception. Unless he directly reached the eternal realm, he wouldn't be his opponent. With his current combat power, there was still a gap between him and Shi Yan, and it was impossible for him to escape. Shi Yan's body shrank by half, as if the flames that once covered his body had been condensed. His whole person was more dazzling than the sun. In his hand, the blazing light turned into a disk and swept towards Lu Yin. Along the way, the void left a burning trace. Space and time were burned. It gave Lu Yin a feeling similar to the first grid of Shi Yan. Shi Yan fixed a timeline and became the sharpest blade. Even Lu Yin was afraid of it. Shi Yan condensed the high temperature into a line, which could burn the void in time. It was also incomparably sharp. However, this sharpness couldn't break through the vitality. Shi Yan stared blankly at Lu Yin, blocking him with one finger. He couldn't believe it. The gap was so big. Lu Yin flicked his backhand, broke through the blazing heat, and pointed at Shi Yan. Bang! Shi Yan's pupils flickered, and he took a few steps back. The high temperature and heat quickly dissipated, revealing his original appearance. Blood stained his back, and he fell to the ground. Lu Yin looked at Shi Yan condescendingly, staring at him. If the power that could melt Shi Yan appeared, even the Eternal Emperor couldn't stop it, let alone him. But it didn't mean that he couldn't do anything. Shi Yan fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Lu Yin waited for a while, but Shi Yan didn't melt. He was relieved. At the same time, on the startled Sparrow Terrace, startled Gate Shangyu was also relieved. She still couldn't understand. Qiu Su was dead, so how could Wang Di use her power to hide and melt himself? Even they couldn't stop that power from melting himself. This was a haze in their hearts, and it was also a thorn. If they didn't remove it, they wouldn't be at ease. In fact, this was very inconceivable. How could a dead eternal realm help a living creature hide from other eternal realms? Even Qinglian Shangyu couldn't find the reason. The only explanation was that Qiu Su's power resonated with the current universe and could be borrowed by Wang Di. They were willing to accept this explanation, but if it was any other explanation, it would be troublesome. Shi Yan didn't melt, but what was the point of capturing him? Lu Yin stared at Shi Yan. He had dealt with the Eternals for too long, and they could be considered lifelong enemies. He had never thought of interrogating such a person. Whatever, he would take him to the startled Gate Shangyu first. A door appeared behind him, and Lu Yin grabbed Ji Yan and stepped through it. When he appeared again, he was already on the startled sparrow terrace. The moment Ji Yan passed through the door and was taken to the startled sparrow terrace, his eyes suddenly opened, and a Tian character appeared and pressed down on Lu Yin. It had been 5 years, and Sui Feng hadn't stopped updating for a single day. He had updated continuously for 5 years, and it was really tiring. The biggest change was that his hair had turned white. Fortunately, my brothers have always supported me. Although I haven't updated much, Sui Feng guarantees that I will never stop updating. Thank you for your support, brothers. She tapped the gate of wonder lightly, causing it to appear and spread out, forming a path made of countless doors. The blue sword shadow pierced through the doors, but there was no change in the void. The air did not change, and nothing changed. Only the gate of wonder was pierced through, and only the blue sword shadow dimmed. Startle Gate. Shangyu Su turned her hand and the blue sword shadow swallowed by Startle Gate appeared on the Startle Sparrow stage. She entered the door that connected heaven and earth. The blue sword shadow was changed direction by her and stabbed towards the door that connected heaven and earth. At the same time, Lu Yin's body was uncontrollably pulled towards the gate of wonder. Stop the sword shadow. Lu Yin did not understand. Hadn't the blue sword shadow come to the startling sparrow arena? He did not have much time to think about it. He passed through the gate of wonder and returned to the location where he had fought Ji. From here, he saw that the door was covered in cracks, and he also saw the second blue sword shadow that had suddenly appeared in the void. Compared to the first blue sword shadow, this one was clearly much dimmer. It was like a silhouette of time as it pierced towards the door. Lu Yin did not know what would happen if this sword shadow pierced the door, but he knew that he had to stop it. When he saw the door, a strong sadness suffocated him. He did not dare to look again. On the surface of his body, the vitality surged and merged with the eternal matter. His body withered as he rushed towards the blue sword shadow. In the face of the eternal realm slash, he did not directly collide. Instead, he shuttled back and forth like a streamer, reversing for a second. At the same time, he went around the back of the sword shadow in parallel time, grabbed the hilt, and pulled back. The blue sword shadow had an unimaginable sharpness. This was not on the same level as the first gate of Avicii and Ji. The moment Lu Yin touched the hilt, the eternal matter was consumed crazily, and the vitality was constantly suppressed. The surface of his body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Too strong, this sword was too strong. How could this be? Lu Yin believed that with his current battle strength, he could definitely compete with the eternal realm. Even if he could not win, the gap would not be too big. He had also been chased by an eternal realm monster. He had also fought with a grass master. Through the karma celestial phenomenon, he felt the pressure of the gate of wonder and the grass master. But it was not this big. This was just a sword shadow. How strong was the person who attacked? Lu Yin circulated infinite power and used his greatest strength. His vitality was constantly consumed. As his body was completely recovered, the power of absorption was released in one go. Come back. The blue sword shadow paused, and then it was pulled back by Lu Yin with a huge force and thrown into the distance. At the same time, a loud noise was heard in the Jiuxiao universe. It was the sound of the blue sword shadow hitting the materialized gate of wonder. With a loud bang, countless people fainted. Qing Xing almost fell down from the shock. He looked up in horror. What was going on? No one knew what had happened. As for the blue sword shadow that Lu Yin had thrown out, it was shattered by the hand of Shangyu. In the omnisensory universe, a voice murmured, "So that's how it is." Chishu's power is scattered. She's dead. This human civilization is really smart. They killed Chishu and scattered her power to confuse us. Hee, but now I know. Next, I'll play with you. In the Juxiao universe, Lu Yin stood in place and looked at the door that was full of cracks. There were various patterns of creatures on it. He had never seen most of these creatures before, but there were some that he had seen before. They were humans. This door had the shape of humans carved on it. Looking at this door, Lu Yin only felt sad. But why was he sad? He did not know. It was as if these creatures were crying. Behind him, the Gate of Wonder walked out and raised his hand to hit the door. Lu Yin subconsciously wanted to stop him. Senior. The Gate of Wonder slammed down without hesitation. This was the third time he had hit the door, and it shattered. Lu Yin stared blankly. He did not know how to describe his current feelings. There were too many things he wanted to know. The Gate of Wonder looked back at him. Since ancient times, we humans have always had an enemy called the unknowns. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The unknowns. The unknowns is what we call our enemies because we do not know what they are. Before us, there was a human civilization. You saw it when you broke through to the primordial realm and went against the flow of time. We do not know how long those people have lived. The fate of humans and the unknowns has been passed down since a long time ago. Chishu is the unknowns. Lu Yin was surprised. The unknowns are all in the eternal realm. The Gate of Wonder said slowly, I do not know, but the unknowns are the fishing civilization that we know and have been entangled with until now. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The fishing civilization was a very heavy topic. In the universe, which civilization dared to guarantee absolute safety? No one dared to expose it, even if there were 4 eternal realms in the 9th heaven universe. But there was a civilization that dared to fish for other civilizations. How confident was that? The insect nest civilization could be said to be a plundering civilization or a killing civilization, but it was definitely not a fishing civilization. Otherwise, the 9th heaven universe would also have an insect nest spirit treasure without exposing its coordinates. The insect nest civilization was not qualified to be a fishing civilization. Of course, whether they thought of themselves as a fishing civilization was unknown. What was a fishing civilization? The one that brought death to the 9th heaven universe and forced the 9th heaven universe to sacrifice the spiritualized mother tree of the universe to escape the disaster was a fishing civilization. The one that made springboards and spread across the universe was a fishing civilization. Now, Lu Yin knew of another fishing civilization, and this fishing civilization was an enemy of the 9th heaven universe. He suddenly looked in the direction of the destroyed door. That door is the bait. The Gate of Wonder nodded. The unknowns will place a door in any civilization that they want to destroy and activate the door when they want to destroy it. They will connect the civilization where the door is located to a civilization that they think can destroy this civilization. They don't need to do it themselves to completely destroy the civilization. It is extremely difficult for 2 completely different civilizations to meet peacefully. This is the law of the universe. We don't know how foreign creatures understand it, but we humans have a saying, how can we allow others to sleep on our bed? Lu Yin's fingers trembled. Humans would not allow other species to sleep next to them, just like how could an ordinary person allow a wolf to sleep next to them? Perhaps it was not a wolf, but a harmless ant. Even so, it would be slapped to death if there was a strange sound next to their ears. This was the nature of living creatures. The unknowns did not do it themselves, but built a door to close the distance between civilizations. This was worse and more terrifying than the insect nest civilization. Since they could close the distance between civilizations, it meant that they understood more than just 1 or 2 civilizations. This meant that they understood the distance of inches. The ninth heaven universe did not understand the distance of inches, so it was not a fishing civilization. A fishing civilization could understand the distance of inches. Liu Yin's heart was heavy. What was that just now? The Gate of Wonder blamed himself. It's my fault. I didn't break the door immediately and gave him a chance to detect it. The blue sword shadow came from the unknowns. I don't know who it is. We don't understand the unknowns, but they understand us. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 4002. After a pause, she continued, Qi Su is dead. Qinglian Yu divided her emotions into 7. Emotions are the source of Qi Su's power. As long as the emotions are still there, the unknown will be able to confirm that Qi Su is still alive. We know that Qi Su's emotions are scattered, but at this distance, the unknown will not be able to detect them as long as the 7 emotions are still in ninefold universe. However, the unknown just now sensed Qi Su's death through the sword. Next, we will have to face the unknown, an eternal realm enemy. She then looked at Liu Yin. There are strong and weak eternal realms, and the unknown just now has surpassed Qi Su. Liu Yin's heart sank. He had also felt that the sword was too terrifying, but it was only the first sword shadow. Even alarmed guard had to rely on the materialized alarmed gate to block it. The unknown might have surpassed alarmed guard. Will he come? I don't know for now, but based on our understanding of the unknown, they usually don't attack personally. Liu Yin suddenly thought of Che and asked. Alarmed guard said, that's also unknown. When he wanted to enter the 3 universes, he specifically greeted Qinglian Yu and said that he was looking for his weapon. But unlike Qi Su, he has no hostility towards us. As for his human form, maybe it's to facilitate communication with us. It's the kindness of a superior. Liu Yin felt bitter. The kindness of a superior. How benevolent. He thought about it. Che is just not hostile to us for now. Or rather, the unknown has a clear division of labor. We are not on his list. He had seen the karma of the meteorite's life. That civilization had been destroyed by Che's weapon. Che definitely did not represent peace. Alarmed guard did not refute. She naturally knew that Che had also destroyed a civilization. She did not know who exactly he had destroyed, but the unknown was a fishing civilization. Fishing civilizations would destroy other civilizations. This was also a law. How should she put it? She had let Che in because she did not want to have another enemy. She did not want Che to know about Qi Su's death, so she did not want to go against him. Liu Yin understood the hardships of these eternal realm guardians. They had less freedom than he did, and they did not even have time to watch the inside. They had to keep an eye on the outside all the time. Now that he counted, he didn't know how many eternal life realm experts had appeared. The dead Qi Su, clear who had been to the universe of consciousness, and the eternal realm who had just struck out with his sword. How many eternal life realm experts are there? Alarmed Lord said bitterly, if we could know, we would be able to see the gap between us and the fishing civilization. Unfortunately, we can't. Liu Yin realized that he really didn't want to hear words like, I can't see clearly, I don't understand, or I don't know my own limits. Those words implied that he couldn't control himself. Why was it that the higher one's cultivation was, the harder it was to control one's own fate? Even if the door is destroyed, it's useless. The unknown has already discovered it. Alarmed Lord Yu's tone was heavy. It's fine for now. If they want to use other civilizations to deal with us, they will have to bring us another door. Otherwise, they will have to do it themselves. Green Lotus Lord and the others should be back soon. Isn't this the same door as the Gate of Techniques? Lu Yin suddenly recalled. Jingmen Shangyu nodded. Both the Nine Clouds universe and the spiritualized universe have doors. Fortunately, we discovered the door of all techniques. Otherwise, we would be in danger. How did you discover the Gate of Arts? Is the Zhan family related to Wang Fu? The Zhan family originally came from the Nine Clouds universe. We allowed them to spiritualize and guard the Gate of Arts. Once the Zhan family felt that the situation was out of control, they sealed themselves. So the complete will also came from the Nine Clouds universe. Alarmed Lord nodded. The number one sequence foundation in the spiritualized universe indeed came from the Nine Clouds universe. Otherwise, why do you think Yu Sang Tian didn't fight for it when the Zhan family had it when even the outer sky didn't have it? Lu Yin understood. No wonder the Zhan family could seal themselves and Yu Sang Tian didn't look for trouble. No wonder Yu Lao cooperated with Zhan Ming. No wonder there were so many legends about the Gate of Arts in the spiritualized universe, and it even involved the supreme extremity. No wonder the 36 domains had to use the Gate of Arts as the core when the Hive civilization attacked. Trouble could happen anywhere, but not in the Zhan family. Legend has it that 3 keys are needed to open the Gate of Arts. What's this about? Lu Yin asked. He asked a lot of questions, and alarmed Lord Yu patiently explained, it's just to confuse Wang Fu. However, Wang Fu didn't go to the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe fought for it, but it doesn't matter. It's meaningless anyway. Lu Yin, meaningless. Zhan Ming had sacrificed a lot for this, and he definitely didn't understand the true meaning of the Gate of Arts. Yi Shang and Eternal were the same. That's right, Eternal had given Lu Yin one of the 2 keys. On the surface, it seemed like it was for the sake of balance, but in reality, he really didn't care. If that was the case, then Eternal was very clear that 3 keys wouldn't be enough to open the Gate of Arts. Eternal had betrayed Wang Fu, so it was normal for him to know about the Gate of Arts. The Zhan family's mission was to protect the Gate of Arts, but they didn't know what the Gate of Arts represented. How pitiful. Everyone had been played, including Yu Sang Tian. Besides Eternal Lord Yu, no one else should know about this secret. Why didn't you destroy the Gate of Arts? Lu Yin asked. Alarmed Lord Yu was silent for a moment. Leave a way out for the humans. Lu Yin stared blankly at alarmed Lord Yu. In the face of an unknown pressure, they had done everything they could. Even the enemy's gate was their hope. But wouldn't the Gate of Arts be activated at any time? There are prerequisites for activating the Gate of Arts. Why do you think the Great Karma phenomenon covered such a large area? Why do you think I reacted so quickly to destroy the Gate of Arts and block the blue sword shadow? It's because that sword shadow is the prerequisites for opening the Gate of Arts. As long as we can ensure that the Gate of Arts can't be activated, then it's useless. Lu Yin frowned. That's not right. A creature came to the spiritualized universe through that Gate of Arts. He was naturally referring to chaos. The old salamander had been shocked when he saw chaos. He had given up his identity as a Zhan family member and chosen to spiritualize. He believed that chaos was the strongest form of the universe. Whether or not he trusted the 3 imperial gods of the Zhoushiao universe, he could at least guarantee that one of them was definitely on the side of the human civilization. If alarmed Lord Yu was reliable, it would be helpful to say this. If not, it would be a test. Alarmed Lord Yu nodded. We don't want this to be the guess. In fact, this guess is not very likely. After all, if there is really an unknown hidden, how could they let Chi Su be killed? And after so many years, why would that unknown be hidden in our human civilization? Either they would have dealt with us long ago, or they would have left, just like Che. So we are more inclined to believe that this word comes from the entire unknown, and is the brand of the entire unknown. Thank you. MOCMEAO Brothers Reward. Thank you brothers for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 4003. Lu Yin said, this word appeared in the Tian Yuan universe before. Alarmed Shangyu wasn't surprised. Lu Yin continued, I thought that Master Grass was behind this word, but it seems like I was wrong. No matter how hostile Master Grass is to Zhou Xiao, he shouldn't be the mastermind behind Wang Fu. He doesn't have the right, alarmed Shangyu said. Lu Yin felt the same way. Master Grass didn't seem as strong as the owner of the blue sword. Wang Fu was unknown, but Master Grass was definitely not unknown. Lu Yin then told alarmed Shangyu about Yuanqi and deduced that there was a force behind Yu Sang Tian and Eternity that pushed Yuanqi to the Tian Yuan universe to kill me Jin Shangyu. I thought it was just a coincidence, but someone from the spiritualized universe called Yigu found out that not only did Yu Sang Tian force Yuanqi to go to the Tian Yuan universe, but Eternity also came to the spiritualized universe and asked Yuanqi to go to the Tian Yuan universe. According to the time, Eternity shouldn't be able to cross the spiritualized universe and the Tian Yuan universe. A round trip would take too long, so he must have some other method to cross the distance in a short time. You suspect that it's Master Grass? In the past, yes. Now, I suspect that it's that mysterious eternal realm. That eternal realm is the one behind Eternity, and he single-handedly contributed to me Jin Shangyu's death. It's very likely that he's hiding the unknown. There's one more thing. The cultivator who died in the Tian Yuan universe with the word Tian inscribed on him said that the word came from Master Qing Chao. Since that cultivator knew about Master Qing Chao, an eternal life expert, and even gave the word to Master Qing Chao, then even if the existence behind Eternity isn't Master Qing Chao should know something. Alarmed Shangyu nodded. That's possible. Now, the situation was gradually becoming clearer. The appearance of the word heaven was either an imprint of the unknown entity that was hidden in the dark, or Yu Sang Tian and Eternity wanted Genkai to go to the Heaven's origin universe to scheme against Jin Shangyu. The executor might be the Grass Grandmaster, but the mastermind behind the scenes was the entire unknown entity. The more likely possibility was that there was another unknown that was behind all of this. This coincided with Lu Yin's previous conjecture. He had always felt that there was a hidden existence in the Tian Yuan universe that had been watching him until he comprehended karma. Also, I once fought against the protectors of the four directions in the Mirage domain, and I saw a figure with a red sword. Now that I think about it, that sword style is similar to that blue sword from before, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Jingmin Shangyu had a headache. The more you talk about it, the more likely it is that there is an unknown. But what is the point of hiding it? If you want to destroy the human civilization, you can join forces with Qixu and lure the other civilizations to attack us. Lu Yin said, no matter what, we're certain that there's an unknown entity hiding here, and Master Qing Chao is working with that entity. So, what's Master Qing Cao's true goal? Jingmin Shangyu hesitated for a moment and slowly said, have you ever experienced being oppressed, ordered, and enslaved? Just like the desolate god, the astral beast had been enslaved by the above heaven sect, which had caused it to develop a desire for destruction. The spiritualized universe had a dark past. During that time, many people from the ninth heaven universe had spiritualized, and they did not treat the spiritualized cultivators as humans at all. Robbery and enslavement were common, and the spiritualized universe had to protect those people. This experience had indeed made Master Qing Chao resentful. If not for Yu Sang Tian's decisive battle with Ru Shi and the killing of Ru Shi, the cultivators of the ninth heaven universe would not dare to spiritualize. Lu Yin would have seen another spiritualized universe, one that was filled with killing, resentment, and confusion. Master Ching Chao had experienced this period of time, and it was normal for him to want to get rid of the spiritualized universe's situation of being robbed of resources by the ninth heaven universe. The unknown gave him a promise, Lu Yin said. This was the only reason why Master Ching Chao would help the unknown. But the unknown clearly wants to destroy the human civilization. Jingmen Shangyu shook his head. If the human civilization is stagnant and no longer produces eternal realm cultivators, what's the point of living like ants? Would you go to the Tianyuan universe to get rid of a mangy dog? His words were harsh, but they were the truth. But Lu Yin always felt that something was wrong. Master Ching Chao was an eternal realm cultivator. Under the premise that the human race and the unknown had fought in the past, would he still rely on the unknown? Would he let the human civilization weaken? Or could it be that the unknown gave him other promises? Just as he was about to ask again, Jingmen Shangyu exhaled heavily. We can't see clearly whether Master Ching Chao has joined forces with the unknown now, but he once joined forces with Chi Su. Lu Yin was surprised. You can tolerate this. Jingmen Shangyu smiled bitterly. I wasn't there. At that time, there was no Jingmen Shangyu. It was Qinglian Shangyu who told me. Before Mi Jin Shangyu died, he specifically told us not to deal with Master Ching Chao. There was only one reason. When the human race was facing a catastrophe, Master Ching Chao had to stand up. He was, after all, a human. Lu Yin's gaze was shocked, and he was in awe. Mi Jin Shangyu, this was Mi Jin Shangyu. Many places in the ninth heaven universe, including the human race's foreign strategy, were inseparable from Mi Jin Shangyu. His spirit was admirable, and his wisdom was also admirable. It was a pity that such a person died. However, although Lu Yin admired such a selfless person, if he had a choice, he might not protect Master Ching Chao. The prerequisite for Master Ching Chao to help the human race and become the combat power of the human civilization was that the human civilization was facing a catastrophe. But before that, the catastrophe might be related to Master Ching Chao. It was a pity that an eternal realm died, but it was better than being buried by this eternal realm. Mi Jin Shangyu and Hui Zhu were the same kind of people, but they were different from him. He could never be that selfless. Senior, do you think Mi Jin Shangyu did the right thing? Lu Yin asked. Jingmen Shangyu shook his head. I don't know. Lu Yin looked at her. Is there a gate in the Tianyuan universe? Jingmen Shangyu and Lu Yin looked at each other deeply. There used to be one, but it was destroyed. Has it been destroyed? Lu Yin was thoughtful. If this matter was reversed, it was precisely because the gate of the Tianyuan universe was destroyed that the ninth heaven universe did not care about the Tianyuan universe and promised Master Ching Chao not to come into contact with the Tianyuan universe. That was why the Eternals had a foothold. Then, could it be understood that the gate had to be destroyed? It was both the ninth heaven universe's idea and the unknown's idea. So if there was an unknown, it would be easy to hide in the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin was used to thinking about many things in reverse. It was not that he was smarter than Jingmen Shangyu, but he came from the Tianyuan universe. What he saw and thought was different from Jingmen Shangyu. In particular, he was not an eternal realm cultivator, so there were no restrictions. He was freer than an eternal realm cultivator. Jingmen Shangyu looked at the starry sky. If the gate could be broken with the first palm, maybe it would not attract the attention of the unknown. Lu Yin looked at the back of Jingmen Shangyu. Senior, did you do your best? No. Lu Yin stared at her. Jingmen Shangyu looked back at Lu Yin. But that was the strongest palm I could hit in a hurry. Lu Yin withdrew his gaze and nodded. Senior, you don't have to blame yourself. If you want to break the gate with one palm, it may delay for a moment. That moment will also be noticed by the unknown. The difference is that there will not be a second sword shadow. This difference has nothing to do with Senior. I did not let the second sword shadow do anything. If you want to talk about blame, it should be me. I should have informed Senior in advance. It's not that I didn't know you were going to make a move, but no one expected the gate to suddenly appear. Jingmin Shangyu interrupted. After that, he looked at Lu Yin curiously. Speaking of which, you seem to know that scarlet power. Lu Yin told him about his cultivation of divine power. Does Chishu know this power? Jingmin Shangyu nodded. Yes. Lu Yin exhaled. Senior, are you not worried that I can't control this power and eventually become an unknown person? Jingmin Shangyu laughed. Qinglian Shangyu used karma to investigate your life. Although it may not be complete, he can still roughly understand you. Do you know his evaluation of you? I'd like to hear the details. Lu Yin was curious. Jingmin Shangyu looked solemn. You are sick. Lu Yin. Why did he scold him? You have an almost morbid obsession with the inheritance and freedom of your own race and civilization. You have an almost morbid persistence in your bottom line. You are seriously ill, so anyone can betray humanity, but you definitely won't, because you will never be able to get past yourself. This illness is incurable. Lu Yin thought he would hear all kinds of praise. He was qualified to be praised by the eternal realm. No matter how modest he was definitely qualified. But he didn't expect to hear such words. He didn't know if it was good or bad. But some people had said that he was greedy, cruel, and useless. It didn't matter. Jingmin Shangyu smiled. I admire your disease. Lu Yin, if Master Qingchao also had your disease, me Jin Shangyu wouldn't have died. If everyone in the human civilization had this disease, maybe our human civilization could also become a fishing civilization one day. We wouldn't have to live in fear. Jingmin Shangyu sighed. I really hope Master Qingchao has this disease. Before he finished speaking, Master Qingchao walked out of the void and looked at Jingmin Shangyu in a daze. Are you cursing me? He only heard the last sentence. Jingmin Shangyu glanced at him and left. He didn't even want to say anything. Master Qingchao looked at Lu Yin. We are being watched. Chishu's death can't be hidden anymore. Is there an unknown hidden in the human civilization? Lu Yin asked directly. Master Qingchao didn't answer. Instead, he asked, did you see it clearly? Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. You are cooperating with the unknown. What promise did the unknown give you? You still didn't see it clearly. Otherwise, you wouldn't ask me this question. Master Qingchao shook his head. Then continue. After that, he left. Lu Yin stood in place. He couldn't force Master Qingchao to speak, but Master Qingchao didn't refute. Lu Yin felt uneasy. The human civilization seemed to be prosperous. There were 3 eternal realm cultivators in the Jiuxiao universe, 1 in the spiritualized universe, and a number of cultivators. It was enough to stand tall in the universe and destroy foreign civilizations that might expose the Jiuxiao universe. But now he saw clearly that the human civilization was too tired. Please download the Haoyue app. Please download the Haoyue app. The new chapter provides you with the fastest update. Chapter 403, Haoyue. Some people read it for free. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 4004. Today's human civilization was plagued by internal and external troubles. A few immortal realm cultivators were not enough. It would be better if there were twice as many immortal realm cultivators. How many immortal realm cultivators were there? How strong was the fishing civilization? Luin looked around. There was nothing left. The ground was melted, and there were intermittent cracks in the void around him. He landed on the edge of a distant place that was not affected by the battle. He waited to see if Wang Da's people would appear, even though the possibility was very small. Of course, he would try to find Wang Da here. Since the door was here, Wang Da might be the center of existence around it. It was the easiest place to find Wang Da. Suddenly, Huai Si shook and the image of the great master appeared. What happened? The battle between Lu Yin and Ji had caused a huge commotion, and the blue sword shadow had caused an even bigger commotion. Lu Yin did not know what to say. He did not know what the great master had learned from alarmed Gate Shangyu. He could only ask her to ask alarmed Gate Shangyu. The great master looked at him with disdain. You asked me for help before, and I didn't refuse. My people have already dealt with the guy who caused you trouble. Why? Do you not know anything now? Lu Yin also felt embarrassed. I found Wang Da's door. The great master was surprised. Really? How is it? Alarmed Gate Shangyu is here, so I asked you to ask her directly. She is the one who did it. Understood. Let me remind you, even if you found the door, don't underestimate Wang Da. Finding the door doesn't mean that Wang Da can be destroyed. Destroying Wang Da is my condition, but I guess you don't care about the condition. Of course I care. How can I not care about the Azure Lotus Shangyu? Is that so? It's good that you care. The conversation ended. Lu Yin put away Huai Si. The great master was the first, but she would not be the last. Many people wanted to know what had happened, but these things could not be told to them. Now, he wanted to see the difference between the scarlet power and divine power. He wanted to see if he could find Wang Da with this power. In the eastern region, there was a mountain called Lin Lu Mountain. There was a clan on Lin Lu Mountain called the Lin Lu Mountain Clan. That clan was very ordinary. They were one of the clans in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Back in the days, nobody dared offend them because of the spring and autumn talisman. But now, they had been expelled from Lin Lu Mountain. Ha ha ha, you didn't expect this, right, Lin Lu Mountain family? No, from today onwards, you're not allowed to call yourselves Lin Lu Mountain family, or else you'll see. Scram! Someone shouted loudly from the summit. Waves of energy surged, causing the mountain rocks to tremble as they smashed downwards. The group of people laughed. At the foot of the mountain, thousands of people sullenly walked out of the mountain without saying a word. They were the former Lin Lu Mountain family, but now they had become stray dogs. This Lin Lu Mountain clan once relied on the spring and autumn jade slip to bully the surrounding clans many times. Now, they've finally gotten their revenge. There were people all over Lin Lu Mountain discussing this matter. The fact that our three clans didn't annihilate the Lin Lu Mountain clan is a good thing. That's not entirely true. After all, this Lin Lu Mountain clan has some foundations. If they were forced into a corner and fought us to the death, our losses wouldn't be small either. There are many ambitious clans in the surrounding area. Don't let them take advantage of us. It's already good enough that we were able to seize Lin Lu Mountain. But what about the Lin Lu Mountain clan master? Are we going to let him go just like that? These words caused many people on the mountain to be uncertain. That was a character after all. Gradually, traces of the Lin Lu Mountain clan could no longer be seen. The thousands of people from the Lin Lu Mountain clan were dressed in ragged clothes. Many of them were seriously injured and coughing up blood continuously. Only a few shabby beast carriages were moving slowly, carrying their clan members and a woman. No one knew, including the clans that had annihilated the Lin Lu Mountain clan. There was an outsider in the Lin Lu Mountain clan named Shui Su. Cough cough. On the beast carriage, a middle-aged man coughed up blood. He was the Linlu Mountain clan master. On the other side, Shui Su was nervous. She glanced behind from time to time and sighed in relief when she saw that no one was chasing them. Don't worry, I've said it before. If anyone dares to chase us, I'll beat them up. I'll definitely be able to kill one of them. The three clans are wary of each other and won't make a move, the Linlu Mountain clan master said. Shui Su nodded and looked at the middle-aged man in front of her. If we lose Linlu Mountain, where will your clan go? The middle-aged man let out a deep breath and looked at Shui Su. There will always be a place to stay. Every clan has a backup plan, and we are no exception. Although that place is much worse than Linlu Mountain, it's better than nothing. Shui Su was silent and did not say anything else. The middle-aged man looked at Shui Su deeply. You still don't want to contact Mr. Liu? Hearing this, Shui Su was helpless. She looked at the middle-aged man and said, Sir, I've said it before. I met Mr. Liu by chance. We've only been walking together for a while and have never crossed paths. Why waste your time on me? The middle-aged man smiled and said, Perhaps. After that, he fell silent. Shui Su was really helpless. She really did not have any friendship with Mr. Liu. She was just brought along and made a small deal. He pitied her. That was all. There was nothing else. Some time ago, when she passed by Linlu Mountain, she was warmly invited to be a guest by the Linlu Mountain clan. She could not leave even if she wanted to. It was not that she was under house arrest, but that they were too enthusiastic. As soon as she stepped out of the door, a few little girls and children from the Linlu Mountain clan hugged her legs and cried. They said that if she left, the clan would break their legs. She really had no choice. She had been with the Linlu Mountain clan until now. She did not expect to encounter such a thing. Now, she had to flee with the Linlu Mountain clan. She did not dare to leave alone now. Who knew if the three clans would kill her? She did not understand why the Linlu Mountain clan master was so stubborn. She had already said that it had nothing to do with Mr. Liu, but didn't it fly away a long time ago? Now that she thought about it, the journey with Mr. Liu back then was really a dream. She did not expect to be with such a person. Mr. Liu had cut down the 4 regions with his sword, faced immortality directly, defeated the insectoid nest civilization, killed the insectoid lord, and fought an earth-shattering battle with the centipedes. He was the absolute #1 person under immortality. She did not even dare to think about being in contact with such a person. She did not expect to have actually been in contact with him. Shui Su did not know the Linlu Mountain clan master at all. She did not know him at all. If she did, she would never have come to Linlu Mountain. The head of the Linlu Mountain family was a very strange person. He looked normal, just like an ordinary cultivator, but in fact, he was extremely scheming. With his identity as a cultivator family, there wasn't much to talk about, but if one looked back at the history of his family, one would see his legend. This was because the Linlu Mountain clan didn't exist in the past. There was only a cultivator called Lin Jia. It was this cultivator who developed an ordinary clan from nothing into a cultivator clan that occupied the entire Linlu Mountain. Countless cultivators in the surrounding area were afraid of them, but there was nothing they could do. This person did not rely on his cultivation, but on his scheming. He was good at forming alliances, flattering, and so on. In order to form a relationship with the Spring and Autumn Scroll, he deliberately put himself in danger and gave the scroll a chance to rescue him. He owed the scroll a favor for saving his life. In reality, the scroll's disciple had casually helped him, but he had exaggerated it countless times. Combining the strength of his clan and offering resources became a popular topic for a time. The Spring and Autumn Scroll also remembered him, and no one in the Linlu Mountain clan dared to provoke him. This was his way of doing things. However, because he had attached himself to the spring and autumn scroll, he had been blinded. He only had eyes for the scroll, and he had offended Lu Yin in the Mausoleum Plains. Fortunately, he had realized in time and did not continue to offend him. After the spring and autumn scroll was destroyed, he fled back to Linla Mountain and began to look for the next target he could attach himself to. When he saw Shui Su, he set his sights on her. Was there a better target than Lu Yin in the Nine Firmaments universe? Had he offended him before? Wrong. Back in the Mausoleum Plains, he had wanted to buy Mr. Lu's calligraphy, but he had accidentally offended him. His heart was sincere. As for Shui Su saying that she could not contact Lu Yin, he did not believe her, and did not need to believe her. He just needed to keep an eye on her. Sincerity was the key to success. That was the way he operated. A few days later, they arrived at a floating lake. Sunlight shone through the lake, casting many shadows on the ground. It was very beautiful. Lin Jia had specifically instructed that no one speak when they arrived here, and they passed by in silence. This place was controlled by a powerful clan known as the Water Clan. It was a very ordinary name, but few in the Eastern Domain dared to provoke them. If Linla Mountain could only be considered an inconspicuous overlord in the Eastern Domain, then the Water Clan could be considered one of the few powerful existences in the Eastern Domain, second only to the major powers. Linla Mountain needed to attach themselves to the Spring and Autumn Scroll, but the Water Clan did not. The Spring and Autumn Scroll respected them. If they continued to develop smoothly, they might become the second Tianmen Luo family. However, such a powerful clan had encountered a calamity at the Death Hill. Blades flashed and swords flashed, and blood rained down. A layer of blood floated on the surface of the lake and dripped down. It was as if the sky was raining red. The Linla Mountain clan stared blankly at the bloody rain falling from the sky. Who dared to attack the Water Clan? The Linla Mountain clan was extremely powerful. In the carriage, Lin Jia looked at the lake and saw the leader of the Water Clan, who had also wanted to attach himself to the Water Clan. He was shouting at the top of his lungs. Since when did the Death Hill become Mr. Lu's lackey? You belong to the continent of the Nine Clouds, not the Tian Yuan continent. Why are you attacking us? Lin Jia frowned. Mr. Lu. Shui Su also looked at the sky and saw an old man kneeling on one knee. There was a blade against his neck. That blade belonged to Long Yin, the leader of the third mountain of the Death Hill. Long Yin's eyes were ice cold. During the war, you tarnished Mr. Lu's reputation. After the war, you slandered Mr. Lu and tried to drive a wedge between us. I'm guessing that your next step is to find a junior imperial tutor and influence them to oppose Mr. Lu. You're not doing this for the continent of the Nine Clouds. I'm doing this for the continent of the Nine Clouds, said the old man angrily. He stared at Long Yin ferociously. You're just a lowly cultivator from the Tian Yuan continent. What makes you think you're above the continent of the Nine Clouds? Is there no one in the continent of the Nine Clouds? If you do this, the Tian Yuan continent will look down on the continent of the Nine Clouds even more. Long Yin's eyes were filled with murder. Besides, are you really doing this for the continent of the Nine Clouds? He waved his hand and someone appeared. It was an old woman. When the old man saw the old woman, he frowned and his face turned deathly pale. The old woman knelt down on the ground and shivered. Han Li's Adventures Chapter 404 Influence. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 4005. Long Yin sneered. What a pretentious reason. On the surface, you joined forces with the other families to slander Mr. Lu, but in fact, You used it as an excuse to lead the other families to win people's hearts. You secretly poisoned the leaders of the other families to take them under your command. You're really bold. The elder stared at Long Yin. Impossible. How did she know? He had done it secretly. The news should not have been leaked. Unless someone was watching him and investigating him. But why would someone suddenly investigate him? Long Yin narrowed his eyes. You underestimate Mr. Liu too much. Even though you're using Mr. Liu as a pretense, your hostility towards Mr. Liu is real. You did do something to provoke the relationship between the cultivators of the continent of the Nine Clouds and Mr. Liu. It was Mr. Liu who told Death Hill to look for you. Mr. Liu is someone who understands karma. The elder was shocked. Was karma so omnipotent? He had not done anything to Liu Yin, but he could find him. This was karma. This was karma. Karma was heaven. Originally, no matter what you did, as long as you did not break the rules, it had nothing to do with Death Hill. But you slandered Mr. Liu during the war with the Hive civilization and affected the war situation. This is worse than breaking the rules. The water family will disappear. After that, the blade slashed, and the spirit seed fell. It was not just the water family. They were only the leading force in the east. The 4 regions of Zhoushan had families leading them. They wanted to use this method to jump out of the family's scope and become a force. If Liu Yin had not calculated himself and not found them, they might have succeeded. Unfortunately, they were unlucky to have schemed against Liu Yin. But they could only scheme against Liu Yin. Only Liu Yin could be identified as the enemy of many people in Zhoushan universe. Many people in Zhoushan universe look down on the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe. This was the basis of their schemes. But those people had disappeared today. Long Yin looked down and saw the Linlu mountain family through the bottom of the lake. They were silently walking away. She also saw Shui Su. She was surprised. She had seen this woman before in the Ling Plains. Below, the Linlu mountain family did not dare to look up. They sped up and left. Lin Jie sighed. The destruction of the water family was related to Mr. Liu. That person could really influence the entire Zhoushan universe. Even Death Hill was helping him. You saw Mr. Liu's influence. Shui Su said, I really have nothing to do with him. Just as Lin Jie was about to speak, the beast carriage stopped and a voice came from outside. Death Hill's 3rd summit's Long Yin, the people in the beast carriage, come out and speak. Lin Jie's expression changed. Not daring to hesitate, he hurriedly got off the carriage. Shui Su hesitated for a moment before following him. Long Yin glanced at Lin Jie and his gaze fell on Shui Su. Do you have any difficulties? Lin Jie's heart sank and he looked at Shui Su nervously. He was afraid that Shui Su would say that the Lin Lushan family had made things difficult for her. Shui Su shook her head. No, thank you for your concern. Long Yin nodded and looked at Lin Jie. Then, he glanced at Shui Su and disappeared. After Long Yin left, Lin Jie heaved a sigh of relief. He faced Shui Su and bowed deeply. Thank you, Mississippi. Shui Su shook her head. I'm fine. Lin Jie said bitterly, if Miss wants to leave, you can leave at any time. This place will not be implicated by Mount Linlu. After all, the people of Death Hill have appeared. I have offended you during this period of time, please forgive me. Shui Su looked at the floating lake that was dyed red in the sky. Could they leave now? She didn't know where to go either. At the place where he had fought with Ji, Liu Yin released the starry sky in his heart and constantly sensed the scarlet ring that floated around the divine power planet. This power was similar to divine power, but it was different. Divine power must have been transformed from this power, and it was much gentler than this power. Previously, when the people of Wangfu had melted, he had never thought of extracting this power. Firstly, there had not been enough time. Secondly, it would have been useless even if he had extracted it. However, things were different now. He wanted to use the karma celestial phenomenon to deduce all the creatures that cultivated this power. Those creatures were all Wangfu. After calming down for half a month, Lu Yin released the karma celestial Tao and merged it with the karma celestial phenomenon. He looked up. It was time. He could not analyze the specific differences between the scarlet power and divine power. He could only say that the eternity that had created divine power at its peak possessed absolute strength. Otherwise, how could it have betrayed Wangfu and deathly silence? The karma celestial phenomenon descended from the sky, and the karma spiral moved towards Lu Yin. It penetrated the starry sky in his heart and directly passed through the divine power planet, especially the scarlet ring. The karma celestial phenomenon surged again, and the 9 firmaments rumbled. Countless people looked up again, but they were somewhat numb. During this time, the 9 firmaments universe had been constantly rumbling, and even the cultivators did not know where this sound was coming from. Some guessed that it was related to the karma celestial phenomenon, but they could not believe it with their own eyes. At the startled Sparrow Terrace, the startled Gate Lord had his hands clasped behind his back. Lu Yin had started again, and he hoped that he would be able to completely eliminate the dark forces of human civilization. The Great Master also looked up at the sky. Wangfu must be eliminated. Somewhere else, the eternity looked up with a rare look of unease. This meant that Lu Yin's understanding of karma had reached a new level. In the past, he was confident that Lu Yin would not be able to find him. However, the entire 9 firmaments universe had rumbled, and Lu Yin's battle with Xi had made him realize that the door had been exposed. He did not care about the existence behind Wangfu, but Lu Yin had actually been able to find the door. This was extremely terrifying. Wangfu had hidden itself too deeply, and Lu Yin should not have been able to find it. Now that he had found it, it could only mean that Lu Yin had a completely different way of using the Azure Lotus defense. This way of using it would allow him to find as many creatures as possible. Wangfu could not hide, and neither could the eternity. If the eternity had known this would happen, he would not have rushed to the 9 firmaments universe. Lu Yin's progress was too fast, and no one could keep up. Perhaps even deathly silence would not be able to escape Lu Yin's pursuit. The feeling of being chased was sullen, and the eternity felt as if he had returned to the time when he had betrayed Wangfu and deathly silence and fled to the Tianyuan universe. It had been the same back then, he had not even dared to show his face. No matter how others saw it, the rumbling of the 9 firmaments universe continued, and everyone could hear it. Lu Yin frowned at the place where he had fought with Xi. How could he not have divined it? Yes, if he could think of using Wangfu's scarlet power to calculate karma, then the Azure Lotus defense should have thought of it as well. This was not a self-calculation, but rather a calculation of that power. There was no need for a stronger karma. The Azure Lotus defense must have calculated it, but if the eternity had not been able to do so, then Lu Yin would not be able to do so either. Lu Yin sighed. There had to be some hidden power. Fortunately, he still had one more method to try. If that method also failed, then it would truly be difficult to find Wangfu. Only if Wangfu was hostile to him or even plotted against him would he be able to find it by himself. But that would be too slow. Just as he was about to retract his heavenly Tao of karma, he suddenly saw a scarlet line flash through the sky. When he looked again, he could no longer see it. Was it an illusion? No, it was real. There was a scarlet line in the 9 firmaments universe, and it felt exactly the same as Wangfu's power. Could it be that line that was preventing him from divining Wangfu's location? Lu Yin was no longer in a hurry to retract his heavenly Tao of karma, and he continued to calculate. Not being able to find Wang Fu's location was one thing, but he still wanted to find the reason. A month quickly passed. During this time, the heavenly Tao of karma continued to consume energy. Fortunately, it had not been able to calculate anything, so it did not consume much energy. This was mainly due to the karma phenomenon. The 9 firmaments universe continued to rumble for an entire month, which left many helpless. Many people were forced out of seclusion, as it was impossible not to listen to this sound. Even if they used their power to block it, they could not. It was difficult to explain. During this month, Luyin had seen that red line 3 times, and it was like a slithering snake that hid from him in the 9 firmaments universe. It would occasionally appear, but most of the time, it was hidden. Even the karma phenomenon could not find it. Luyin was certain that his inability to find Wang Fu was related to this red line. Was that line unknowable? Could it be that the human civilization had not hidden its unknowability? Could it be that the line that had helped Wang Fu hide and helped the eternity cross Tian Yuan and spiritualization? That line was very sentient, so it was not impossible. It could also be considered as a hidden unknowability. Luyin opened his eyes and retracted his heavenly Tao of karma. The rumbling disappeared. Countless people heaved sighs of relief. Luyin looked up at the blue sky as the mother tree's leaves swayed in the breeze. It was very comfortable. Who would have thought that there would be a red line in this world? That thing made him feel uneasy, as he could not even see karma. Every eternal realm cultivator had their own world. The azure lotus protector was the karma phenomenon, the startling gate was the door, the blood tower protector definitely had one, and the grass grandmaster definitely had one as well. These worlds that were unique to them seemed to have fused their ancestral worlds with the universe. They did not repel each other, but they also could not be seen by others. This was the eternal realm. Was that red line some sort of power, or was it some sort of invisible world? There was no need to ask the startling gate protector about this, as she might not know the answer, and even if she did, she would not be able to give an answer. He could only wait for the azure lotus protector to return before asking. Luyin rested for a moment, and then he raised his die. It was time to roll it. He wanted to use the scarlet power to roll 6 pips. No matter what, he had drawn that scarlet power into the starry sky of his heart, which was equivalent to cultivating. This power could be used to roll the die, and as long as there was someone in the current universe who cultivated this power, there was a chance that they would be integrated. The Eternal could not find him because he had a turbid treasure that could send him back when the die rolled 6 pips. However, not every Eternal Realm cultivator had this ability, as turbid treasures were far too rare. Luyin's die was also a turbid treasure, and it had been a long time since he had rolled it. He hoped that he would succeed. As he thought about this, Luyin drew out the scarlet power and circled it around his palm. He tapped it, and the die slowly spun until it stopped at 6 pips. Luyin, his luck was too good. It had been too long since he had rolled it. The next moment, his consciousness appeared in a dark space. It was a familiar space, but he still could not figure out what this space was. Logically speaking, with his power level, he should have been able to find the space where this consciousness existed, but only the die could bring him there. If the Eternal wanted to expel his consciousness, they could only rely on a turbid treasure. There were still too many secrets in the universe. His consciousness entered the dark space, and in the distance, there were sporadic balls of light. Some were very dim, while others were abnormally bright. Although they were not too bright, and Luyin felt that they were dimmer than him, they were there, which meant that they could be integrated. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 4006. Luyin was excited. He'd found a way to uncover Wang Fu's identity. He charged towards a nearby ball of light without any hesitation. It wasn't dim at all. His consciousness fused into it. It was cold, very cold. He opened his eyes and saw a group of people kneeling before him. Luin rolled his eyes and looked down. "Ancestor, please wake up. If you don't wake up, the family will be ruined by this idiot," someone cried out in a heart-wrenching manner. Someone on the other side immediately shouted back, "What nonsense are you spouting? Tell me clearly in front of the ancestor. How did I ruin the family? You still won't admit it. I really want to see what you'll look like when the ancestor wakes up. I'm the family leader, and I represent the family. You're just his second branch. Cut the crap and scram. This is the ancestor's territory. What right do you have to chase me away? I'm the family leader. I'm also the ancestor's descendant." Luin watched them argue quietly. They weren't the only ones below, there was a group of people kneeling as well. Only these two had the highest status and decent cultivation. They were sequence laws, so they were probably from some family. As for this ancestor, he was a primordial realm expert. These juniors didn't know that this ancestor belonged to Wangfu, but they couldn't be blamed. The ancestor had slumbered for far, far too long, and these juniors had never seen him before. All they saw was a block of ice. This block of ice was similar to extreme ice. It was bone-chilling, sealing the ancestor's body. Memories flooded in, and Luin saw the ancestor's memories. He saw how he had led the family into battle, how he had been surrounded by his enemies, how he had encountered Wangfu's people, how he had become one of them, defeated his enemies, and worked for Wangfu. Luin actually saw the eternity in these memories. The eternity had an extremely high status in Wangfu. In any case, there had never been anyone in Wangfu who could surpass the eternity in status. Why had the eternity betrayed him? Luin was puzzled. This ancestor hadn't had much contact with the eternity, so he didn't know much about the eternity's betrayal. He had been ordered to enter seclusion until the moment of Chishu's death. Now, he had slumbered until now. "Ancestor, please open your eyes and see this wastrel's ugly face. Ancestor, this guy is betraying the family. Please open your eyes. It's the junior's incompetence. They can't even control a second branch. What's wrong with the second branch? Did you use your spirit seed? The clothes you're wearing are all from your family. I'll take it off for you. Shameless old man." The surrounding people were helpless and could only listen. They had heard such arguments countless times and were already numb to it. It was much better than the rumbling in the sky. "Kacha, take it off if you dare, you shameless old thing. So be it, in front of the patriarch. Look at your ugly face, you wastrel. You're shameless. You're a wastrel. Kacha, you, wait." Everyone slowly raised their heads and looked up. They could see a human-shaped ice block. Now, the ice block had cracked. Everyone's jaws dropped as they stared blankly. Kacha, the huge crack extended, and then under everyone's gaze, the ice fell, revealing an old man wearing simple clothes. Everyone knelt down in a daze. "Ancestor!" A deafening explosion tore through the roof, and blood splattered across the ground. Luin had allowed the ancestor to self-destruct. After all, he was a member of Wangming, so what was the point of living? He couldn't get any valuable information from the ancestor's memories. After all, he had been asleep for too long. Inside the house, the second branch shouted, "You're pissing the patriarch off." Everyone was speechless. Back at the battlefield, Luin opened his eyes and exhaled with excitement. The die hadn't disappointed him. It was fine as long as it was useful. Unless Wangming had a turbid treasure, none of them would be able to escape. Continue. Wait. He suddenly thought of something and contacted the Stargate Guardian. Not long after, the scarlet energy gathered in his palm, and he flicked his finger to shake the die. The die spun slowly. 4 pips. Time stop. Luin stayed in there for a year before coming out. He rested for a year and continued to study the scarlet energy. 3 pips, 2 pips, and then 1 pip. Something useless fell out, and he rested for 10 days before continuing. 10 days later, Luin flicked his finger and continued to shake the die. 4 pips, 5 pips, 6 pips. He rolled it. His consciousness entered the dark space once more. There were balls of light in front of him, but they were very dim. He found a random ball of light and merged with it. The scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in a dark room surrounded by emptiness. Memories flooded in. So that was how it was. The person he had merged with was a half-progenitor on the surface, but he was actually a progenitor. He was waiting for someone to send over a spirit seed that he had plundered. Wang Ming was the one who plundered the most cultivators in the Nina Firmament's universe. This was what Death Hill had said. Luin hadn't known why Wang Ming plundered so many cultivators before, but now he knew. Wang Ming had allowed Ji to fuse 3 spirit seeds and Jie Zun to fuse 2, which meant that they had tried and succeeded. Many more people had failed. If he failed, he would have to waste too many spirit seeds. Wang Ming was constantly plundering cultivators, which was why Death Hill had wanted to eliminate Wang Ming. Luin also remembered that there was a box in the spring and autumn scroll with the word Tian on it to stop Death Hill's soul-seeking technique. The word Tian was the same as Wang Ming, which meant that they were working together. How many powers and independent cultivators in the Nina Firmament's universe were working with Wang Ming? There were far too many. As his memories flooded in, Luin realized that he was currently in a city, and this Wang Ming person was waiting for a rather powerful person to send over a plundered cultivator. In his memories, there were many people who had plundered cultivators for him, and this city was just one of them. The reason why they hadn't been discovered for so long was because they didn't plunder cultivators frequently. In a cultivator's city, no one would care if a few people died. It was too normal. Those with power would use all sorts of reasons to create the illusion that they were killing people and hiding their goal of plundering cultivators. Every city would have to wait for a year or even longer to plunder a cultivator's soul. If it was considered as a city, it would be considered a small number. However, Wang Lin controlled more than one city. It could be said that in the continent of the 9 clouds, there were cultivators in all the cities, there were people in all of them. With so many cities added together, they could plunder cultivators many times a year, and Wang Ming didn't appear personally. Even if the plundering cultivators were caught by Death Hill, it was a personal action. They had long since found a reason to plunder cultivators in order to deal with Death Hill. Wang Ming had done everything he could, and with the addition of the Tian character to shield them from the spirit-seeking technique, the number of spirit seeds they had was constantly increasing. This was an exaggerated number. There was a knock on the door. Luin didn't speak, allowing the person outside to enter. Soon, the door opened and a bearded man entered. He had a rough appearance and scars on his face, but he was extremely respectful to Luin. "My lord, I've got it," the bearded man handed over a cosmic ring. Luin took it and left without saying a word. The bearded man bowed and waited for Luin to leave before sighing in relief. Every time he faced this person, he was terrified. He didn't know where this person came from or what his identity was, but he knew that if he didn't do as he was told, he would die. As for whether or not he would be discovered by Death Hill, that was something to worry about later. He didn't want to die right now. Luin left the city and went to a remote area. He took out this person's brooch and contacted Stargate Shangyu. Soon, a door appeared in front of him, and he stepped out. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Luin, where he had fought Ji. Lu Yin opened his eyes, and across from him, the person named Wang Ming was awake as well. When he saw Lu Yin, his pupils constricted and his scarlet eyes flashed with killing intent, but Lu Yin quickly suppressed it. Scarlet power spread from the person's body and tried to melt him. As he melted and died, Lu Yin forcefully extracted some of the scarlet power to replenish his divine force planet belt. Every time he fused enhance into someone's body, it consumed power, so he had to replenish it as much as possible. It was a pity that the primordial realm ancestor could have replenished him quite a bit. Thank you, Senior. Lu Yin took out the brooch and contacted Stargate Shangyu. On the Stargate terrace, Stargate Shangyu praised, "There's such a turbid treasure. It's truly amazing. Why don't you continue to hide it?" Lu Yin didn't blush and said, "Why should I hide it before Senior?" In reality, the Eternals had long known about his use of enhance into someone's body. Yu Sang Tian and the others in the consciousness universe also knew about it, so there was no point in hiding it. He didn't know whether Stargate Shangyu knew or not, but that didn't stop him from saying it. Stargate Shangyu smiled, "Is that why you extracted Wang Fu's power? Looks like we can finally get rid of Wang Fu." Lu Yin wrote down a list, and these are the people who were controlled by that cultivator just now. They would occasionally plunder and wouldn't be discovered, so they thought they could rest easy. Stargate Shangyu's eyes were cold. Plundering a cultivator, even if it's just once, is a death sentence. Thank you. Lu Yin put away his brooch, then, let's continue. He was not afraid that Mang Imo would know that one of his own had died. Their powers had been cultivated, unless they had turbid treasures or completely dispersed their powers. However, the moment they dispersed their powers, Startle Gate Shangyu would be able to sense it. Shangyu couldn't find the whole Wang Fu, but once one of them used their power, they would be found and die without a doubt. It was the same fate as when Lu Yin found them. What awaited them was only death. Other than the list of plundering cultivators, Lu Yin also told Stargate Shangyu the location where Wang Fu had placed the cultivator's spirit. This was where the person who had just merged with Wang Fu had placed it. After a period of time, he would meet up with the rest of Wang Fu and hand over the cultivator's spirit. Unfortunately, this person didn't know who had met up with him or where they were. Lu Yin would look for them one by one. This person was only a progenitor, and if he was lucky enough, he would be able to merge with a stronger Wang Fu cultivator and learn everything. Wang Fu's plundering of cultivators was rarely discovered due to its concealment and the fact that its own cultivators didn't communicate with each other. This ensured Wang Fu's safety, and even if it was exposed, it would only be one of them. This also helped Lu Yin, as Lu Yin could eliminate a few Wang Fu cultivators without the others knowing. But he didn't care whether they knew or not, as they couldn't escape. The web version is slow. Please download the Haoyue app. Please download the Haoyue app. Please. The new version will provide you with the fastest Star Stomper update. Chapter 406, Haoyue. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 4007. He tapped the die again, and it continued to spin. In the eastern domain, Lu Xiyu was strolling leisurely on the streets outside the Donglin Sword Gate with her maid. People greeted her wherever she went, and they all looked at her with smiles. Good morning, Uncle Nan. Your porridge is getting better and better. Thank you, Miss Xiyu. You can have more if you like. No problem. Lu Xiyu's eyes curved into crescent moons. Miss Xiyu, try this old lady's biscuits. Wow, you made biscuits. Thank you, Granny. Bring more back if you like. Of course. Miss, the Silan domain was both a place for cultivators and mortals. The people living here were very happy, and the Silan Sword Gate never bullied mortals. A pair of eyes stared at Lu Xiu from the shadows. It was cold at first, but it quickly softened. He hadn't expected that the Wangmin cultivator he'd merged with would actually be outside the Donglin Sword Gate. It wasn't too far from the gate, and he immediately spotted Lu Xiu, who was popular on the streets. She looked so carefree, smiling so happily. Lu Yin's eyes widened in shock as the memories flooded into his mind. This Wangming cultivator wasn't here to rob cultivators, he was here for Lu Xiu. This person was here to keep an eye on Lu Xiu. Lu Yin didn't know why, but he knew that he was here for her. He didn't know why, but Lu Yin could guess. Perhaps Wang Ming already knew that Chiu Su's 7 emotions were inside the 7 fairies, so he was sent here to keep an eye on her. If that was the case, then the rest of the 7 fairies would be targeted as well. Of course, who could target Chiu Su? That would be courting death. However, it was too easy for Lu Xiu to be targeted. This person had been here for a very long time. Lu Yin even saw himself through the memories. This person had seen him when he helped Lu Xizhan become the head of the Silin Sword Gate. He'd seen his battle with Lu Xizhan, which had helped Lu Xizhan break through to crossing calamity. He took a long look at Lu Xiu, who was walking leisurely on the streets, and withdrew from the fusion. His consciousness returned to his body, and he contacted the Stargate Protector. I found a Wangming cultivator. He's watching Lu Xiu. The Stargate Protector was surprised, watching Lu Xiu. That's right. His job is to keep an eye on Lu Xiu and nothing else. I don't know what his goal is, but all he has to do is keep an eye on her. Jingmen Shangyu was silent for a moment. I understand. Tell me where it is. The news of Chi Su's death must have spread. I wonder what will happen to the 7 fairies. When the Azure Lotus Imperial Guard returns, I'll remove Chi Su's emotions from their bodies. It won't affect them personally, but I don't know if I can clearly sense Chi Su's death. Lu Yi nodded, as there was no point in keeping the 7 emotions. Right, he suddenly thought of something. Can you give me the 7 emotions? For you. Increase karma. Alright, I will inform Lord Green Lotus. Thank you, Senior. I'll continue then. With that, Lu Yin put the wise silk away and continued shaking the die. He rested for another 10 days before continuing. Over the next month, Lu Yin rolled 6 pips 3 times, all of which were integrated into the bodies of the cultivators who had plundered the cultivators of the Wangfu. It marked out the people who had plundered the cultivators on behalf of the Wangfu, and it had been recorded by Death Hillock so that he could act at any time. Most of these people didn't know that they were working for the Wangfu, but plundering cultivators was a taboo, so it didn't matter who they were working for. Lu Yin also found 2 boxes, and if he wasn't wrong, they had the word Tian suppressing them. His soul-seeking technique couldn't find them at all, and just like the box in the spring and autumn scroll, he didn't know how many cultivators were inside. These boxes, which were buried outside and waiting for the higher-level cultivators of the Wangfu to take away, would not contain too many cultivators. They would be taken away roughly once every 100 years. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lu Yin did nothing but look for the Wangfu. The outside world was much calmer because of this. However, when the Death Hillock closed the net, it would inevitably cause a commotion. Lu Yin found a large group of people who had plundered cultivators. These people had hidden themselves too well, and even if they were found by the Death Hillock, it could be said that it was a fight between enemies. It was easy to get away with it, and the stolen cultivators would immediately hand them over to the Wangfu cultivators, making it very difficult to catch them. During this time, he also integrated himself into the bodies of several cultivators who were keeping an eye on the 7 fairies. One was hidden in the Zhu family of the western regions, one in Manifestation Valley, and one in the Autumn South's Hongye family. He'd already found 4 Wangfu cultivators who were keeping an eye on the 7 fairies, but they didn't make a move. He'd wait until all of them were found. Over the past half a year, Luyin had found and dealt with the Wangfu cultivators one by one. He'd also extracted quite a bit of scarlet energy from their bodies, and more importantly, he'd experienced the feeling of fusing with a spirit seed. Not every cultivator was qualified to fuse with a spirit seed. In other words, there were very few experts who could fuse with a spirit seed within the sect. 2 months ago, Lu Yin's consciousness had appeared in a dark space and seen a bright ball of light. Although it was still dim to him, it was equivalent to the bitter adversity level. That ball of light represented a Wangfu cultivator who had fused with 2 spirit seeds, just like Jiazun. Lu Yin fused into the cultivator's body and constantly recalled the process and state of fusing with a spirit seed. He even saw the place where the Wangfu cultivator had tried to fuse with a spirit seed, but unfortunately, that place had already been moved. This cultivator had been asleep for too long. Within the Wangfu, important people would remain asleep as long as they didn't have a mission and wouldn't come out. Through his memories, Lu Yin experienced the feeling of fusing with a spirit seed, and then he used the Gate of Wonder to let the Wangfu cultivator he'd fused with ascend the startling Sparrow Terrace and fuse with a spirit seed in front of the startling Gate Shangyu. The startling Gate Shangyu had seen Wangfu cultivators fuse with spirit seeds before. However, she had never experienced fusing with a spirit seed in front of her and then observed. Lu Yin's actions had refreshed her worldview time and time again, catching her off guard. Fusing with a spirit seed had given Lu Yin a deep understanding. He always felt that if Wangfu's power could fuse with a spirit seed, then other powers might be able to as well. He needed to find a way to fuse with a spirit seed, and once he found it, the power of the ninth firmament universe would transform. It would then be easier to deal with other cosmic civilizations. However, the price was that the scarlet ring of the divine force planet near his heart had been depleted by more than half, and it was close to nothingness. Fortunately, he'd extracted a lot of scarlet energy from the Wangfu cultivator who'd fused with a spirit seed, making up for it. After experiencing fusing with a spirit seed, Lu Yin wanted to experience it again. Lu Yin had not returned to Blackpool City since he'd left more than half a year ago. Little Green King and the others had been waiting for him, but when they didn't see him, they searched for traces of Lu Yin and finally determined the location of the battle between Lu Yin and Ji. One by one, they left Blackpool City and headed there. Yu Xiang didn't go, as she was too lazy to go. Lu Yin was in Blackpool City, and she wanted to settle accounts with him. Since Lu Yin wasn't there, then she wouldn't go, as it was too tiring. During this time, Blackpool City wasn't peaceful. Deathly stillness had been discovered, and the startling Gate Shangyu had ordered all the Heavenly Spirit Array Masters of the Ninth Firmament Universe to come to Blackpool to study the Spirit Treasure Array. Now, too many Spirit Treasure cultivators had gathered in Blackpool, and they all knew that whoever could solve the mystery of the Spirit Treasure Array would be able to establish a relationship with the startling Gate Shangyu. No matter how bad it was, it would still be a great contribution to the Ninth Firmament Universe, and they could almost do whatever they wanted, just like those who'd climbed Hefeng Mountain. No one could resist this temptation. Most people came from the western regions. Blackpool City became even more lively. Above Blackpool, the Spirit Treasure cultivators arrived one by one, far away from the Spirit Treasure Array, and racked their brains to calculate. At the front were 5 Heavenly Spirit Array Masters, and they were considered the people with the highest status in the Ninth Firmament Universe. Li Gua, Zhu Ling, and Yu Jing were among them, and 2 of them were rogue cultivators. Behind the 5 of them were Heavenly Spirit Array Masters, and among them were people from the Zhu and Yu families. The 3 major clans controlled Songtian City, and they were the leaders of the Ninth Firmament Universe's Universal Spirit Treasure Array Masters, and they nurtured more than 1 or 2 Heavenly Spirit Array Masters. There were also Heavenly Spirit Array Masters from the Spiritualized Universe, and they were behind the 5 people. One of them was Heavenly Master Yuran, one of the 9 heavenly masters of the spiritualized universe's Universal Spirit Treasure Association, and she could be considered the person in charge of the association. She didn't follow the plain master sect to support the Tianyuan universe, as the spiritualized universe's Universal Spirit Treasure Association couldn't be left uncontrolled. Heavenly Master Yuran looked at the spirit treasure array in the distance, and the shock in her heart had yet to be suppressed. She was shocked by the complexity and magnificence of the spirit treasure array, and also by Lu Yin. Who would have thought that the third master of the great Uvilla would become the strongest person under eternal life, and he could decide the fate of the 9th firmament universe and the spiritualized universe with a single word? The things he had done were unbelievable. Thinking about the words of Heavenly Master Su Shi Dao before she left, Heavenly Master Yuran exhaled with mixed feelings. He didn't know when he would see the third master again. These juniors are too stupid. We can't even see through the array, and they're just wasting their time here. Heavenly Master Yuran looked over and saw the Heavenly Spirit Array Masters from the 9th firmament universe sitting not far away. There were about 10 Heavenly Spirit Array Masters in the spiritualized universe, and it was said that the 3 major clans of Tsangtian City alone had close to 10 of them. The number of Heavenly Spirit Array Masters would not be less than 30. The difference was too big. Let's let them see. Maybe it will give you and me some inspiration, another person said with a smile. He had a good temper. Humph, so noisy. You're all delusional. The person who spoke earlier frowned and glanced behind. Suddenly, it was much quieter. Then, he looked in the direction of Heavenly Master Yuran and frowned even more. His eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. There were 3 Heavenly Spirit Array Masters from the spiritualized universe, and they were all from the Spirit Treasure Association. They had been specially brought over by Jingmen Shangyu. Regardless of the strength of the Heavenly Spirit Array Masters from the spiritualized universe, the 2 universes were different. They might be able to discover something if their knowledge collided. However, many people from the 9th firmament universe looked down on the spiritualized universe. Heavenly Master Yuran looked away and exchanged glances with the other 2 from the Spirit Treasure Association. They smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. Then, they looked at the Spirit Treasure Array in the distance. Although the Heavenly Spirit Array Masters from the 9th firmament universe were disdainful, they didn't say anything. After all, the other party had been brought over by Jingmen Shangyu. At that moment, someone in front of them said, "I heard that Master Min is coming." Li Guo opened her eyes and looked to the right. Master Min is still alive. His eyes flickered and he fell into a daze. The cup in his hand fell to the ground, making a soft sound. The people outside were shocked. "Master Min, what's wrong?" Yu Jing asked. The child driving the carriage blinked as if waiting for an order. Grandmaster Min's eyes flickered, and he was shocked again. He recovered, but his gaze was completely different from before. Just now, he had experienced the vicissitudes of life, as if he had seen through everything in the world. Now, he was confused and surprised. He didn't look like an old man who had lived for a long time. This was Hei's. Lu Yin was surprised that he had come to Hei's again. He didn't know that someone had come to Hei's. At this time, memories flooded in. Lu Yin's expression changed. The majestic memories were like an abyss, forcing him to close his eyes and accept them quietly. Outside the carriage, everyone was waiting. Half an hour passed, but there was still no movement. The child driving the carriage frowned. "Grandpa." In the distance, Li Guo sneered. "What a big show, Grandmaster Min." Still, no one responded. The Heavenly Spirit Array Master, who was sitting in the front row with Zhu Ling and the rest and knew that Grandmaster Min was coming, was uneasy. Did something happen to Grandmaster Min? Zhu Ling looked at the child. Let's go see Grandmaster Min. The child hesitated for a moment, then pushed the door open. A hand appeared at the same time and opened the door. It was Grandmaster Min. When everyone saw Grandmaster Min, they bowed again. Greetings, Grandmaster Min. Lu Yin looked at everyone and nodded. He said in an old voice, I'm sorry, everyone. I didn't have enough energy just now, so I took a nap. I'm much better now. Grandmaster Min, please take care of yourself, the Heavenly Spirit Array Master beside you Jing said quickly. Lu Yin nodded. I was invited by Minister Jingmen to take a look at this numinous treasure array. Sorry to disturb you. With that, he slowly got off the carriage and walked to the front. Ligua didn't care when he passed by. Ligua rolled her eyes. Lu Yin walked to the front and looked at the numinous treasure array in front of him. He was the one who found this numinous treasure array, but it looked completely different now. He had received Master Min's understanding of the numinous treasure array Tao. It could be said that he had leaped to a higher level than before. That was not all. Although Master Min was ancient and had a high cultivation in the numinous treasure array Tao, he might not be able to surpass Ligua. At least, Master Min had not created a secret scroll of array Tao like Ligua had. He had created a powerful numinous treasure array, but he hadn't used it for many years. Its power had been increased to the point that Ligua didn't dare to deny it. What Lu Yin really cared about was that Grandmaster Min knew the use of this numinous treasure array. To be exact, Meng Ji had long guessed the deathly stillness. He came not only because of Jingmen's invitation, but also because he wanted to verify his guess. The scarlet power wasn't enough for Lu Yin to merge into Grandmaster Min's body for long, but this short period of time was enough. Meng Ji had long guessed the deathly stillness. Based on his guess and Grandmaster Min's cultivation in the numinous treasure array, he was able to verify it quickly. This numinous treasure array was used to contact the Death Universe. The Death Universe was a fishing civilization that constantly threw Baigu out in the form of numinous treasures. Since it had been thrown out, there naturally had to be a way to contact it. Previously, when Baigu had first unlocked it, he had contacted the Death Universe. He had been lucky that time, as the Death Universe wasn't too far away. Baigu had only used 10 boundless advanced numinous treasures to set up an array to contact it. However, the Ninth Firmament Universe had detected it in time and used the Dark Mother Tree to conceal it and avoid disaster. Now, Baigu, the creator of the deathly stillness, was using dozens of boundless advanced numinous treasures to create another numinous treasure array to contact the Death Universe. Once it was completed, the Ninth Firmament Universe would no longer be able to hide it. The Death Universe could be deceived once, but it couldn't be deceived a second time. This was Meng Ji's guess about the deathly stillness. As a fishing civilization, the unknowns understood the Death Universe better than the humans. Perhaps Qinglian Shangyu and the others had the same guess about the deathly stillness, but they hadn't told Lu Yin. Now, Lu Yin had confirmed his guess through Meng Ji's Grandmaster Min. A fishing civilization. A fishing civilization. They had really been fishing all this time. They had always wanted to destroy the human civilization. It was too difficult to survive in the universe. The deathly stillness could be hidden for countless years just to set up a numinous treasure array. The unknowns created Meng Ji and gave the human civilization 2 doors. In the end, it would also bring death disaster. If the human civilization wanted to completely stand tall in the forest of the universe, they had to become a fishing civilization at the same level. Otherwise, they would always be hesitant and uneasy. Lu Yin turned and got into the beast carriage. Let's go. Zhu Ling and the others were puzzled. Grandmaster Min, why are we leaving? Ligua also looked at Grandmaster Min. This old guy couldn't have seen through something, right? Lu Yin spoke in an old voice. This old man is powerless. I will report to the Startlegate Lord. Grand Master, you are too modest. If you can't do anything, we are just wasting our time here. The spiritual array Heavenly Master standing beside Yu Jing said. These words made Li Guo unhappy. She stared at that person. Lu Yin shook his head and sat in the beast carriage, blocking everyone's view. He took out the pocket silk and contacted the Startlegate Lord. This old man has been asleep for too long. It is difficult to clear my thoughts. Now it is your world. I hope you can share the burden of this numinous treasure array. As soon as he finished speaking, a door appeared beside the beast carriage. Everyone was shocked. The Startlegate Lord's door. Lu Yin walked out of the beast carriage. The Startlegate Lord's voice came from heaven and earth. Grandmaster Min, since you are tired, go to the Startle Sparrow platform and rest. Lu Yin sighed. He took the child through the door and disappeared. Everyone was melancholy. As expected of a grandmaster. He can tell at a glance whether he can understand it or not. We are too arrogant and don't know it. We are ashamed. Li Guo was unhappy. You, this old man, I have tolerated you for a long time. That old man can't figure it out, but it doesn't mean that I can't. Shut up. The spiritual array Heavenly Master was unhappy. Mountain Lord Li Guo, are you looking down on Grandmaster Min? Li Guo snorted. That old man is quite capable. He knows that he can't figure it out, but he has used up his ability countless years ago. Why? If he says he can't figure it out, we won't. You can tell that to the Startlegate Lord. The spiritual array Heavenly Master wanted to refute, but he was stopped by another spiritual array Heavenly Master. He snorted and didn't refute. Li Guo retracted her gaze and looked at the numinous treasure array. Work hard. Don't be discouraged. The Startlegate Lord is waiting for your performance. At the place where Lu Yin and Ji were fighting, Grandmaster Min appeared and walked towards Lu Yin. The child was surprised. This is not the Startle Sparrow platform, Grandpa. Lu Yin walked to 5 meters in front of Lu Yin. Grandmaster Min regained consciousness and looked around blankly. Where is this? Lu Yin opened his eyes and waved his hand. Grandmaster Min's white robe was shattered, revealing the gray robe inside. The white robe was not real clothes, but a numinous treasure array. It was arranged with cultivation spirits to block all perception. Grandmaster Min's cultivation was at the peak of the Ku adversity realm. Coupled with the numinous treasure array that was almost at the peak of the 9 heavens universe, even the Startlegate Lord would have to use some means to see it clearly. However, the Startlegate Lord wouldn't be so rude. After all, Grandmaster Min was very respected. But no one would have thought that Grandmaster Min was a person who didn't care. He had been sleeping all this time just to find the numinous treasure array. Even if the Startlegate Lord didn't find him, he would wake up. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 4009. Master Min's white robe was torn apart and he retreated in shock. Who are you? The child leaped past Grandmaster Min and slashed at Lu Yin. The sword was very short, but it radiated a cold light that tinkled like a bell. This was also a spirit treasure array, and it complemented the child's bitter adversity transcendence battle prowess. It could be said that this sword was close to the great circle of bitter adversity transcendence. The child looked young, but he had lived for a long time. He called Master Min a grandpa not because Master Min was old but because Master Min was his biological grandfather. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have been able to live until now. He was only able to survive because he was sealed in ice with Master Min. He wasn't from Wangjue and didn't know that Master Min was from Wangjue. However, Master Min used a vicious method to maintain the child's appearance and woke him up. To this child, Master Min had given him cultivation and a chance to live, but he had also taken away his freedom. He became Master Min's sharp sword. This was what Lu Yin had learned from Grandmaster Min's memories. This Grandmaster Min appeared to be clean and upright on the surface, but he was actually extremely vicious. "Stop it," Lu Yin said indifferently. The child's sword stopped half a meter away from Lu Yin, and he stared at Lu Yin in bewilderment. He didn't want to stab any further. At this moment, this person gave him a feeling that he didn't want to make an enemy out of him, and he didn't want to stab out from the bottom of his heart. Master Min's face darkened. "Kid, what are you doing? Kill him." The child didn't have a name. He only had a pet name since he was born, Kid. Lu Yin looked at the child sympathetically. "Don't you have a name?" The child looked at Lu Yin and held the sword tightly. He took a step forward and pointed the sword at Lu Yin, but he still couldn't stab him. Why? He didn't want to stab him anymore. Master Min's eyes flickered and he turned to leave. However, Lu Yin's voice rang in his ears. "You stop too." At that moment, Master Min couldn't move. He wanted to leave but he didn't want to. Why? Why couldn't he control himself? Lu Yin looked into the child's eyes and smiled faintly. "Shall I give you a name?" The child looked at Lu Yin in a daze and gritted his teeth. The sword moved forward another inch and was very close to Lu Yin. Lu Yin didn't care. "You will be called Meng Hui." The child opened his eyes wide and muttered to himself, "Meng Hui. Yes, your surname is Meng, which comes from your father. You often like to watch the afterglow of the sunset alone, so do you like the name Meng Hui?" Lu Yin asked with a smile. The child kept mumbling, Meng Hui, father, Xiang." He let go of the sword hilt and let it fall to the ground with a soft sound. He lowered his head and his body trembled. Lu Yin watched quietly. If it had been a normal enemy, he would have dealt with them long ago, but this child was too pitiful, and Grandmaster Min was too vicious. Lu Yin really wanted to help this child and settle this karma. Otherwise, he would feel very uncomfortable. Qing Lianyu once said that fate was everything. Many things were about fate. Perhaps what he saw when he entered Master Min's body was not the use of the numinous treasure array formation, but this child. This child was his fate. Fate was indescribably wondrous. It was difficult to explain what one felt. It was as if there was something in the unseen world that was forcing him to act, as if someone had cast a spell on him. The child bent down slowly, picked up the sword, turned around and walked towards Master Min. Grandmaster Min stared at the child and shouted, "Kid, what are you doing? Kill him, kill that person. You are my sword, why don't you listen to me? I am your grandfather." The child looked up and smiled at Grandmaster Min. "Grandfather, why don't I have a name?" Grandmaster Min stared blankly at the child and smiled. This child smiled. Ever since he had the ability to think, this child had never smiled. He had only seen this child smile when he was born. "Why don't I have parents?" "Grandfather, you said that I am a sword and my name is Kid, so Kid is my name. But I don't want to be called Kid. I have lived for a long time, but why don't I have any memories of the world? What I remember is always sleeping, sleeping, sleeping. I really like the sunset. Grandfather, have you watched the sunset with me before?" "Oh right, there is a price to pay for watching the sunset. Every time you watch the sunset, you have to kill someone. Am I right, grandfather?" "Grandfather." Lu Yin closed his eyes. The world of cultivation was cruel, and life and death were common occurrences. However, this child did not experience cruelty, but rather numbness. He was like a machine that was controlled by Grandmaster Ming. He had no emotions, no hobbies, no name, and even his body could not be controlled. He would forever maintain the appearance of a child. His heart was a child's heart, but it bore the greatest numbness in the world. That kind of pain made Lu Yin want to show mercy. "Grandpa, I really want to see the sunset once." "Don't kill people, let's not kill people, okay? Just let me watch the sunset, okay? My name is Meng Hui. Can you call me Meng Hui from now on?" The child smiled innocently and stabbed his sword through Grandmaster Min's chest. Grandmaster Min looked down in disbelief as blood dripped down the blade. He stared at Meng Hui ferociously. "You, kill me." Meng Hui smiled. "The sunset is coming. Only you and I are here. I can watch the sunset after I kill you." Grandmaster Min clenched his fist and struck out, but he suddenly stopped. His consciousness and thoughts had firmly trapped him, rendering him immobile. He stared at Lu Yin viciously. "What did you do to me?" Lu Yin was indifferent. "You owe that child. You should pay him back." Grandmaster Min sneered. "Owe him? Without me, he would not have come to this world. I was the one who brought him here. His father's life is mine, and so is his life. If I want him to be my sword, he will be my sword. If I sleep, he will sleep. If I wake up, he will wake up. He will serve me for the rest of his life." Do you know why he has his current level of cultivation? Do you think he cultivated it by himself? Lu Yin's expression turned cold. "Your innate gift is really scary. Is it called homology?" Grandmaster Min's eyes narrowed. "You?" This was his biggest secret. How did this person know? Homology meant that one's cultivation came from the same spirit seed. Within a certain range, Grandmaster Min could share his cultivation with anyone. This was a rather strange innate gift. Compared to receiving spiritual cultivation, although there was a distance limit, it was more covert. Think about it. When you thought that your enemy had become a powerhouse by receiving spiritual cultivation, you robbed him of his cultivation and thought that you had one. What would it feel like if your enemy wanted to kill you again? Grandmaster Min had used this method to kill many people. That was why he needed a child like Meng Hui to be his sword of the same origin. It was enough to make him invincible. However, he did not know that Lu Yin had seen through his memories. Everything he had done to the child and his secrets, including Meng's understanding of the deathly stillness and the spiritual treasure array, were known. Grandmaster Min had never told anyone about the term homology. Even the child did not know. How did this person know? You can't know. How could you know? A sharp pain came from Meng Hui's sword that had pierced Grandmaster Min's neck. Meng Hui smiled brightly. Not only did he have the same cultivation as Grandmaster Min, but he also had a cultivation spirit that had reached the great circle of crossing Ku air. Therefore, even if Grandmaster Min ended the homology, Meng Hui could still fight. When Lu Yin gave the name Meng Hui, the child broke free from the shackles. It was just a name. It was so simple. Many things in the world seemed complicated, but in reality, the complicated things were actually very simple. Lu Yin did not know how to help the child break free from the shackles. He only sympathized with the child and felt that he should be given a name. However, he did not expect to help the child break free from the shackles. The sword slashed horizontally and cut off half of Grandmaster Min's neck. Grandmaster Min was in pain. A scarlet power surged out of his body. He kicked Meng Hui away and raised his hand to slap Lu Yin. "I want your life." Lu Yin raised his hand at the same time and met Grandmaster Min's attack. Grandmaster Min could not advance or retreat. He saw a planet rotating in front of him. It was scarlet. How could it be similar to his power? Unbelievable. You're also Mang Hui. Lu Yin's palm landed on Grandmaster Min's forehead and knocked him out. He extracted the scarlet power and poured it into the divine power planet belt. However, in the next moment, the scarlet power uncontrollably melted Grandmaster Min's body. Lu Yin frowned. It was happening again. He could not control this power at all. This power had a will to melt everything and expose Mang Hui. Where did it come from? Could it be that this power had intelligence? Karma Heavenly Tao was released and merged with the Karma Celestial phenomenon. Between heaven and earth, red flashed. It was that red line. Lu Yin continued to extract the scarlet power from Grandmaster Min's body until he was completely melted and died. Putting away the Karma Heavenly Path and the starry sky in his heart, Lu Yin looked forward. Meng Hui stared blankly at the place where Grandmaster Min died as if he had lost consciousness. His origin had disappeared. Lu Yin did not disturb him. Instead, he contacted Startled Lord. Contact the Death Universe? Startled Lord asked in a low voice. Lu Yin nodded. That's right. That spiritual treasure array is used to contact the Death Universe. Meng Hui had long suspected deathly silence. They had been watching deathly silence for a long time. Grandmaster Min specifically took a look at this spiritual treasure array to verify his guess. The result was just as Meng Hui had guessed. Startled Lord was scared. How many more spiritual treasures are needed to complete the array? According to Grandmaster Min's speculation, less than 20 boundless advanced spiritual treasures and almost 100 ordinary spiritual treasures are needed to complete the array. However, this is Grandmaster Min's ability. After a pause, Lu Yin continued, Deathly Silence has captured a group of spiritual array heavenly masters after so many years. However, these spiritual array heavenly masters are not as good as Grandmaster Min. Therefore, the array will not go smoothly. Startled Lord said, That's why Deathly Silence attacked Li Gua. Lu Yin nodded. Now, we have intercepted Deathly Silence's array in advance. Deathly Silence cannot contact the Death Universe. Next, we just have to close the door and attack. Actually, I was most worried that Deathly Silence and Mang Hui would work together. Fortunately, after merging into the bodies of many Mang Hui cultivators, there were no signs of this. Startled Lord said, The Death Universe and Mang Hui are both fishing civilizations. To them, everything outside of their civilization is an enemy. Thank you. Friendly oldly, brother, I will give you the tip with extra chapters. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 40:10. Lu Yin smiled. That makes things easier. Otherwise, if they reached a consensus and decided to destroy our civilization first, we'd really be finished. Wang Min has a lot of spirit treasures hidden away. Once they work together, they'll be able to set up a spirit treasure array that connects to the Death Universe within 100 years. Alarmed Shang Yu sneered. Actually, I hope they join forces. This means that our civilization is a threat to them. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. They don't join forces because they're all fishing civilizations. Then, can we join forces with one to destroy the other? Of course, we don't know much about the dead universe and the unknowns. This is just an idea. Qinglian Shangyu and the others have similar ideas. The unknowns left a door in our civilization and wanted other civilizations to destroy our civilization. We also want to announce the unknowns to the entire universe and let other civilizations besiege the unknowns. Alarmed Shangyu sighed. We can't do it. We don't know much about the unknowns and we don't know where other civilizations are. If we do this, our civilization will be exposed too. The loss outweighs the gain. So, Mijin Shangyu's strategy is to hide. It's best to hide until we have the confidence to face the unknowns head-on. Hide until the day we become a fishing civilization. Humans rely on wisdom to rise. Wisdom is unlimited. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Wisdom is unlimited. Alarmed Shangyu said, Mijin Shangyu left a message. All the jokes in the universe can be realized with wisdom. Lu Yin was excited. These words were not domineering, but they were extremely domineering. There were too many jokes in the universe. Even fishing civilizations had heard many of them. Could these jokes really be realized with wisdom? This was Mijin Shangyu's plan. After the conversation, Lu Yin looked at Meng Hui again. He sat in the place where Master Min died and looked into the distance. It was already dark. You want to see the sunset? Meng Hui did not answer. Lu Yin waved his hand and the setting sun appeared. Meng Hui widened his eyes and looked at the afterglow of the setting sun. He was a child, but his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. Who had experienced the vicissitudes of life for countless years? Meng Hui stared blankly at the setting sun and turned to Lu Yin with a bright smile. Thank you. Then, his body changed from a child to a young man, then from a young man to an old man. Finally, he bent his body and looked at the place where Master Min died. His body turned to dust. He was dead. He had experienced his entire life in an instant. All that was left was a perfect crossing bitter disaster spirit seed. Lu Yin silently put away the spirit seed. Everyone's life was different. Sometimes, it was not your own pursuit that was wrong. Life was not up to you to decide. He would rest for 10 days, and during this time, he dug out the spirit treasure that Wang Min had hidden away. Wuma had existed for a long time. Most of its goals were to cultivate spirits, but sometimes, it could also obtain some spirit treasures. Master Min had the highest cultivation level in the Tao of numinous treasures. He even knew where the numinous treasures were. 10 days later, Lu Yin returned to the place where he had fought Scorch and continued to roll his die. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. Lu Yin rolled 7 times, but he didn't see any orbs of light every time. He didn't dare to look for them since there wasn't much scarlet energy. He could only rely on the number of times he could try his luck. He had fused with the spirit seed 4 times, but he didn't have a deep understanding of the fusion of the spirit seed. He didn't find any powerful cultivators, but he did find some hidden cultivators. He spent all his time in the first night pillar with Qin Wudi, Grandma 3 days, and the others. The smell of decay almost drowned him. He couldn't stand such a life, and was finally lured by Hua Wuzue to join the Wumo. Hua Wuzue told him that only by cultivating the Wumo's power could he live longer. Huichong wanted to live longer, but he didn't want to die. He wanted to live a different life. In order to avoid being discovered by Shangyu, Huichong didn't cultivate the scarlet power for the time being. Huichong joined the Wumo, but he didn't help the Wumo plunder cultivators or hide the door. His only purpose was to leave a way out for the Wumo, or rather, for those who had joined the Wumo but hadn't yet cultivated the Wumo's power. Lu Yin opened his eyes. No wonder the Spirit Alliance's Tool Tribe and Water Tribe were willing to help the Wumo. They had received a promise from the Wumo that they could use the first night pillar to leave. Although Huichong was only one of the 7 old men in the first night pillar, and his cultivation wasn't the highest. He couldn't become the leader, but with the Wumo's help, it wouldn't be difficult for him to control the first night pillar. If the Wumo made trouble, it might lead to the extinction of other civilizations, and they could use the first night pillar to leave. The first night pillar was the main reason why many people helped the Wumo. If they were destined to live and die with the human race, why would they help the Wumo? Even if some people chose to help the Wumo out of fear of death, they wouldn't be able to hide for long. There was a threat, but there had to be benefits to make people do things. Although Huichong hadn't done anything, his actions were worse than those of the Wumo. "Senior, are you not satisfied with this group of people? Then I'll go look for more," a voice came from outside. Hua Wuzue was currently in the Hua family's residence. Although the Hua family wasn't much of a power, no one dared to provoke them because of Huichong, an ancestor of the first night pillar. "No need, don't disturb me for now. I'm going into seclusion for a while." "Yes, senior." It was quiet outside. Lu Yin contacted the Stargate protector, and a door appeared not long after. He stepped through and reappeared in front of Ji, where he had fought the Wumo. The Stargate protector's method was too convenient. Without it, he wouldn't have been able to increase the scarlet energy even if he could fuse with the Wumo cultivators. He wouldn't have been able to find many Wumo cultivators. The Dai had contributed greatly, but the Stargate protector's help hadn't been enough. He controlled Hua Wuzue's body to sit cross-legged and quietly experienced the feeling of fusing with the spirit seed. Hua Wuzue could fuse with 2 spirit seeds and had a high status in the Wumo. However, he was only responsible for keeping an eye on Huichong, so other than knowing that Huichong was working for the Wumo and experiencing the process of fusing with the spirit seed, he couldn't get any more value from him. Soon, Lu Yin controlled Hua Wuzue's body to be 5 meters away from him. His consciousness returned to his body and he opened his eyes. At the same time, Hua Wuzue also opened his eyes, and his eyes were full of shock. They looked at each other. Hua Wuzue subconsciously stepped back, and Lu Yin's consciousness suddenly descended. Without the help of the immortal substance, Hua Wuzue, who was at the peak of the bitter disaster realm, couldn't break the world lock. Those who could break free from the world lock were those who were close to the peak of the immortal realm, such as Qing Xing, the Great Master, and the Insect Lord. Hua Wuzue was trapped by the world lock, and he stared at Lu Yin. "It's you." Lu Yin smiled. "Seems like you know me." Hua Wuzue's eyes flashed, and he tried to calm himself down. "Who in the Jiao Shao universe doesn't know Mr. Lu? But why did you attack me? I don't think I have offended you." He thought about all the recent events in his mind, but he didn't do anything. He didn't even leave the Hua family's door. He didn't even do anything when the Hua family was facing the crisis of the Hive civilization. How did Lu Yin find him? How did he bring him here? At this moment, he had a deep fear in his heart. Lu Yin smiled and raised a finger. "One chance, you only have one chance to escape. Cherish it." Then, his consciousness dissipated. The world lock was gone. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 4011. Hua Wuzue was not in a hurry to attack. He squinted his eyes. He was not an idiot since he had lived for so long. "Mr. Lu, why are you attacking me? Even if you want me to die, I should know why." Lu Yin said, "Seems like you want to hide until the end. But you have no secrets in front of me. I'm just testing my theory from another angle." Hua Wuzue turned around and ran. Inside his body, the scarlet power flowed out and fused with the spirit seed. When he heard the word spirit seed fusion, he knew that he was exposed. There was no need to hide anymore. Run, he could only run if he did not want to die. Lu Yin sighed in admiration. A flower thief is indeed a flower thief. His movements are fast. Run, run like a mouse. Let's see where you can run to. He then took a step forward. Parallel to time, a gray color filled the sky and swept past Huawuzue. Huawuzue was shocked. The power of time. Lu Yin had killed a bug lord from the bug nest civilization who could control time. His control of time was very strong. Bang! Huawuzue turned around and pushed his left palm with his right palm. He attacked fiercely. The scarlet power pushed across the sky and into the distance. Lu Yin pointed his finger and broke through the scarlet power. He pointed an inch below his armpit. Huawuzue's body was hit and almost fell to the ground. He forcefully turned his body and ran in another direction. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. It worked. He stopped him for a moment but not in the position. Continue. He followed Huawuzue and kept pointing at various parts of his body to test his theory of spirit seed fusion. No one was more suitable than him to study spirit seed fusion. He had the ability to calculate karma and personally experience the feeling of spirit seed fusion with his dai. He could also obtain the memories of people who had fused with spirit seeds. Even Qing Lian Shangyu and the others could not compare to him. The only one who could surpass him was the Wangmin cultivator who had created the method of spirit seed fusion. It should be Qi Su. Other than her, no one could surpass Lu Yin in this aspect. Huawuzue was even more special than the other Wangmin cultivators. He kept clearing the fog of spirit seed fusion. Soon. Huawuzue kept running but he was controlled by Lu Yin like a mouse. At this moment, Lu Yin was not only experiencing the feeling of spirit seed fusion from another perspective, but he was also experiencing the feeling of playing with the universe. His absolute control over Huawuzue was the same as the Eternal Realm's absolute control over other cultivators. This was the distance of a square inch. Was the first creature to propose the square inch distance playing with the entire universe. Mr. Lu, why are you making things difficult for me? You and Lingshi are not enemies. Lu Yin ignored him. Absolute initiative had turned into absolute control, and Wang Fu was nothing more than a pawn. If he was facing the unknown, then even Lu Yin himself wasn't qualified. Humans knew their own limits and should not try to make use of other civilizations. That was just courting death. Do you really want to fight to the death with Mang Xiao? It's not as simple as you think. Huawuzue and the other Wangfu cultivators had no idea where the door was or who was guarding it. Once the door had been discovered, an unknown powerhouse had taken action. They had no idea that Lu Yin had fused with so many Wangfu cultivators, and they had only focused on their own matters. Thus, they were of little value. Living in this world, one had to constantly raise one's self-worth. One had to have value to be used. Even if it was value to be killed, it was still better than having no value at all. Mr. Lu, there's someone behind me. Don't you want to know who it is? Lu Yin looked at Huawuzue with interest. You're the most talkative Wangfu cultivator I've ever seen. Huawuzue panted. He couldn't escape no matter how hard he tried. Facing Lu Yin was like facing a mountain. The pressure was so oppressive that he couldn't breathe. He had never thought that this day would come. An eternal life plane could do it, but there shouldn't be anyone below that level who could absolutely suppress him. This person was an eternal life plane. The name of the plane could no longer restrict him. I'm special. Mr. Lu, you should be able to see that, Huawuzue said. Lu Yin nodded. That's why you've been able to survive until now. You're different from the other Wangmiao cultivators, and you're using this power in a different way. You're even able to fuse with a spirit seed. No wonder your senior brother is jealous of your talent. Wangfu cultivators were the same as the Eternals. If they wanted to cultivate scarlet power or godly power, they would become like the living dead. They were not good with words, did not fear death, and had no emotions. Even if there were exceptions, they would all end up in the same place. But Hua Wuzui was different. In order to lure Hu Chong, or to deceive him, he had another way of using the scarlet power. But this way of using the scarlet power could fuse with the spirit seed. This was something that Hua Wuzui did not expect. That was why Lu Yin had let him live until now. He wanted to personally experience Hua Wuzui's way of fusing with a spirit seed. Hua Wuzui was an opportunity for Lu Yin to see how to fuse with a spirit seed. Do you know what's behind Wang Fu? Hua Wuzui shouted. Lu Yin pointed casually and erased Hua Wuzui's power. The aftershock hit the right half of his heart. This hit made Hua Wuzui step back. It wasn't strong. Hua Wuzui was shocked. He was restrained. What was going on? Could this person see through his power? Even if an eternal life plane could easily suppress him, they weren't omnipotent. They shouldn't be able to see through him. Oh. Do you know what's behind Wang Fu? Lu Yin smiled playfully. He had seen Hua Wuzui's memories and knew that Hua Wuzui didn't know that there was a mastermind behind Wang Fu. That person had once been an eternal. Lu Yin had seen the eternal in the memories of several Wang Fu experts. Today, it was Jie Zun. However, Jie Zun had died on Wang Fu Mountain long ago. Wang Fu was now scattered. Although they couldn't accomplish anything, they wouldn't be exposed. But they didn't know that they would meet someone like Lu Yin who could find them all. Wang Fu should be grateful to the Eternal. If not for his betrayal and the fact that they had to move every once in a while and cut off contact, Lu Yin would have wiped them out long ago. Hua Wuzui was pushed back again. His range of movement was limited, and he couldn't escape no matter how hard he tried. You underestimate Zhou Xiao. Let me tell you, Wang Fu is backed by the Azure Lotus Guard. Lu Yin's movements paused, and he was stunned. Hua Wuzui broke through the void and escaped. He breathed a sigh of relief as he escaped. The next moment, a ray of light flashed and reversed for a second. He watched as the void closed and his back went numb. He almost fell down. 5 meters away, Lu Yin merged into Hua Wuzui's body again to check his memories. He quickly withdrew and sent Hua Wuzui flying with a slap. Hua Wuzui was smashed onto the ground. The boiling scarlet energy on the surface of his body was clearly majestic and could break through the sky, but it almost dissipated at this moment. It was because of Lu Yin. Lu Yin was very unhappy. This guy had almost scared him to death. Saying that Wang Fu was backed by the Azure Lotus Guard made Lu Yin lose his confidence. He had no choice but to merge into Hua Wuzui's body again to check his memories. He was sure that Hua Wuzui was just spouting nonsense in order to find a way to survive. It was obvious that he was spouting nonsense, but Lu Yin had no choice since the Azure Lotus Guard was involved. He didn't dare be careless and had to verify it again. As long as Hua Wuzui wasn't spouting nonsense and was just guessing, Lu Yin had to be prepared for the worst. Fortunately, this guy was just casually spouting nonsense without any evidence or guesses. He had specifically picked the most powerful person in the Zhou Xiao universe. Hua Wuzui shook his head and looked at Lu Yin with fear. He had lived for a long time and wanted to live even longer. He had his own personality that hadn't been completely changed by Wang Fu's power. Thus, he didn't want to die. I know you don't believe me, but this is the truth. The Azure Lotus Guard is behind Wang Fu, or else he wouldn't have been able to hide for so long. Do you think anyone can hide under karma? You've comprehended karma yourself, so you should know how terrifying it is. Lu Yin stared at Hua Wuzui and pointed. He continued. Hua Wuzui was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He had even started making up stories. Shouldn't someone as strong as Lu Yin be careful when it came to the eternal ruler? This person was from the Tianyuan universe, and if the Azure Lotus Guard was behind Wang Fu, then he was at risk of being killed. This person must be pretending not to care so that Hua Wuzue would say more. Hua Wuzue gritted his teeth and endured the pain in his body. He shouted, "The Azure Lotus Guard created Wang Fu and worked with the eternal Qi Su to kill me, Jin Shangyu. You don't know what happened in the Zhouxiao universe. Do you think the Azure Lotus Guard cares about the Zhouxiao universe? Let me tell you, he gave up on human civilization a long time ago. Human civilization is nothing in this vast universe. How can an eternal realm be trapped in a civilization? You underestimate the eternal realm too much." Lu Yin was silent and stared at Hua Wuzui's body. He struck again and again to suppress the scarlet power. He wanted to separate the spirit seed. Pfft. Hua Wuzui spat out blood and clenched his teeth. Believe it or not, the Zhouxiao universe is Wang Fu's training ground. The Azure Lotus Guard will sacrifice the entire human civilization. There is an even stronger civilization behind Wang Fu. Hua Wuzui wasn't lying. Although he didn't know about the unknown, he knew that there was a powerful civilization behind Wang Fu. This was also the idea that Wang Fu had passed on to others. Without the support of a civilization, where could the first night pillar escape to? Drift in the universe. Another civilization far stronger than humans was the only way out for those who worked for Wang Fu. Huichong was very important, and so was the first night pillar. Bang! Hua Wuzui's body slammed into the ground. He looked up and saw Lu Yin pointing at the spirit seed. Hua Wuzui's pupils shrank. "I know the list of human traitors. Many betrayed the human civilization and joined Wang Fu. Don't you want to know who they are? They didn't cultivate this kind of power. You can't find them even if you destroy Wang Fu. They betrayed the human civilization. Are you willing to let them go?" Lu Yin pointed. He didn't care about what Hua Wuzui said. He knew more than Hua Wuzui. Hua Wuzui's pupils flickered and he fell into confusion. His body was pressed down by layers of power. The fused power was splitting, but it didn't completely split. He spat out blood and stared at Lu Yin. "Why do you have to kill me? Answer me. Answer me. Do you really not care about what I say?" "Impossible. You can't not care." You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.